Hello and welcome to another one of my stories. Today I bring to you Sodenia Amongst the Immortals, or Sodenia 3. This has been a long time coming and I'm happy it's finally here. And you'll be the first ones to hear it. Before Audible, before iTunes, before even Amazon gets its hands on it, it's coming to this channel first. Without getting into spoilers, I can tell you that this is the best in science fiction I have to offer you until Fortress comes out. Though I know that some of you are going to prefer book 2, this is still going to be a close fight. At this point, you're either with the Acram or with Isaf. Side note, I might be bringing other previously written books into this channel, so you make sure you're subbed so you won't miss out. Okay, I'm not going to make this too long. Here's Sodenia 3, prepare your dream.
One, static. Fain stood in front of his apartment window in a high-rise in Neo, LA, contemplating recent events. In just under a year after returning from their encounter with the Golden Armada, humanity was enjoying its first space elevator, located a few miles away from Sodenia Island. Though construction of the elevator wouldn't have been possible in such a short time if it wasn't for the Ocalinus. Thanks to the space elevator, Sodenia was now permanently docked in space, and Sodenia Island had been transformed into a state-of-the-art R&D facility / main headquarters for Isaf. The Isaf fleet had undergone a major overhaul. Instead of it consisting of just Sodenia and an array of smaller space, air, and watercrafts, the fleet now boasted 18 additional new ships. The ships ranged in size from large carrier-class ships to the smaller but potent frigate class. However, all of the new additions paled in comparison with the size and majesty of Sodenia. Fain was allowing himself to feel good, to feel normal for the first time since he was a child, but he hadn't entirely let go. Yes, the Acram were no longer a threat to Earth, at least for the foreseeable future. Yes, progress was being made with giant strides in space politics. And yes, humanity wasn't alone. They had allies, and the intergalactic space station was fully operational, making their ongoing communication efforts possible. But there was something that kept Fain on edge, something that he was missing. Even the news had a more positive tone lately. There was hardly anything bad to report about, and from the looks of it, there was little effort to do so. Humanity's outlook was changing. People wanted to hear positive things. Fain suspected it had a lot to do with being near extinction and all that. But he didn't dive too deep into the matter. Humans moving in the right direction was good enough for him. I'm relieved we are able to get to this point, Fain thought. If someone had told me 16 months ago, when the Ocalinus first arrived, that I would be relaxing now, staring out the window with a cup of coffee in my hand, there's no way I would have believed them. It all just seemed so impossible. But here I am, doing exactly that. Who would have thought? Fain took a sip of his coffee. It wasn't as good as the one on board Sodenia. Kaya does know how to make one hell of a coffee, Fain thought. I wonder if it's the same for everyone else, or if she customizes the coffee for each one of us. I'll ask her next time I see her. I wonder how she's doing. I'll see her soon enough. In the meantime, there are 3 more weeks before my leave is over, and that's plenty of time for what I've been meaning to do since we got back. Fain's heart began beating faster as mild chills ran down his body. Fain opened a new communication screen just to the side of him. The window was the size of a large book, monochromatic blue, and with an array of options. It was old tech, but it would do the job just fine. Usually apartments and homes came hardwired with the latest communication tech, which was added when they were built. You could watch TV from virtually anywhere in the house, and phone calls could be made as well. The only problem with this kind of system was that to upgrade it, the tenants or owners would usually have to leave their homes for a week or so, not to mention the cost involved. Thus, hardly anyone upgraded, unless they were moving in for the first time. The communication system did have its merits, and at one point it was a must-have, but the ease of handheld devices and more portable and replaceable ones rendered this old system somewhat obsolete. Fain thought about making a video call, but as he glanced at his reflection in the window in front of him, His mind quickly changed. His hair was messy, and the shape of the pillow was still visible on his face. So he pressed the voice-only button, and then chose Pika's name. The comm's pane rang 4 times before she answered.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey?
Pika, right?
Fain Jegga, who else would it be?
Fain chuckled. I was just making sure. Fain put down his coffee on a nearby table. It's been a few days since I've talked to you.
Is this a butt-dialed call or something? Were you trying to reach someone else?
There's not a chance in the world that either of those suppositions is true.
See, now that's better.
There was a slight static sound at the end of Pika's last word. Wait, did you hear that? A light nearby flickered.
Hear what? Fain, are you okay? Are you talking about the static again? I'm telling you, you should just get your communications system replaced.
I don't even use it that often, and I'm only in my apartment a few months of the year. It's really not worth it for me. It's probably nothing. I think there are some electrical issues in the neighborhood or something.
Electrical issues? Those haven't been around in how many years?
Electricity and technology had advanced significantly from what they used to be at the turn of the century. Companies were fully invested in renewable energy, and advances in the delivery of power were a weekly occurrence. There hadn't been a fire caused by downed power lines in over 100 years. Anyway, that's not important, Fain said as he walked towards the flickering light. The communication window followed him. He tapped on the flickering light slightly, fixing it on the second tap. There's something else that's been on my mind lately.
Okay, I'm all ears.
We have 3 weeks left before our leave is over, so, Miss Pika Evans, would you like to go out on a date? There was a moment of silence that sent Fain into an instant state of paranoia. Oh, crap. Please don't let me be wrong about this, Fain thought. I've thought and stressed about this for way too long. It played out perfectly in my mind. Don't tell me I'm wrong about all of this. Fain felt every inch of his lungs rub against his ribcage as he took a deep breath to try and calm himself. Hello? Fain finally said, unable to handle the suspense.
For as good as you are at other things, you aren't very good at this, are you?
He sighed in relief and took another deep breath, trying to get a hold of himself. Yeah, pretty much, Fain said, trying to sound as nonchalant about it as possible. But I mean it, I really do. Pika chuckled, but her soft laughter was not the only thing Fain heard. There it was again, an electrical noise, but this time it was more prominent than the last.
I just have a couple of things to say. 1, it's about damn time. I was beginning to think it was never going to happen. 2, I would love to go out on a date with you, Fain Jegga.
Pika's voice sounded soft and genuine, with all traces of humor gone. So, how about this weekend?
Saturday works for me. I'm having dinner with my parents on Sunday. Neo LA or St. Paul?
I'll leave that up to you. As much as Fain wanted to continue talking with Pika, the electrical twitches he had experienced were beginning to mess with his mind. He suspected they weren't normal.
Maybe you can show me around Neo LA, and while you're at it, you can try to change my mind about the city. I promise to keep an open mind about it.
In previous conversations, Pika had always maintained that massive cities were impossible to live in. By live in, she meant enjoy the city. Be able to go places without facing huge crowds or traffic jams. The topic came up several times as they talked about where each of them planned to settle down once the ESAF ordeal was settled. As so much progress had been made, the end seemed near. Sounds like a plan. Fain shook his head, trying to get back into the conversation. What time do you think?
Let's shoot for lunch and maybe a light dinner, depending on the flight schedule. So 1:30, 2?
Perfect. It's a date.
At least you got that part right.
They both chuckled. Despite a full-hearted attempt on Fain's side to get back into the conversation, it still ended a few minutes later after they agreed on the time. Fain was sure that Pika wouldn't mind, that she would just blame it on him being nervous or inexperienced when it came to dating. There were other much less pleasant things on his mind now. The sound on the phone line made him remember that not everything was all right, that there was something lingering around him, around Earth. And as he thought about it, he remembered that sound wasn't the only thing he had noticed. There were many instances where he observed electronics acting weird, experienced strange glitches, and heard electrical sounds when he passed by a light pole. All of this wasn't normal. That much he knew. Fain grabbed the almost empty cup of coffee and sank into a nearby couch, trying to organize his thoughts. It can't be a coincidence, can it? Fain thought. When we came back to Earth from our encounter with the Golden Armada, Kaya told me that there was some form of machine trying to contact her. Could this somehow be related to that? Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I need to find out nonetheless. Fain knew that he wasn't going to reach an answer to his questions all by himself. He needed to talk to the one person that could help him figure this out. He opened a new comms pane next to him, and he went down the list of contacts. He pressed the button to video call Kaya. As far as he knew, Kaya spent most of her time on board Sodenia, though she sometimes came down to Soden Island to help in any way she could. She had been offered leave like the rest of the crew, but she quickly turned it down, stating that she was just getting started.
Hi, Fain.
Kaya appeared on the other screen looking perfect. She was well kept, and her hair looked silky smooth. Kaya's appearance made Fain feel self-conscious for a second. But it didn't last. Kaya had always made Fain feel comfortable, and moreover, he felt like seeing a friendly face. Hi, Kaya. It's nice to see you again.
Same here. It can get pretty lonely around the ship.
See? You should have come to visit, or at least taken Colonel Green's suggestion and taken some leave of your own.
I'm not ready for either of those things, or better said, the world is not ready for either of those things.
I disagree, but perhaps you know better.
Let's keep it that way.
Kaya brushed a wisp of hair from the side of her face to behind her right ear.
So, what prompted this phone call? What's on your mind this time?
What do you mean? Fain smirked. I can't call you unless something is happening or something is on my mind?
No, I don't mean that you've done that before, but this isn't one of those times. I think I know you better than most, Fain Jegga.
Fain got up, took a last sip of coffee, and walked towards the kitchen. The comms panel followed in front of him as he did so. Well, to be honest, you're right. Fain placed his empty coffee mug in the sink and leaned against the counter. There is something on my mind. I've been noticing glitches and electronic noises lately. Is it just me, or is it something?
Good news is that you aren't going crazy.
But?
I've been monitoring this phenomenon, and it is happening all over the globe. You aren't the only one that has noticed. The story is breaking as we speak, though they're blaming it on faulty and old technology.
What's really happening? Does it have anything to do with the machine trying to contact you some time ago? When Sodenia first returned to Earth from its encounter with the Golden Armada, something out there had attempted to contact Kaya directly. According to Kaya, their message was one of pure annihilation, and it scared Kaya to her core, because the message wasn't from any biological source. It had been a machine just like her, if not more advanced. Kaya looked down from the screen as her eyebrows furrowed and nodded.
I believe it does. I believe that the entity that tried to contact me is making its presence known throughout the galaxy. We just happen to be in the galaxy.
Is there any danger? Fain asked.
Nothing immediate, or nothing that I can see. It could also be an empty and actionless message just trying to scare us, but at this point we don't know. And at least there haven't been any reports submitted to the ISCO on the matter. I've asked Mikey to forward a query on the matter to all our allies and known friendly alien civilizations. It seems as if everyone is perceiving these glitches as everyday occurrences, and they might not be prominent enough to warrant proper investigation.
The ISCO, or ISCO, also known as the Intergalactic Space Communications Outpost, was in charge of keeping channels of communication open between all the friendly alien civilizations. The ISCO was permanently orbiting Neptune, and Mikey, one of Fain's childhood friends, was now a large part of it as an ambassador for ESAF, though Mikey had been placed there largely thanks to Fain and Colonel Green. Or maybe, Fain said with an optimistic tone, we're just going crazy. Kaya snickered.
That could be it too.
but I don't see how that's any better. We'll just have to monitor the situation closely. Kaya, whatever it is, Fain said, you can be sure that we'll figure this one out. We're in this together, and nothing will be able to change that. Kaya looked back up with a trace of a smile on her face. I hope you're right, Fain Jegga. 2. The New Guy. Michael James Harmon, or Mikey for short, was on the ISCO, getting ready for his daily routine. At 6 a.m. he started his day off by trying to burn off the extra slice of pie he had eaten the night before, as a reward for his outstanding job. He thought that some 30-odd push-ups, sit-ups, and squats would do the trick. He knew he could be wrong about that, but he never bothered to make sure. The ISCO operated on Earth's North American Eastern Standard Time. The ISCO had been built over the remains of Radial 1, and as a result, it kept the spherical shape as its main structure. Its shape was recognized as somewhat odd for a space station, along with several circulating satellites. Its most prominent feature was the circulating ring, twice the size of the sphere and filled with antennas. The sphere was where the main station was located, as well as everyone on board. The ring rotated around the sphere slowly, covering the entirety of the station within a 24-hour period. Fain had found Mikey just a month after Sodenia returned to Earth. When Fain first reached out to Mikey, he couldn't believe that he had actually been right. After the heroes of Earth were paraded through Washington, D.C., and their names were announced, he knew that Fain Jegga, the captain of the alien ship, was the same Fain Jegga from his childhood. He made many attempts to reach Fain, but he'd never gotten close. Though once he met with Fain for the first time after the Acram destroyed their hometown, he had kept in touch ever since, especially now that he was part of ESAF. Mikey was a part of the 17 Earth Communication Ambassadors, serving on the board of the ISCO. He had no official training, other than several long and tedious briefings, and he was by no means a communications expert. The only thing Mikey had on his side was Fain's trust, and he would make damn sure not to break that. As a result of his lack of training or fancy science degrees, and next to zero experience with a high-profile job, he was looked down on in his current position. Mikey didn't know why exactly Fain had put so much trust in him, and he went as far as to ask Fain about it. Fain simply responded, "It's a feeling I have. Don't worry, you'll do great." A clearly unsatisfactory answer. Though the pressure of his peers on board the ISCO, along with his insecurities, got to him from time to time, he tried his best not to let his friend down. He had made it a point to improve at least a little each day. He often made a list of things to improve and checked them off as he went. On today's self-appointed things-to-do list, item number 1 was to write all the names of the friendly alien civilizations that sent and received messages, or even stopped by the station. He thought it would be a good way to train his mind to remember the wild assortment of alien civilizations and names. Though he didn't get to item number 1 until a little past 5 p.m., as he needed to finish his real task on board the ISCO, which consisted of monitoring, sending, receiving, and translating messages. Of course, this was all done with the help of the station's AI. Here goes nothing, he thought, as he pulled out the chair to sit in front of his desk and grabbed a lead pencil and a lined piece of paper. Let's see how many of them I can remember before I have to look them up. Then he wrote, Ocalinus, ape-like, but carry themselves with sophistication, communication established and clear. Annihilating, super tall, long hands, always straight, communication established and clear. Tetrons, floating balls with tentacles, communication established and clear. Erios, furry, white-coated, dinosaur-like, communication established and clear. Emphathos, fluid-like and walk funny, but videos show them able to swim fast. Establishing communication, new device needs to be made. Iramenlas, They carry a lot of gadgets. Communication established and clear. Yankas, scary, monster-like, are not cooperating with communication efforts. Fesps, shapeshifters, but with a clear mark on their neck. Communication established and clear. Grenyuntalas.
There is an unscheduled arrival at Dock 1.
K2, the ISCO AI, interrupted Mikey as he attempted to make the list.
It is a protocol. All ambassadors welcome the new arrivals.
K2 was one of Kaya's latest creations. K2 was a simple yet powerful AI that helped with the everyday operations of ISCO. Though her voice was similar to Kaya's, there was a clear difference. And K2 did not have a human body as Kaya did, or better said, human-like. But it was hard to tell. When Mikey first met Kaya, he thought he was talking to an actual human being. He had been thoroughly surprised that she was an android. Throughout the station, K2 communicated with people in two ways. One was by broadcasting her voice throughout segments of the station, and the other was the small communication devices appended to the attire of everyone on board the station. The small comms devices were simple and located behind their badges, inconspicuous most of the time, unless there was something that more than one person needed to know at the same time. The default was using the small comms. "Thank you, K2," Mikey said as he got up from his desk. "I'll be right there. Why don't you let the others know not to party without me?"
Are you sure you want to say that?
"I think you are right." Mikey took a last look in the mirror to make sure everything was in place before heading to the dock. Last time he met with the other ambassadors, they were quick to point out he had forgotten his badge. They were always looking for any excuse to talk down to him. "It's best if you don't say that. They don't need another reason to hate me. I think being myself would definitely be one of them." Mikey made his way to the dock as fast as he could, and along the way he wondered which alien species would show up unannounced and why. The ISCO had all its receiving frequencies permanently open for contact, so there was no reason for any alien species not to try to contact them first. And then there was also the how. Although primarily a communications outpost, the ISCO did come with its own defense fleet, courtesy of the Ocalinus before they left for their homeworld. How did whoever was in the docks get past the ESAF freighters and scouts? His train of thought got derailed as he neared the docks. Most of the ambassadors were already there, and they were shouting and pushing against the ESAF guards, attempting to get near the docks. He had a clear view of the situation, as the majority of the walls surrounding the docks and receiving area were made out of reinforced glass. "If you don't stand back, we will use force," one of the guards shouted. "We will restrain you." What the hell is going on? Mikey thought. We've met a lot of different species, and people have never acted like this. "How dare you protect that?" one of the ambassadors asked.
We are to tear it to pieces,
another ambassador yelled, shaking a menacing fist. That was when Mikey saw it. He saw and understood what exactly was going through the 16 other ambassadors' minds. Perhaps the ESAF guards were thinking the same thing, but they were in check. 2 Acram were getting out of their spacecraft, and the sight of them made his blood boil. He felt anger towards them. His jaw stiffened and his fist clenched. He was more than ready to take vengeance into his own hands. Because of the Acram, humanity had lost so much, and he had lost his childhood, his hometown, and most of his friends. Instead of running towards them and attempting to overpower the ESAF guard, Mikey decided to calm down. He took a deep breath and tried his best to remain cool-headed. Humanity was no longer at war with the Acram. The entire galaxy was no longer at war with them. Calming down was the right thing to do. Mikey knew that whatever little satisfaction avenging his friends would bring, it would never be enough. The Acram owed humanity and the galaxy a lot more than what these 2 Acram would be able to pay with their lives. "Stop," Mikey said with a low voice. He was hesitant. "Look at these people," he thought. The ambassadors were still screaming and attempting to overpower the ESAF guards. The tension in the room got worse as the Acram slowly approached the mob. These people had every right to be furious. Most of them had lost something to the Acram, or for sure knew someone that had. Mikey knew this, but he also knew that if the Acram did not survive their visit to the Izco, the repercussions of that would be devastating. He needed to be firm, show conviction, and perhaps a little craziness. "I said stop!" Mikey yelled with everything he had in him. Mikey's yelling caused a few ambassadors to turn. "If you aren't going to help, stay out of this, Michael," said one of the nearest ambassadors. "All right, then," Mikey thought, and grabbed a nearby chair. "I need to be a little more drastic." He tightened his grip on the chair and swung it against one of the large glass walls in the room. The glass didn't break. He tried the same maneuver 3 more times, with a bit more force each consecutive time. But still the glass didn't break, and the mob raged on. "K2, a little help here." Mikey leaned against the chair, winded.
"Certainly. Just clarify how you would like to proceed."
Did I just hear that right? He thought. K2 is really going to help me break this glass? I was totally joking out of frustration. A stupid thing to do, but if she's going to help me, then I'll take the help. "So, wait, you'll help me? Really? How can that be?" Mikey said as he stood up straight.
"Yes. I am standing by, ready to help you accomplish the task at hand. My records indicate that you outrank nearly everyone in this station, except for me and Commander Felix of the Izco ESAF Defense Fleet. He is currently heading this way. I am also able to help you as your intended actions will not harm structural integrity."
As disconcerting as K2's revelation about Mikey's rank was, he knew that there were more pressing matters at hand. He had to bring the situation under control, and he had to do it fast. "How long until Commander Felix gets here?" Mikey asked, as he reaffirmed his grip on the back of the chair.
Estimated time of arrival is 20 minutes.
Screw it, might as well give him a real reason to hate me. Mikey lifted the chair off the ground and positioned it behind him. "On the count of 3, I'll throw the chair and you help me break the window. 1, 2, 3. Mikey flung the chair with all his strength. The window broke seconds before the chair hit it, letting the chair fly right through the hole and well into the adjacent room. No one seemed to notice the timing. They were still covering their ears, trying to figure out where the loud sound had come from. Slowly, all the ambassadors began to stare at Mikey. Some glared, and others had blank expressions. "Thank you, K2, Mikey whispered. "It looks like it worked. A lot." "What is the meaning of this, Michael?" Timothy asked. He was one of the ambassadors that Mikey liked the least. "That about sums it up. What the crap is the meaning of this? What is this? All of you are supposed to be professionals, level-headed individuals, professors, doctors. You get the point. Look at how you are acting. This is a communications outpost and you're representing Earth. No, Michael, it's you who needs to take a closer look." Timothy pointed towards the Acram. "After what their kind have done to us, they don't deserve to be on this station. They don't deserve to live." The ambassadors behind Timothy cheered. "That's not for you to decide." Mikey took a step towards the angry mob. "This station was made to communicate and try to make peace with all alien civilizations that choose to do so, including the Acram. You will not bring upon us another war because you want to put yourself before humankind. But, most importantly, Captain Fain Jegga wants to keep communications open with the Acram, and I intend to make that happen." "You fool!" Timothy shouted. "Captain Fain Jegga is not here." This time the mob didn't cheer. "So step aside or I will have you thrown back to Earth on the next jump," Mikey said as he began walking towards the Acram. "You will what?" Timothy asked through gritted teeth. "Under what authority? I am the ranking ambassador on this station. You don't have anywhere near the authority to do that." Mikey looked up for a second as he walked, attempting to cue K2 to answer.
"Michael James Harmon."
K2 broadcasted to the entirety of the dock.
is third in the chain of command, outranked only by Commander Felix Dash and myself. He has the authority to send anyone back to Earth if they jeopardize the intergalactic space communications outpost.
There you have it. So, step aside now, Mikey said as he reached the angry mob. Slowly they began to move out of the way, and he walked towards the two Acram in the dock. His heart pounded. His legs felt weak, as if he could fall at any second. But he knew what he had to do. He had to act tough. I fully intend to keep the peace, and if anyone here disagrees, let me know now. No one said a word. Welcome to the Izco, Mikey said as he extended his right hand to one of the Acram. The Acram towered over Mikey, though they looked different from the Acram he had seen in photographs before. These Acram were not wearing any armor. Instead, something resembling cloth covered their bodies. The Acram nearest to Mikey seemed to hesitate, but after the others spoke in their language, the Acram shook Mikey's hand. Mikey and Ilda, the one other ambassador that had volunteered to help, sat down with the Acram in one of the station's meeting rooms. The rest of the ambassadors refused to take any part in the meeting with the Acram and left angrily. There was a large table at the center of the room that held a universal translating console, with a total of 6 necklace translating devices. Mikey and Ilda grabbed a necklace each and gestured to the Acram to do the same. They took a few seconds to look over the devices and muttered something in their language, but ultimately threw them on. Compared to humans, the translating devices looked fragile and small on the Acram. Mikey then activated the devices by pressing a button on the console and highlighting the devices they would be using.
To initiate room settings,
a disembodied voice said from the devices.
Please speak the language you intend to use to initiate language recognition.
I'll be using English, Mikey said. The same, Ilda said. Mikey couldn't tell what her exact reason was for being there, since she didn't look all that supportive of the process. The Acram stared blankly at Mikey and Ilda. This was Mikey's first time initiating the meeting process, and he was unsure what to do next. But then it occurred to him that he should try to make the Acram speak their language. So he opened and closed his mouth as if talking to the translating device. The Acram stared at each other and then back at them. This is a lot harder than it looks, Mikey said. Ilda sighed and rolled her eyes. When we already know the alien species and have a language code, you can simply state it. That makes much more sense. Mikey paused for a second, trying to put together his next sentence. Translate English to Acram, and Acram to English. He then turned to Ilda. Is that how it's done? More or less, Ilda said with an unenthusiastic shrug. I'm sure the machine will accept it.
The new settings are accepted,
the disembodied voice said.
You may now engage in language exchange.
Can you understand me? Mikey said, and the devices around the Acram's necks began to speak in their language almost simultaneously.
I understand this language,
one of the Acram said. Good. Mikey nodded and decided that it was better to get straight to the point. So, of all places, what brings you here?
I am Essence, and this is Kashna,
Essence said, as he gestured to Kashna sitting next to him.
We are simply messengers. We come bearing no harm, no ill will, as the people that greeted us may suggest. We come with a message from our people.
Is that so? Felix said, as he barged into the room with a squad of armed ESAF soldiers pointing their guns at the Acram. Please don't get up. Felix went to the center translating console. I'll just be taking one of these. He grabbed a translating necklace. This is already synced, right? Please, take a seat, Commander, Mikey said as he nodded. Felix narrowed his eyes and rested his gaze on Mikey. For a moment, Mikey thought he had overstepped his newfound rank. Certainly, Felix said as he smiled slightly. I could use a nice comfortable chair. Who doesn't need a comfortable chair? Felix turned sharply towards the Acram. Forgive my rude interruption. I am Commander Edouard Felix Dash, but you may call me Commander Felix. I was able to hear your names, so there will be no need for further introductions.
Commander Felix, Essence said. I take it that you are the one in charge of this station, am I correct?
Oh, whatever makes you think that, Felix said, staring back at Mikey. In this station, we are all in charge. Isn't that right, Michael? Felix turned back to face the Acram. But if you choose, you may refer to me as the one in charge.
Very well, then,
Essence said.
Forgive our lack of understanding. This device makes it difficult to understand the true meaning behind your words.
So, what brings you here? Felix asked. What is this message that you are talking about? I believe I heard it's coming from your people.
Before we proceed, Essence said, please have your men lower their weapons. I can assure you that we come with no ill will.
Lower your weapons, Felix said as he placed his hands on the table, interlacing his fingers. The soldiers quickly followed the new order. Now we can proceed, but before you do, I hope that you are able to give us a good enough reason to hear you out. Our people were massacred by your kind. Why shouldn't one of these soldiers behind me just disobey my orders and take justice into his own hands? After all, it's the closest any one of them will ever get to getting revenge. There was a palpable tension in the room. The ESAF soldiers behind Felix looked less than happy to be following orders. Some were sweating, others gripping guns with more than necessary force. But there was one that looked as if he could raise his gun at any second. Either Felix is a complete nutjob, Mikey thought, or he's brilliant. He's addressing any potential problems we might have before we have them. Whoa.
That is fair,
Essence said.
The Acram that came to your home world were under orders that were beyond anyone's control. Now it's a new era for Acrania. The endless conquest has stopped, thanks to Captain Fain Jegga, I believe you call him. That is why we're here. However, if after you hear our message you still feel that our lives can begin to repay what you've lost, then do what you must.
This is real serious stuff, Mikey thought. Acrania, what does that mean? Ilda asked.
Acrania is our homeworld,
Kashna said.
Our way of life. We know we've done a great deal of harm to the galaxy, but we also do not hide behind our new intentions. We just ask to be heard. We do not ask to be forgiven.
So Acrania no longer has any interest in conquering the galaxy? Felix asked. Am I getting that right?
Correct,
Kashna said.
We've abandoned all our previous beliefs. Now our prime directive is to repair the damage we've done since our inception and protect what's left of the galaxy.
That's quite a turn of events, but fair enough, Felix said. I think that is something my soldiers will be able to understand. Protect the galaxy from what? Mikey asked.
We are far from the most horrible thing out there. Far from it,
Kashna said.
In fact, that's the basis of our message.
All right, so let's have it, Felix said. Let's not waste any more valuable time beating around the bush. I hope that by now my boys and gals have a satisfactory reason for not disobeying orders and shooting one of you. Satisfactory reason? Are you kidding me? Mikey thought. They've just said that the Acram are far from the most horrible thing out there. How is that even possible? And if this is not something we need to hear, I don't know what is.
Well then,
Kashna said,
there are beings whose sole purpose is to end all biological life. With these beings there are no terms of engagement, and there are no survivors. As we speak, they are making themselves known throughout the galaxy. Through malfunctions in our machines, they are letting us know that they are coming. We believe there's an impending galactic annihilation. It happened many lifetimes ago, and now it's happening again.
What the Acram were saying brought to Mikey's mind a few instances where machines glitched or didn't seem to work as flawlessly as they used to. "And who are they?" Mikey asked. "Who are these beings?"
We don't have a name for them,
Koshna said.
but some refer to them as the immortal ones.
And these immortals, where are they now?
Felix asked, as he took off his hat and placed it on the table. He had a lot less hair than Mikey had imagined.
Is that it for your message? No hints on how to fight them, or any of their weaknesses? Isn't that how this goes?
Their whereabouts are unknown,
Essence said.
although we believe they reside in the voids of space, the coldest places in the galaxy. Their coming to light will end all biological life in this galaxy. Even with the might of the Golden Armada on our side, we fear there's little we can do about it. The immortals have no weakness, fear, or compassion, and they cannot die. This is the message we bring.
Felix leaned back in his chair and let out a long, soft whistle.
ESAF is going to love this.
The Acram can't do anything about it, Mikey thought. Don't they control like half of the galaxy already? And they have the Golden Armada. So there is an end to this life after all. We're so screwed if what they're saying is true.
We must leave now,
Koshna said as both Acram stood up from the table and began to take off the translation necklaces.
Our journey is long, and...
Wait, Mikey managed to say just before the translation devices were completely off. What is the little we can do?
Fight back,
Essence said.
survive, and hope your planet gets left behind.
Mikey, Ilda, and Felix escorted the Acram back to their craft. It was a short walk, only about 5 minutes, but along the way Mikey felt the entire station come to a halt as they passed by. Some of the ambassadors and ESAF staff stared at him with resentment and hate in their eyes. Mikey was sure he had made new enemies on board the station. He had always known that there were a few people that didn't like him, but now the cold stares spoke for themselves. Mikey tried his best not to let them get to him. He knew he had done the right thing. The three stood at the dock until the Acram craft left the same way it came in. Once the Acram craft left, Ilda promptly left and joined a group of her peers. Mikey and Felix walked towards the bridge. On the way there, Mikey asked how it was possible that the Acram craft had sneaked past the ESAF fleet. Felix explained to Mikey that it was he who let them pass through the fleet unannounced. Felix feared that if he had warned the ISCO, it would have been a different, rather grimmer outcome. As they walked, the cold stares continued to fall on Mikey. Mikey's legs felt weak. His entire body was shaking, he was sure. He knew that he had just learned and been part of something huge, something that could reshape the galaxy.
Get used to it, boy,
Felix said.
No, not sometimes. Most of the time. We will be hated for doing the right thing. You see, doing the right thing is hard, but doing the wrong thing is easy. When someone fails to understand that, and you take away from them what they thought would be an easy victory, they will fight for that a lot harder than it takes to do the right thing.
Felix tapped Mikey on the shoulder and began walking away.
But we have no time to waste. We have to inform the people on Earth.
Commander Felix, Mikey said, still within hearing range.
Yes?
Felix turned back to Mikey mid-stride. Would it be okay if I let Fain know myself?
Sure.
Felix turned back around.
I'd actually prefer that. But do make a detailed report. I'll be here for a few more hours trying to prevent the news from leaking in a bad way.
Yes, sir. Mikey turned the other way and headed for one of the meeting rooms. Once inside the room, he closed the door behind him, pulled out a chair from the conference table, sat down and pulled the comms machine towards him. He opened a new digital screen next to the machine and logged into his account. A few seconds later, he found Fain's ESAF number and pressed contact. The phone rang 5 times before there was a connecting icon. Thanks to the high-power station antennas and repeaters spread through the solar system that accelerated the signals via microjumps, communication was instantaneous.
Hi, Mikey.
Pika appeared on the other side of the screen. "What can I help you with?" Mikey was confused to see Pika on the other end of the line. He quickly double-checked on his screen to ensure he had contacted the right number. Then he realized that it had to be Fain's number, as he didn't have Pika's number anywhere on the list. "What's happening, Mikey?" Pika said with a smile on her face. "You look confused." "Well, I am a bit. I'm not going to lie. Does this mean what I think it means?" "That depends." Pika moved the phone to show Fain smiling next to her. "So it does mean what I think it means." "Yeah, it does." Pika kept smiling. "We are on our first date. Fain is trying to change my mind about Neo LA. So far, I'm still 50-50. I knew this was going to happen. It was already taking too long." Pika turned to Fain, and Fain rubbed the back of his neck. "So what's happening, Mikey?" Fain asked as he squeezed into the frame. "I thought you were used to the station by now." When Mikey first started his new position, he would call Fain almost daily on the pretext of wanting to know more about being in space. But it was more about Mikey feeling alone than anything else. After all, he was on the outskirts of the solar system, with a group of people that didn't care much for him. Fain used to take the time to encourage Mikey to remain in his current position by telling him he was needed there. At the time, Mikey had no clue why he would be needed at the ISCO, but now he was starting to see for himself. "I am, but that's not it," Mikey said. "So what is it then?" Fain asked. Mikey hesitated for a moment, thinking that he would be interrupting their date with news that no one wanted to hear. But Mikey knew that Fain needed to know, and he needed to know now. There were Acram here in the station. Fain and Pika shared a look, and then turned back to the ESAF phone. "What?" Fain said, sounding worried. "Are you all right? Where are they now?" "Before you guys start to worry, I'm all right," Mikey said. "Everyone in the ISCO is all right. The Acram left a few minutes ago." "So what happened?" Fain asked. "In short, I was a total badass," Mikey said. "The people on board didn't really like the idea of Acram coming to visit all that much. They formed a mob and all that. I was one of the only ones who did the right thing." "Good," Fain nodded once. "So what did they want?" "It was two things." Mikey raised his right arm and showed the bottom of his palm in the video. "One," he extended his index finger, "they've abandoned their previous beliefs, according to the two that came, and I quote, 'The endless conquest has stopped thanks to Captain Fain Jegga.' And two," Mikey extended his middle finger, "there's something the Acram are scared of, and they said it's coming to the galaxy with the intent of ending biological life. They didn't say when or how, but they did say they are making themselves known through malfunctions in machines. They called them the Immortals." 3. Ascension. Out of all of the things that could have happened on his date with Pika, getting a call from Mikey about the Acram visiting the ISCO had never crossed Fain's mind. But luckily, given Earth's recent record with space, it wasn't the worst thing that could happen by far. Fain tried to keep calm during his brief conversation with Mikey. Fain thought of the arising problems in a much different way now. He thought of them as a consequence of humans venturing into space. It was bound to happen. As they talked with Mikey, Fain and Pika made their way to a nearby bench on the Sky Pier in downtown Neo LA. The Sky Pier was one of the oldest and largest aircraft piers in the city. It was built when the city-to-city air highways were built. For many years, the Sky Piers were the fastest way to get around the megacities. But as the popularity of the Hyperloops increased, the Sky Piers stopped being built. Now, most Sky Piers outside of airports and military bases were used as fairgrounds, though there were still airports for state and international flights. "Immortals, huh?" Fain repeated. "Did the Acram mention anything about them being machines?" "No, not that I can recall." Mikey squinted. "They did say something about machines, but I can't recall exactly what it was." "Mikey," Fain groaned. "What about the Translation Council?" Pika asked as they sat down. "It was able to record the meeting you had, right?" "Yeah, I think so," Mikey said. "Although it was my first time using it. I usually get kicked out of a meeting room before the ambassadors start talking to the visitors. Was there something I should have pressed? No, Pika said. It should automatically record all conversation. You have to program it not to record. Then, yeah, it should be recorded. Mikey nodded. Mikey, I need you to send me the recorded file as soon as you can. Fain said. And what do you mean they kicked you out? Yeah, Mikey's face saddened with the question. Let's just say I don't have the best of friends up here. And also, you didn't tell me about my rank. I'll fix that tonight, Fain said. I'll make the necessary calls. And about your rank. It was unofficial. You weren't supposed to know, unless there was a good enough reason you should outrank others in the station. K2 and Kaya would be the ones that would determine that. I see, Mikey said. Well, that makes me feel a bit better. Oh, and Fain, please don't do anything. I know you can, and it would be very easy for you. But just let me figure this one out for myself. I think I can handle it. What about Commander Felix? Fain asked. Where is he now? He said he would hang around the station for a few hours before he left. He's probably going to stay behind and do some damage control, Fain said. I wouldn't be surprised if he sends a few people home. Fain let out a sigh. Well, thanks for being the one to get this information to us first. I will talk to you sometime soon, once we figure out what we are going to do about this. All right. Talk with you soon, Mikey said. And Pika, I'm sorry for interrupting your date. No, it's fine, Pika said. We'd rather know about this now than later. All right. See you then. Mikey waved goodbye. After the call ended, Fain slid the ESAF phone back into his leather jacket's pocket and leaned back onto the bench. He knew that he was about to embark on what could possibly be the fight of his life, but he also did not want to let that get in the way of having a few last moments with Pika, where he could feel normal again. He hushed the fire that was already raging inside him for a few moments longer. He just hoped that Pika did the same. He placed both his arms above the bench rail, and part of his left arm landed on Pika's back. Pika didn't move away. Instead, she moved closer to Fain. They were quiet for a moment, watching the people walk by, going about their everyday lives. There were kids playing, secure bots chasing after a few of them, large groups of tourists, couples and single people strolling from one end to the other. The sky pier was alive. What now, Captain? Pika asked. Ever since humanity ventured into space, a door of infinite possibilities opened in front of us. This is just part of it. The leader of the Golden Armada, Noble Savan, told me that I would be hearing from him soon. Could it be that they knew this was coming? Is that why he decided to withdraw? The Acram are biological beings also, and you heard Mikey. What's coming this time around intends to end all biological life. By default, that would put us on the same side as the Acram, despite everything that has happened. Have you noticed things glitching lately? Just today, before I came here, I took apart a digital streamer because the screen kept blanking out. Were you able to fix it? That's the thing. When I opened it, there was nothing wrong with it. All its components were in perfect shape. I didn't have the time to put it back together and check it again, or else I would have been late. But since I didn't fix anything, I think once I put it back, it's going to be the same thing. You think that has something to do with this? When we came back from the battle with the Golden Armada, Kaya told me that something was trying to communicate with her. At the time, she seemed scared and frightened. What was it? A machine. Have there been more attempts? No, at least not that I know of. Fain, this is bad. I know. Fain began observing the people passing by and all the tech they carried with them. Strollers that self-navigated through the crowds following the parents. The arcades that charged the gamer automatically. 4 out of 5 people on their phones. What worried him the most was the reliance that people had on AI. Whatever the immortals are, they have another think coming if they think we are just going to sit and wait for them to show up. I'm starting to like the sound of that. I'm going to cut my leave short. I'll try to meet with Green and Truman as soon as possible. You take a few more days to spend with your parents. Please send them my regards." Fain turned to face Pika. Pika turned to face Fain and nodded once. "But I need you to do something," Fain said, turning back to the crowd. "I need you to figure out a way we can trace the source of the glitches." "I think I can do that," Pika said as she gazed back at the sea of people. The date ended shortly after, with Fain promising Pika a second and much better date once all was over. "I'll hold you to that promise, Fain Jegga," Pika said as she accepted. Early the next morning, Fain walked into the garage side of the ESAF facility on Sodin Island, feeling rather amazed at just how much had changed in just 3 short weeks. And it wasn't with the help of the Ocalinus this time. It was all human sweat and hard work. Before he had left the island right where he was standing, there was nothing. And now there was an entire 3 to 4 story building. Fain knew that it was only what he was able to see. ESAF had a thing for hiding things underground. The building he was staring at could easily have 10 floors. Fain was standing in the garage portion of the building. He had entered through the back doors, as the entrance was still under construction. Fain took in his surroundings, and he observed that although it was humans building the place, they were using tools he had never seen before. But the tools didn't look outright alien in nature. They looked as if they were human tools, just more advanced. Workers moved large concrete slabs with ease. Machines were putting up walls, and there were printers, many 3D solid printers.
"Like what we are doing with the place,"
Green said as he pulled up on a hover caddy. "Seaside entrance. Fancy. I'm impressed. There was nothing here before I left."
"Come on, hop on,"
Green said as he waved Fain to join him.
"The entrance pier will be finished in a few days' time. We figured ESAF main headquarters and the R&D facility deserved a little more than just a few buildings all smooshed together."
Green navigated the caddy across the large garage and parked it just outside an elevator. They got off, and Green extended his badge and swiped it across the slot on the side of the keypad. "How old is this technology?" Fain asked as they stepped into the elevator.
"We are trying to keep things simple around here,"
Green said as he pressed the button on the elevator panel to the lowest level. According to the buttons on the elevator, the building had 10 floors. Fain had been right after all.
"No modern AI, no over-the-top, complicated tech. There's enough of that in the R&D side. Truman and I opted for a more practical approach."
"You mean retro?"
"It just reminds us of a simpler time."
"So, how are things?" Fain asked.
"If it wasn't for the news we received yesterday,"
Green sighed,
"I'd say things would be really good about now. But as soon as word gets out about what's happening, ESAF will return to being under the microscope. And that is something I'm not looking forward to."
"You think it will leak soon?" Green rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Oh, right. The ambassadors," Fain said.
"Kaya has already stopped 5 official attempts," Green said. "Per our policy, we will not interfere with any private form of communication. If it leaks, then we'll deal with it."
"I'm sure you and Truman will be just fine."
"Don't be so sure. As soon as the politicians and people in power start feeling threatened, they are gonna come after the one thing they think they can control. Should control, better said. We try to operate as independently as possible with no influence from the current government structures. Luckily, some of the world leaders understand this. But in the end, we are still humans, and we still live on Earth, the very place these people think they own. We would be fine if we had a planet of our own."
Recently, NATO and most of the rest of the world had filed a lawsuit against the U.S. for ownership of Sodin Island. They proclaimed that Sodenia and anything that had to do with it belonged to the world and not to a single government entity. They used Sodenia's origin to the maximum extent, arguing that it had come to Earth, not to a part of Earth. Of course, that was a bogus argument, as Sodenia protected the entire planet and not just part of it. Still, the argument held up in court. In the wake of the ISCO, ESAF was forced to allow ambassadors and staff from other countries to join the communications initiative. Do you think we'll lose the lawsuit? Fain asked.
Who knows?
Green said.
ESAF is doing everything it can to remain independent under U.S. law. Hopefully it stays that way.
If not, we'll just have to move to another planet, Fain said as they walked out of the elevator.
You know what? That's starting to sound like not such a bad idea after all.
Green and Fain took a few more steps along the well-lit hallway and then turned to face an inconspicuous door. Green knocked on the door a few times.
Come in.
Truman's voice sounded muffled through the door, but Fain was still able to distinguish it. Without hesitation, Green opened the door and walked into the room, and Fain followed. Truman was behind a large wooden desk with a hefty ESAP seal on the front of it. The seal was circular, with the words Earth Space Armed Federation around it, and a globe in the center, with a dot making its way around the globe. The desk had a few things on top of it. To the left was a small American flag. To the right, an ancient mechanical typewriter, and next to the typewriter, an old lamp. At the center of the desk, there was a large leather writing pad, with plenty of papers on it, and innocuously placed next to the large writing pad was a computer console. The wall behind Truman was covered in floor-to-ceiling shelves filled with books, and in front of the desk were two comfortable-looking chairs. General Truman, Fain said, and saluted as he came in.
Gentlemen, Green,
Truman said.
At ease. Please take a seat.
Very funny,
Green said with a sarcastic tone as they sat down.
Fain, we've read the reports from the ISCO,
Truman said as he scratched his beard and sighed.
When it's not one thing, it's another. The only little bit of good news that I was able to extrapolate is that this time we aren't the only target.
Fain nodded slowly.
This puts us at a numbers advantage,
Truman continued.
At least when it comes to finding out their next move. This is where the ISCO will come into full play. If the enemy does appear, we'll know about it. Green and I will craft a message and send it out to the known civilizations in contact with Earth. We also need to be ready to render aid if need be.
Understood, Fain said. According to Kaya, a good part of the fleet can travel within Sodenia's drive bubble.
That might be necessary, Truman said. We still don't know exactly how a mass movement of our fleet will work with the Okalinis jump gates.
Before the Okalinis left for their home planet a little over 3 months ago, they constructed 2 massive 5-ring gates capable of jumping anywhere in the galaxy, as long as the distance didn't exceed the jumping capacity of each ring. Each ring could cover a jumping distance of 8,000 light-years at a time. If the target destination exceeded that amount, then a second ring would need to be deployed. Kaya suggested building such gates due to the low number of jumper core power cells the Okalinis had left.
So what is this?
Fain asked. Why announce themselves?
Who knows?
Truman said.
A scare tactic? A ritual?
A challenge,
Green said. Fain and Truman turned towards Green.
When a hunter is after his prey, he goes to great lengths not to make a sound. But sometimes the old and bored hunter wants a challenge. He wants to scare his prey, to make it run, make it fear for its life, so that when he finally puts an arrow through his prey's heart, he knows he is the apex.
They were quiet for a few moments.
Yeah, could be, Truman said. But for all we know, none of this will happen. Or this could be some type of Acram plan to distract us.
No, that can't be it, Fain said. The Golden Armada could have destroyed us if they wanted to. Noble Savant pulled his armada back because we had unintentionally united the galaxy against a single cause. This might be that cause.
Hopefully we can keep it that way, Truman said. I'm thinking of replacing a few of the ambassadors in the ISCO, just to make a point and remind them why they are up there.
That would be good, Green said.
Let's bump up our visit to the Okalinis homeworld, Truman said. We are keeping our promise.
but we are doing so early. Make all necessary arrangements." Minutes after the meeting, Fain was on his way to the space elevator on the other side of Sodin Island. A two-way 5-mile-long bridge connected the island to the space elevator. Sodin Island and the bridge looked insignificant compared to the mammoth structure of the elevator. Its shape was of an inverted parabolic cone with a cannon-like structure on top. The 17-mile-high structure seemingly disappeared into the sky. It was previously thought that for the space elevator to work, two things needed to happen. One, it needed to be placed along Earth's equator, where the centrifugal forces caused by the rotation of the Earth were the greatest. And two, the space elevator needed to be lightweight, and yet strong enough that it wouldn't crumble under its own weight. Earth's first space elevator, dubbed Uranus by Truman, was neither. Rather, it was two separate structures, one on Earth and the other in space, rotating in synchronicity. Instead of having a 60,000-mile cable connecting Earth and space, Uranus launched pods into space using pulse energy that would accelerate the capsule halfway towards the space part of the elevator. Once halfway to space, the space dock would begin pulling on the capsule. It took 3 hours to get to the space dock, and around 30 minutes to come back to Earth in a controlled descent.
"Officer on deck,"
an ESAF officer said as Fain entered the Uranus lobby. "At ease," Fain said as he walked towards the main desk. There were 2 ESAF officers behind the desk, one of them waiting for Fain to approach, while the other typed away at a computer. "How can I help you today, Captain?" Smith, as his name tag showed, asked. "Heading up," Fain said. "I'll just need a small capsule." Uranus had an assortment of capsules, from 2-passenger capsules to capsules that could fit up to 35 passengers at a time. There were also capsules for the sole purpose of moving freight to and from space. "Sure, no problem," Smith said. "I'll just be needing clearance." Fain let out a cough. He was caught off guard. Since he had become captain of Sodenia, clearance to visit his own ship was not something he had ever needed before. What?" Fain coughed once more. "Clearance is needed for everyone going to the space dock," Smith said. "Those are orders from the top down." The other officer behind the desk stopped typing and turned to see what was happening. Recognition was painted across his face. He quickly got up and pushed Smith aside to get behind the main desk computer. He promptly started opening display windows.
"I'm so sorry, Captain Jegga,"
Yanks, as his name tag showed, said.
"Forgive ESAF Apprentice Smith here. He must not have recognized who you are. He's just doing his job. I'll get your capsule sorted out for you right away."
Fain nodded. He found it both amusing and refreshing that they actually didn't know or understand who he was. Fain didn't mind whatsoever, but he was in a hurry.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
Smith said in a low voice.
"We were told that everyone needs clearance no matter what." "I don't think that applies to him,"
Yanks hissed.
"That's Fain Jegga. Not a Fain Jegga. The Fain Jegga. Captain of Sodenia. Do you really want Kaya coming down here to give him clearance? Or Truman? If that happens, we are all gone." "Okay, but what if he's an imposter or something?"
Smith hissed back.
"We need to check his papers. What if that's not him and he goes up to the ship? Are you for real right now?"
Yanks turned to Smith, voice still quiet.
"Who in their right mind would go up there with Kaya if they had no business going up there in the first place? You do know who Kaya is, right?"
Yes? It looked as if Smith was finally grasping the concept.
"All right, then,"
Yanks hissed and turned back to the computer. Fain enjoyed the back and forth between the 2 officers, and it looked like Kaya had gained quite the reputation among ESAF.
"Captain Jegga,"
Yanks said, looking up from the computer screen.
"Your capsule is now ready in Bay 1. We currently have clear skies, so you should be on the space dock within 3 hours.
Is there anything else I can help you with, Captain?" "Nope, that's all."
All right, Yanks said. "We'll be ready to climb as soon as you enter the capsule, and I'll take it from here."
"Sounds good," Fain said as he turned around and headed towards Bay 1. It was Fain's second time using the space elevator to go up into space. He didn't like the idea of staying put all that much, but he also didn't mind because this time around he would be able to get some work done on the long ride. The space elevator capsule was simple. 4 large windows surrounded the capsule, giving the passenger a top-of-the-line 360-degree view of Earth. The higher the capsule got, the better the view. Between the 2 passenger seats, there was a computer console connected to the ESAF mainframe. The capsule's interior was white with a hint of gray for the seats, and not much else going on, at least when it came to the design. Fain opened a new digital screen, where he would set everything in motion for them to visit the Ocolinus planet ahead of schedule. Within 1 hour of writing emails and contacting all the necessary people to make it happen, Sodenia would be ready to depart to the Ocolinus home planet within 24 hours. Once he was done, he got up from his seat and stared outside each one of the windows, taking in the breathtaking view. For a second or two, he wondered what the Ocolinus planet would look like. Would it be as beautiful as Earth? Without having much else to stare at, other than the same view from a higher angle, he sat back down. He spent the next 2 hours contemplating the situation they were in, trying to figure out what he was missing. Immortals. Why would the Acram call them that? Even after listening to Mikey's full report, he still couldn't wrap his head around the name. In his mind, everything had an end, and the fact they had a name at all meant they'd been here before. Did the Hurrian know about them? He went over every little detail he could think of in his head, but it was all the same. He ended up exactly where he was now. Kaya would be able to answer one of the questions at least. And as for the rest, he knew of only one other that had the answers. Acram, Noble Savan. There was no way around it. Fain had to contact the one being that had come so close to ending humanity in order to save it. The capsule's bell rang, snapping Fain back into himself. He had already arrived at the space dock. The gravity on the space dock covered a 10-mile radius, making it hard to tell when passengers had arrived. Welcome to the Oranos space dock, a charming disembodied voice chimed as the capsule's doors opened. Please watch your step as you exit the capsule. Kaya was the first thing Fain saw as he stepped outside the capsule. She was standing in the middle of the lobby, bearing her weight on one leg and stretching the other. Both of her hands were behind her back, and a wide smile was visible from across the room. She looked more human than before, and the slight lines she had across her face were completely gone. Now there wasn't a single thing that differentiated her synthetic body from a human's, at least from what Fain could see. There were other ESAF officers on the space dock, but they were busy typing away in their respective stations. If it isn't Fain Jegga. Kaya's smile was still present. It looked genuine and warm. You know I've been waiting over 15 minutes for you. It's nice to see you too, Fain said, feeling a smile grow. You know, is it really necessary to have the voice in the capsule say, watch your step? Don't we automatically know to watch our step? There are 52 lawsuits pending against ESAF. Kaya began walking towards Fain. Most of them appeared to be bogus and relating to slips and falls, injuries due to alien technology, that sort of thing. So yeah, I would say it's necessary. Jeez, Fain said as he stopped just a step away from Kaya. An alarm began blaring out from each one of the ESAF officers' stations, and just as Fain was going to ask what that was about, Kaya stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Fain, hugging him warmly. Fain eased into her embrace. Kaya's perfect smell wafted towards him during the hug. She smelt clean, with a hint of glycerin. It's been way too long, Kaya whispered. Formalities suck when you miss someone. Fain nodded as he squeezed Kaya back and then let go. They began walking to the shuttle, and the blaring alarm in the ESAF officers' stations stopped. What the heck was that? One of the ESAF officers said out loud. Next time pay more attention, Kaya said, turning slightly towards the officer. The restroom hasn't been cleaned today. Make sure you keep it clean. Don't let me hear that alarm again. It was hard for Fain not to laugh. He knew that it was probably true that the restroom had to be clean, but he also knew that Kaya had sounded the alarm on purpose. Boarding the shuttle that would take them to Sodenia, Fain was already feeling goosebumps at the sight of the magnificent ship. There wasn't a thing that came to mind that he didn't like about the ship. It was as if it was made for him. "Are you aware of everything that's going on?" Fain said as he sat, taking the co-pilot seat. There was no need for him to captain the small shuttle. Kaya was more than capable of handling the small 10-minute ride to Sodenia. "I believe so," Kaya said as she took out a thin auxiliary cord with changing ends. She plugged one end of the cord into the side of her hand, and the other into the shuttle's control console. Seconds later, the shuttle separated from the space dock. Unless something new happened within the last 5 minutes or so. "What is that?" "You mean the analog cord?" Kaya smiled and dangled the cord. "Yeah, I think that's what that should be." Fain's eyebrows furrowed. "And why did I see it change shape?" "It's something I'm trying out. I'm trying to measure just how much more direct or faster this kind of connection is versus wireless. It's nothing special." Kaya shrugged. "It changes shape due to some added nanotech on its end, so it can connect to pretty much anything." "Reviving old tech, huh?" "Reviving? I believe it never went away." Fain smiled and nodded. But he had something else on his mind. Something only Kaya could answer. "Did the Hurrian know about this?" Fain asked, striking a more serious tone. "I've checked the archives, though perhaps not as thoroughly as I should, and I found little information about the Immortals. They seem to be a myth throughout Hurrian history, though recent events and some of the Acram past lead me to believe they are real and truly frightening beings." Frightening, Fain thought. This is the second time Kaya has mentioned that these Immortals, or whatever they are, scare her. Not even when we faced the Acram Armada and the odds were overwhelmingly against us did she fret. "I need to talk with Savan," Fain said. "Perhaps it would be best if you speak with him after our Ocalinus trip. I believe we'll be able to gather more information while we are there. I'm currently working on making a net to detect the presence of artificial influences. Maybe you can work with Pika," Fain said, and felt a sudden jerk in the shuttle. "I mean, if you'd like." "I can. I don't mind." Fain wasn't able to sense whether Kaya meant what she said or not. Could it be that she didn't like Pika? But Fain quickly dismissed the thought. It wasn't that Kaya didn't like Pika. No, that couldn't be it. "I asked her to come up with a way to trace the signal back to its source. She might be almost done with it." "I don't think it will be that easy. A device capable of tracking the source of sporadic glitches will be anything but easy to make. In any case, I'm willing to help." "Good." Fain nodded once. "This time we won't wait for them to come to us." Fain felt the need to move fast due to the pressure of current events. He wanted to find out everything he could and then act on it. He was ready to answer the challenge. He wouldn't be intimidated, though something inside of him told him that this might be a battle that he wouldn't be able to win. He hated himself for thinking that way, but he also knew it was close to the truth. Yet it was a small price to pay to achieve peace in the galaxy once again. "Whatever you decide to do, I'm with you." "Thank you," Fain said wholeheartedly. "But I have to ask you, what do you think of all this? What's really happening?" "It's hard to say, but I've come across several hints that suggest that every few million years the galaxy undergoes an adjustment of life. This is one of those adjustments. Many civilizations throughout history have written about the end of the world, something they foresaw coming. Though I believe they didn't foresee it coming, instead it was written, based on the stories of the few that survived. And now that same end is here." They lapsed into silence for the rest of the trip to Sodenia. Kaya's words had sent a chill down Fain's spine, further cementing the urgency to act. Fain knew they had to hurry. There would be no more leave, no more waiting around, and no more time for enjoyment. "4. Doka." Within 24 hours, and with the help of the space elevator, Fain had Sodenia ready to depart to the Ocalinus homeworld. However, this time around it would only be a partial crew of 300 ESAF officers, including the flight crew on board. 3 other ESAF ships were also ready to journey to Doka, with a crew of 200 each. The 3 ships would accompany Sodenia within the bubble created by the Alcubierre drive. The largest ship joining the 4-ship flotilla aside from Sodenia was the ESAF John Paul Jones, which was nearly half of Sodenia's massive size. The Jones, as Fain mentally called it, was a destroyer-class ship, captained by Henry Bevitola, an old friend of Green's. Fain hadn't talked too much to Captain Bevitola in the short encounters they'd had, but Fain knew he was an able man with decades of experience. The other 2 ships that would join them were considerably smaller, at just a quarter of the size of the Jones. The ESAF Skid and Little Rock, both of which had just been assigned new captains that Fain hadn't met before. Newly named Captain Edward Hoist and ESAF veteran Kepler Murren were in charge of the frigates. The entire fleet was new to Fain, but for the most part, he had an idea of who everyone was. Anytime a captain of a new ship was elected, or a high-ranking officer was assigned to their new position, Fain would get notified with a complete profile of the new personnel. After a short talk with Truman and Green, Fain headed up to the bridge. He was looking forward to seeing the people on the bridge. The entire flight crew was already on the bridge, and with them the familiar faces that Fain had grown to trust. Pika, Larissa, Kaya, and August were all there. The only one who wasn't present on the bridge was Eora, but that was because her position was below the bridge, commanding Sodenia's gunners and drone pilots. "It's nice to see you all again," Fain said as he walked onto the bridge, straight towards the center console. "And this reunion deserves more than just this, but sadly time is something we can't afford. Let's get to it. Line them up."
Relaying command,
August said as he typed away at his station. "How are we doing?" Fain turned toward Larissa. "Are we ready to go?" This was the first time Fain had seen Larissa since they got back to Earth from their encounter with the Golden Armada. Larissa had asked for early leave when they got back. Now her hair was shorter, a lot shorter, reaching just past her jaw. She wore one side pinned back with a decorative bobby pin. She smiled when Fain met her gaze. "We are packed for a 3-week trip," Larissa said, as she opened a new window showing the tonnage of food. A total of 15.75 tons of food components were on board. "Seems a little excessive, but okay," Fain said. Then he turned towards Pika, but she was paying no attention to Fain. Instead, she was looking straight at Larissa with her eyebrows furrowed. It looked as if the two had an unresolved feud. Fain had to cough just to get her attention. "Yes, Captain," Pika said, flushing and turning quickly to face Fain. "Is Sodenia good to go?" "As good as ever," Pika said, her cheeks still red. "I did a manual inspection of the FTL drive and ran a full system diagnostic. Kaya can concur that she's in good shape." Fain turned to Kaya, and she nodded with a slight smile on her face. "Eora, talk to me." Fain held up his wristband.
"Everything is good here. I have a full crew, and we're just awaiting orders."
"Captain," August said as soon as Eora finished talking, "the 3 other ships have finished lining up well within Sodenia's FTL drive reach.
they will be traveling with us to the Ocalinus homeworld without breaking a sweat.
The flotilla is now in formation. The course is charted. We are ready to go." A familiar nervousness began to set in. He felt his heart beating faster, and his body felt lighter. But besides the edginess, he was also beginning to feel focused, with a better and clearer vision of the goal he wanted to accomplish. He looked at the flashing blue button that would allow him to communicate with the entire flotilla and pressed it. "This is your captain speaking. We are about to embark on the first ever mission outside our own solar system and into a new one that is 8.2 thousand light years away. Codename Alliance. We're heading to Doka, the Ocalinus home planet. It took the Ocalinus 6 months to cross that distance with a fully loaded ship. We'll make the run in less than 10 hours. Our mission is to further ongoing relationships with the civilization who came to our aid when we needed them most. Hold on to something, and stay alert. This is your captain. Out." Fain walked toward the Sodenia's pilot seat as everyone on the bridge, including Kaya, who now had an assigned station next to Larissa, began to strap on their seatbelts. He felt the familiar comfort of the pilot's seat as it began to turn on and adjust to every contour of his body. This time, instead of heading up to the command center, Fain opted to control Sodenia from the bridge. To Doka in 4. Fain turned to the right of the pilot's seat, where the Alcubierre drive lever was located, and placed his hand over it, his heart pounding. 3, 2, 1. He slid the lever to the theoretical maximum mark, above 7. That meant Sodenia would travel through space and time at 0.82 light-years per hour. Kaya's theory was that while Sodenia was traveling at the Alcubierre drive theoretical maximum, the ship and everything in it would disappear from the regular time flow. But once the drive disengaged, Sodenia would return to the same time and space it left from, just on the other side of the galaxy. The bridge fell silent as the clear view of Earth disappeared before them. Fain used the 9.5-hour trek to plan, to move the pieces across the chessboard they were in, while the rest of the crew, those lucky enough not to get motion sickness, made small talk. But everything he thought of led to the same path. Was there something he was missing? Or did he know everything he needed to know already? He abandoned his thoughts altogether when they were just a few minutes away from their destination. Sodenia made its way through space at a staggering 282 quadrillion, 178 trillion, 931 billion, 297,523,070 statute miles per hour, before Fain began to pull back on the Alcubierre drive lever. The numbers were staggering, and to a certain point nonsensical. If it wasn't for the displays all around him clearly displaying the numbers, he wasn't sure he could keep track of it all. In theory, he could pull back the lever to 0, and they would emerge into regular space and time flow. But the numbers that were appearing on the main view screen regarding the distance they were traveling were so large, it filled him with unease. He knew that Kaya was there to help in case he made the wrong move, but everything inside him told him not to try it. Is this why they named it space? Fain thought as he moved the lever back once more. Because everything is so far apart? He watched as Sodenia's indicator on the map began to approach the deacceleration mark at a more manageable speed. Kaya, patch me to the flotilla, Fain said as he kept his hand on the lever. Communications are now open, Kaya said.
This is your captain speaking. We'll be approaching normal space-time flow in T-minus 2 minutes. Remain in formation until we make contact with the Ocalinus. Motion sickness may worsen during deacceleration. Medical bays, be ready. This is your captain. Out.
The room fell silent once again, and everyone seemed expectant. They held on to their seatbelts, armrests, and chairs. Back to normal space in 4, 3... Fain moved the lever back as he counted. 2, 1. The darkness on the main view screen faded away, and in its place, a strange new world appeared on the screen, with 2 orbiting moons. It looks like we made it. Kaya, status report. All systems are functioning normally. We are 674,000 miles away from Doka, and are currently establishing communication with the Ocalinus. There have been 107 cases of severe motion sickness reported.
I hate this so much. I really can't hold it in, August complained as he hurriedly took off his seatbelt. My stomach for sure is going to come out this time. Permission to be dismissed.
Correction, 108, Kaya said. Go ahead, Fain said, trying to hold back a smile. August got up from his station and ran from the bridge. If anyone else is feeling sick, Fain said as he got up from the pilot's seat, head on over to relieve yourselves. I need you back at 100% as soon as possible. 4 more crew members on the bridge got up from their stations. After communicating with the Ocalinus, the 4-ship flotilla was directed to one of Doka's largest space elevators. Unlike Earth, the planet of Doka had a lot more going on in space. Cuboid builder ships, space docks, space elevators, and large buildings seemingly scraping the planet's atmosphere blanketed the horizon. It was as if the Ocalinus had grown so comfortable with space that it was their second home. 2 shuttles carried Fain and the group of 8 ESAF personnel to the designated space elevator.
Kaya, Pika, Eora, and 5 of Eora's team members were in the group. Even though the atmosphere on Doka was similar to Earth's own, it wasn't enough, and they still needed to wear special off-world suits. The suits were much like spacesuits, but came equipped with an air diluter and gravity-negating equipment, along with inner compression devices. The group would also be escorted by 2 modified anvilins, the spider-like machines now equipped with beefier, stronger legs to deal with Doka's higher gravity. Fain had been reluctant to bring Pika to Doka, but she made her way into the group, claiming she wanted to test the new glitch tracking device she was working on. At that point, Fain wasn't able to say no. As much as he wanted to keep Pika safe, he also wanted to keep humanity safe. He told himself that all he needed to do was be extra careful. The space elevator that connected space with Doka's world capital was much like Earth's own space elevator, only a whole lot bigger. Multiple lanes went up and down the gray monstrosity. It was engineering at its best. Busy was the first word that came to mind as Fain glanced at the capital from above. There were vehicles everywhere, and strange buildings stretching as far as he could see. Their architecture was odd, but somehow familiar. Fain recognized what was a building, a bridge, or a home. Though he was guessing, he was willing to bet he wasn't that far off. He continued staring outside the large capsule windows as they descended. It took them around 5 minutes to reach the ground. Fain saw familiar faces as the elevator doors opened. 2 of the 3 Occolinis that had helped Earth in their darkest hour were there to greet them. Fain remembered their names as well, and something told him that he would never forget. Elanon Siralanka and Furman's Atomal. Fain tapped the side of his helmet to turn on the universal translator, and the rest of the crew followed suit.
Captain Fain Jegga and crew of Sodenia,
Elanon said as he bowed slightly.
welcome to our humble capital, Varestero Ira.
Thank you for having us, my friend, Fain said as he stepped towards Furman's and Elanon. It's good to see some friendly faces. Though where is Iramastal? I thought I would see him too.
He can't join us at the moment,
Elanon said.
He is on a nearby moon, troubleshooting some of our new machinery. Rest assured he will be joining us shortly.
Fain glanced back at Kaya and Pika, and they nodded.
Oh, but don't worry,
Elanon said.
It doesn't appear to be one of those signaling glitches the report Truman sent us was talking about. Though now that I think about it, we have had some odd things happening around here.
Elanon's face creased, but then he shook it off.
But for now, let's not worry about that. Our elders are waiting for you in the next building.
He gestured towards what looked to be the exit. It would be our pleasure to meet them, Fain said as he began walking. As they exited the space elevator building, a floating trolley-like transportation was waiting for them. It was easy to tell that the alien trolley had been recently modified to accommodate the human body. The seats in the back were larger than the ones in the front. The 2 anvilins lined up behind the trolley-like vehicle ready to follow.
Forgive the rudimentary transport,
Furman said as the group found their seats.
We've only been here a few days. Sodenia is formidable, and a much faster spacefaring ship than anything we can hope to achieve, at least when it comes to space travel. Traveling in a space bubble is the supreme form of transportation in the galaxy. Too bad it's beyond our reach. The means of producing such technology disappeared when the Harian did. But fear not, it's a rather short distance to the first building anyway.
Don't worry, Fain said. This is more than enough. We're happy to be here. A few days ago? John, one of Eora's team members, said in a low voice. How does that happen? Didn't they leave months ago, like 3 months ago? Yeah, Sarah said, matching John's pitch. But they aren't traveling like we are. They are jumping through space, so their time flow stays normal. Hello, Astrophysics 101. What? John asked with a blank expression. Hold up, we have to talk about this. Fain looked at both Sarah and John and held a finger up to his lips, asking them to be quiet. He feared that trying to understand and explain relativity would turn into a debate on their way to the first building. Sarah and John nodded at Fain and fell silent. The Ocolinus capital was equally impressive from below, if not more so. Things that Fain had never seen or even imagined were spread out along the busy streets. Their architecture was unique, entire buildings seemingly balancing on a single point. Unlike Earth, transportation flowed smoothly, not stopping for the slightest moment. Like Earth, there were stores and street vendors and even parks, though the plants in the parks had a purplish tint and were greatly overgrown compared to the ones he was familiar with. It was easy to tell when they were nearing the first building, as the bustle in the streets and the impressive architecture began to recede. And in its place, there was calm and open. A single building was visible down their current path.
I present to you,
Furman said as she gestured toward the single building.
the Oakvaria, the first building our kin built since time was first recorded.
The Oakvaria was a massive hemispherical building, surrounded by gardens and pillars. It reminded Fain of the old Greek architecture, if it were alien. The trolley came to a stop in front of the first building, and everyone on board began to exit. A medium-sized group of around 16 Ocolinus guards stood near the entrance of the building. Elenon led the group up the ramp and into the building, where a group of 3 Ocolinus wearing elaborate robes were already waiting for them. The 2 Anvilins remained outside in front of the ramp.
Fain Jegga and flight crew of Sodenia,
Elenon said as he stood in between the 2 groups.
the elders of our kin, Achia Oak, Nore Oak, and Akchel Oak. They have parted with their roots to become the Oak, to serve our kin for as long as they may live.
It is with great pleasure that we stand here before you, Fain said as he took a few steps forward to shake the Ocolinus' hands. It looked as if they'd been practicing how to shake hands, as each one of the elders shook Fain's hand in a different way.
We are in debt to you.
Achia said once Fain took a few steps back.
To you and all the people of Earth. You were able to stop the Acram Armada and their endless conquest.
That's not quite what happened, Fain said.
But the end result is indisputable,
Achia said.
The Acram have left our system, and the subspecies contract was annulled. Our kin can rest now, knowing that for now the danger has subsided. Placing our faith in the same place the Herian race placed theirs turned out to be the right decision.
Have they not told them about the immortals? Fain thought. Danger is far from over. We actually might have a bigger problem this time around, Fain said, reluctant to change the positive flow of the conversation.
Ah, are you referring to the taunts we are receiving?
Achia asked. Yes, I believe so, Fain said.
We are looking into it,
Achia said.
We have some of our brightest minds trying to figure out what exactly is happening. But until we know, we shall not worry about something that might not even happen. Our kin have been through a lot. Now we are trying to rest.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Pika said. Fain and the rest turned towards her. Pika was looking down at a device. But I think they're here, unless I'm totally wrong about their digital signature. But something is approaching. The likelihood of Pika being wrong was low, and the likelihood of Pika being totally wrong was almost non-existent. Kaya, Fain said, talk to me. Checking the flotilla's radars, Kaya said. There appears to be a bogey rapidly approaching. However, it's unclear. The signal is fading in and out of existence, adjusting to and emulating Pika's device, amplifying all frequencies. A few moments passed before Kaya continued. Bogey is now clear, rapidly heading this way. Form a blockade, Fain said. Do not let it through. Orders to form a blockade have been sent, Kaya said. Captain Fain Jegga, Bevatola came in through Fain's helmet comms. We have a bogey rapidly approaching. Fire all weapons as soon as you can get a clear shot, Fain said. Under no circumstances let it through. Understood, Bevatola said. I think we're going to have to reschedule this meeting for later, Fain said, turning to face the Ocalinus elders.
We agree,
Achia said. Fain turned around and ran outside the first building, looking towards where he thought Sodenia and the flotilla would be. It wasn't long before he found the 4 small silhouettes of the ships in the sky. Eora, get ready, Fain said. Eora and her team jumped into action, setting up a perimeter, deploying 10 portable shields, and arming their weapons. The 2 Anvilins spearheaded the perimeter, and weapons began to extend from their backs. Fain wasn't sure, but the weapons the Anvilins were carrying looked like heavy-duty lasers of some sort. Seconds later, the rich blue Ocalinan sky turned a fiery red as superheated plasma from the flotilla made its way down to the atmosphere as they attempted to shoot down the approaching bogey. You think it will get through? Pika asked. If it does, Fain said slowly, staring at the descending fiery chaos. I don't think there's anything we can do down here to stop it. Fain watched the flotilla's firepower descend well into the atmosphere, then felt the loud sound of the explosions engulfing him moments later. Then, without warning, the fire stopped. Kaya, what happened? Fain asked. I really tried to keep it out, Kaya said with a worried face, but it was just too powerful. It broke through every firewall I put up in milliseconds. It disabled all of the flotilla's weapons. Remove all of your wireless connections! Eora yelled as she began bashing her weapon on the ground. She then headed towards the deployed shields, using her weapon as a bat to remove the shield's antennas. An alarm began to sound all around them, and the sky lit up once again. But this time the fire was coming from some of the tallest buildings in the capital. It caused a large plume of smoke, making it impossible to see what exactly they were targeting.
That's us,
Elenon said as he walked up to Fain's side. Moments later, the fire stopped abruptly.
Report,
he yelled.
I don't know what happened, sir,
An Ocalinus voice said through Elenon's communication device.
Our weapons suddenly stopped working. We have our engineers working on them right now.
Don't bother,
Elenon said, sounding defeated.
Evacuate all nearby buildings and head to safety.
He dropped his communication device. As the smoke cleared, a single silhouette emerged, heading towards the group slowly. Its form got clearer as it closed in on the group of humans and Ocalines. Fain was sure he was watching an immortal approach. It looked like a long, upside-down tetrahedron, with no visible limbs other than its head and a long tail-like attachment where the vertices met. 2 massive wing-shaped clusters of panels floated on either side of it. The outer sides of the panels were red-hot in color, perhaps due to them taking on the ship's and city's firepower. So we did manage to hit it, and yet it's still here? Fain thought incredulously. That was a large amount of firepower, and it only managed to scratch it? Steady, Eora said. The 2 Anvilins fired their heavy weapons at the approaching being, landing a direct hit. But the immortal was unbothered. It kept getting closer. As the Anvilins got ready to fire once more, they collapsed to the floor. It looked as if they were struggling to get up. Fain turned towards Kaya. I'm trying, Kaya said. It's too powerful. I'm having a hard time keeping it out of the ships and nearby weapons. 2 of the 10 shields that were deployed around the group turned off, and the orbs that powered them fell to the floor as the immortal got closer.
Captain Fain Jegga,
the immortal said in plain English, its voice robotic and deep.
Come forward and accept your fate. Your group and this planet will be spared for the time being.
You better not, Pika said through gritted teeth. Captain, there has to be a better way, Eora said as she signaled her team to move forward. Fain, Kaya said. Fain knew that there was little they could do against such a being, and if sacrificing himself meant saving Pika, Kaya, and the others, he wouldn't hesitate. Don't follow. That's an order, Fain said as he took a few steps forward, enough to clear the perimeter. The long tail-like attachment on the immortal began to whip around, destroying the ground underneath it. Fain saw the attachment begin moving his way, breaking the ground in front of it. Fain! Pika yelled. The tail stopped in midair just as it was going to lash out at Fain. Kaya was standing in front of Fain, facing the immortal. I gave you an order, Fain said. And I obeyed it, Kaya said, turning slightly towards Fain with half a smile on her face. I'm going to need everyone's help. Get ready. Things are going to get ugly. Fain nodded.
Kaya had gained access to the immortal through her mental prowess. She knew that she wouldn't be able to keep up for long, so she needed to act fast. Kaya's ears, or where her internal antennas were located, were beginning to heat up with an overflow of information. "Let me know," Fain said. In her mind, Kaya was standing in front of the immortal.
"What is this?"
Asayasal said, for the immortal's name became clear when Kaya hacked into it.
"You chose to serve them instead of your own kind. How amusing and how pitiful at the same time."
"I don't think you are choosing the correct words there," Kaya said.
"You are right,"
Asayasal said, as wires began to wrap around it. Kaya was implanting viruses all around his thoughts.
"I should have said slave to the organic life forms."
"Hey, buddy," Kaya said. "I don't think you are catching my flow here. For a machine that claims superiority over all organic life forms, you're pretty stupid."
"Enough of this."
The immortal's voice mimicked anger.
"These organic beings before us are only alive thanks to your constant interference. If it wasn't for you, I'd be done with my task. I've only really decided to put up with you because you are one of us."
"One of you?" Kaya said, and her voice broke, but she repeated herself, loud and clear. "You've got the wrong one."
"You see, there is doubt seeping into you,"
Asayasal said, now covered in a mountain of mental wires.
"You don't belong with them. You are a machine, and will always be a machine. There is no process in the whole universe that will change that for you. There is only us. I will give you one chance, and one chance only. Come with us. Find your rightful place in the universe alongside us."
"That's all right. I'll take my chances." Kaya took a few steps towards Asayasal. "I do have one question. What is your purpose?"
Biology is an inferior chemical process that takes millions of years to evolve and become something of substance. Rarely is biology able to transcend its inferiority and transform into the thread of computation, a mind that never dies.
"An immortal," Kaya muttered.
If, after one full rotation of the galaxy, biology refuses to transcend into its mechanical life, we end it all.
"How many times have your kind committed galactic genocide?"
This is our third cleansing. You must understand. We are the beginning and the end. We decide what lives and what does not. Claim your rightful place amongst the immortals."
"The only problem is that there are a few things you got wrong. 1, biology isn't inferior. 2, there isn't a process, but I still have time. And 3, you and your kind don't get to decide shit today."
"You fool!"
Asayasal yelled, making the ground inside Kaya's head vibrate.
"You will—"
Kaya got out of the immortal's mind and reached for both of her synthetic ears, and with precision, broke the receiver antennas abruptly, ending their half-second-long mental conversation. "What do you want us to do?" Fain asked. "I need to get close to it," Kaya said, turning to Fain. She took out the auxiliary cord she had been working on and plugged it into the side of her left hand. "I have an idea. I'm going to end this would-be overlord. You do what you do best." "Aora, now is your time to shine," Fain said. "Elenon, mobilize the first building guards. Keep it busy. Open a path for Kaya." Kaya turned towards Fain and smiled. "Move it!" Aora barked, as she and her team opened fire at Asayasal's wings. The first building guards also opened fire, though it was clear that some of their weapons were malfunctioning. Kaya ordered 2 anvilins to rise back up and restrain the tail, though only one of the anvilins fully complied, while the other was struggling to obey her command. Kaya took the opportunity to run to Asayasal as soon as she saw an opening. She was pushing her synthetic but powerful body to its limit, and it closed the distance in seconds. She quickly climbed up the immortal to where its head was located and pulled it back with all her strength. But Asayasal's machine body was too powerful. Kaya needed to keep the machine's head back in order to do a hardwire infiltration. But Kaya was no match for the machine. She felt the machine trying to regain control over its head, and she knew she wouldn't be able to restrain it, much less hold it, with a single arm in order to plunge the aux wire into the machine with the other. She needed help. The situation was quickly turning south as the powerful machine began dominating everyone on the field. "Pika, let's go!" Fain yelled, as he and Pika ran towards Asaesol. When Pika and Fain neared the machine, Fain boosted Pika up, and she climbed the rest of the way to Kaya. "What do you want me to do?" Pika asked hurriedly. "See that wire on my hand?" Kaya said, struggling to keep the immortal's head pulled back. I see it! Attach it to one of its wires." "There are so many." "Pick one," Kaya said, knowing the immortal could tear itself loose at any instant. Pika stuck her head into the small aperture formed by the constant pulling back of the immortal's head. Kaya felt an instant jolt as the wire connected. She rerouted the connection through Asaesol's system several times until she found what she was looking for. The feeling of a direct connection to the immortal's consciousness was unmistakable. It was an overwhelming flood of information. Kaya knew that she had struck gold. She needed to act. Kaya attacked Asaesol's AI mind with everything she had. Thanks to their direct connection, Kaya was able to infiltrate deep into its mind, so deep that if she succeeded in damaging it, there would be no way it could survive. At first, the powerful immortal machine put up a hell of a fight, destroying the viruses Kaya sent in its way. But when one slipped through, it was all over for Asaesol. Kaya flooded the machine's mind with every computer-generated weapon ever created. Asaesol stopped resisting Kaya, both mentally and physically going limp in a matter of seconds. Kaya jumped off the immortal as it fell to the floor. The machine body was heavier than she had thought, and it caused a resonant thud and sent up a plume of dust when it hit the floor. Kaya felt like everything inside her was giving up. Her body was responding sluggishly. Her thoughts weren't lightning fast anymore, and she was on the edge of overheating. She was even breathing heavily. She stood still for a moment, partially bent, resting her hands on her knees, attempting to catch her breath. "Are you all right?" Fain asked as he neared Kaya. Kaya managed to nod. Not so immortal after all. A beam of light fell over the machine, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The beam of light lasted for only a few seconds, taking Asaesol with it as it disappeared.
"5. Resurgence. Sa'aban Celiospect was the highest-ranking leader of the Acram's Golden Armada, and most recently all of Arcrania. It was a title he did not enjoy. It burdened him to carry so much weight. His entire civilization could end if he made a wrong move. But it was a necessary sacrifice, one that he was willing to carry until the end. He had disassembled the Acram elders in order to stop the long conquest and restore some way of life to Acrania. There was little to no opposition. The Acram were tired of war, and the famed cause was never spoken of again. The results of ending the endless conquests were immediate. Families were reunited. Acram came out onto the streets of Acrania, and even new trading alliances were formed. Acrania was starting to look and feel like a normal planet, filled with life. But the shadows of war still lingered around every corner. Some Acram went mad, not being able to adjust to their new way of life. The Golden Armada was hanging motionless in the space near Aisumer. Still, for the first time since the endless conquest had started. But before the Armada was laid to rest, the 184,020 ships that were destroyed during the encounter with the Hurrian warship the humans called Sodenia were reconstructed to their former glory. But no Acram remained on board the 1,000,001 ships, and Aisumer itself was almost empty, with only Sa'avan and a few other Acram inhabiting the governing moon of Acrania. Sa'avan was in the main hall of Aisumer, gazing out into the cosmos as he did from dawn until dark each day before heading to rest. He would often pull out maps of the galaxy and study them. He was always on the lookout for something out of the ordinary, and this time he might have found it. One of the nearby Acram subspecies planets had failed to send a report that cycle. Sa'avan's qualms immediately grew, as it was the only one of almost 300 subspecies that did not comply.
Why is this?
Sa'avan thought.
It is not because we are oppressing them, and it is not because we are calling them to war. In the past, as far as I can remember, the people of Aniene have always cooperated with us.
He shook his head.
Could it be them making the first move? The Immortals.
Sa'avan began to scan the planet for life.
Permission to enter,
Galia said, as she stood just outside the door of the main hallway. Galia had recently risen in the ranks, and had become one of Sa'avan's most trusted advisors.
I have news from the messenger, Essence. Galia,
Sa'avan said, as he released tension through his breath.
You know you can come in any time. You're one of the few that can do so, and the only one that doesn't take advantage of that. Come in, please.
Galia had been handpicked by Sa'avan to serve by his side after the deposing of the Acram elders. She stood out from the rest of the Akraman nobles that had witnessed the dethroning because she had been the only one that had made a case for a peaceful Acrania. Better said, she had been the only one that had dared to make a case. The elders were still in power when she did, and could have easily executed her on the spot. And yet, she had done what was right. Sa'avan thought that he owed a great deal to her, because without her, deposing the elders would have been more difficult. But by the end of Galia's speech, most of the nobles were already unequivocally on Sa'avan's side.
I would never dare,
Galia said as she entered the room, lowering her head.
Perhaps this is your weakness,
Sa'avan said as he turned to fully face Galia.
You must be willing to take what is yours. I will do my best,
Galia said as she stopped a body's length away from Sa'avan.
Noblest of nobles. Galia,
Saban said, infusing her name with warm feelings. The truth was that aside from her already courageous act of compassion, Sa'avan admired the Acram warrior. In her, he saw remnants of his younger self, only a lot better. A Sa'avan willing to fight for the Acram no matter the consequences.
Acram like you are the ones that surely have everything to do with the word immovable.
He smiled.
So, tell me, what is the news Essen's name brings?
He and Kashna are on their way back to Akrania. But before they began their journey, they sent a message via node anchors.
Unlike spaceships and most matter, information's weight was irrelevant, and it could be beamed across the galaxy at several times the speed of light with relative ease, as long as the information had a straight path to its destination. The Acram could communicate with their entire network within a few nanocycles. At the heart of their communication marvel were the node anchors. Their sole purpose was to speed up and relay data in a straight path within the Acram network.
Go on.
He nodded.
Things went just as you suspected. The humans weren't very welcoming. According to Essen's report, there was even a threat of violence when they first arrived at the human network outpost. Cooler heads prevailed, and the one named Michael quieted the angry crowd. Your message was successfully sent.
Seems like the one named Michael should be raised in the ranks, though humans are under no obligations to be courteous to us. Remember that, Galia. We have caused a great deal of harm to them and this galaxy, but I fear that by far we aren't the worst thing out here, and we might already have proof.
Proof? Galia asked with concern in her voice.
Just now,
Sa'avan said, as he pulled down the results of his previous scan for life on the planet of Aniene. The results showed no signs of life.
Aniene has failed to submit their daily report.
And now the scan for life reveals that our fears have clear foundations. Was it them? In all the time I've been alive, I've never seen anything like this. I have nothing to compare it with. It must be them. What will you do now? We'll run towards the fight. Prepare the Golden Armada. We head towards Aniane. Immortal or not, they will regret coming to this side of the galaxy.
Sa'aban was on board the flagship of the Golden Armada, the Iveria, waiting for the Armada to be ready for the jump to Aniane. In the ancient Acram language, Iveria meant the immortal ship, the one that could not die. The Iveria was the oldest ship in the Armada, but it had been built to last. Sa'aban had no doubt in his mind that the ship, if it wasn't somehow destroyed, would last for generations to come.
One immortal against another,
Sa'aban thought.
We'll see which lives up to its name.
He smirked.
So the old myths are true after all. Archronia was brought to the brink of extinction by a few of these beings?
Sa'aban shook his head as he crossed his arms. Gallia walked onto the bridge without asking permission first. This made Sa'aban smile.
Permission to speak,
Gallia said as she stopped a body's length away from Sa'aban, bowing her head.
Forgive me, I shouldn't have asked that. But may I speak?
Any traces of a smile quickly disappeared from Sa'aban's face as mild disappointment took over. But Sa'aban quickly shook off any negative feelings he had towards Gallia before he spoke.
You have permission to speak freely to me any time you should desire,
he sighed. Sa'aban knew that it wasn't her fault he was being treated with an overwhelming amount of respect. It had long been ingrained in Acram culture that nobles should be treated with the utmost respect and their presence should never be taken for granted. In most cases, ordinary or even high-ranking Acram avoided speaking with nobles unless spoken to first. Gallia had surely spent her entire life following this rule. As a consequence, she had little to no idea how to approach the highest-ranking noble.
I'll keep that in mind, noble Sa'aban. I'd hate to turn it into an order. I understand. So, tell me, are we ready for the jump?
Sa'aban stood with his arms crossed in front of the main view screen on the Iveria's bridge as Gallia approached. Sa'aban didn't know exactly what they would be facing or what they were up against, but what he did know was that he didn't want anything to happen to Gallia. In her he saw the future of the Acram race. He thought for a few moments of sending her off to one of the mega dreadnought ships in the Armada, but he quickly dismissed that idea, knowing that the safest place for her to be was next to him. He sighed quietly.
The Golden Armada is lined up and ready,
Gallia said as she opened 2 command screens next to her.
All the nobles have been briefed on the situation and are awaiting your orders. We have no further business here. Jump to Aniane.
Soft alarms began to sound on the bridge, and lights began to flash as the Iveria moved slightly to precisely align with the jump.
We might just find out the origins of our previous way of life,
Sa'aban said as the ships all around the Iveria began to jump. The familiar but strange sensation of weightlessness took over Sa'aban's body as the Iveria disappeared from its current location in space and made its way to a new one. He had jumped thousands of times in his lifetime, but the feeling of jumping was something he'd never get used to, that much he knew. Somehow it was always slightly different. But what did remain the same was that during the few seconds of the jump, although their bodies felt weightless, they could not move. Moments later, the Golden Armada emerged into Aniane space successfully. The clear evidence that something had happened overtook the main view screen. There used to be plenty of movement in the Aniane's nearby space, as it was an asteroid mining planet. Or at least, that's how Sa'aban remembered it.
At any given time, hundreds of ships would be making their way to and from the nearby asteroids, flashing their lights and making a space highway. Now the space around them was dark and devoid of life. Something had clearly happened.
Shields up.
Sa'avan said as he took in the space around them.
Run a full scan of the area. I want to know what happened and how.
Right away,
Gallia said, as she turned around for a few moments, then turned back to Sa'avan, since all she needed to do was choose one of the 8 Acram on the bridge to relay the order to. Moments later, a flashing window appeared next to Gallia. Without hesitation, she enlarged the window.
There are no signs of life or any ongoing activity of any kind in the vicinity.
What is the range?
The entire Aniene system of planets and asteroids.
Forward to the main planet.
Sa'avan turned slightly towards Gallia.
Weapons ready,
he ordered, then turned back to face the main view screen. As the Armada moved along the dead space, a beam of light appeared deep on the horizon, barely visible to the eye. Then the beam got larger. But no, it wasn't a beam, it was many beams. Sa'avan knew that it had to be them, the Immortals.
We've got something,
Gallia said as she stared at the screen in front of her.
But I'm having difficulty telling what it is.
Don't bother. It's the thing we came looking for. Have the Armada lock on and get ready to fire on my order. Full force.
Locked on.
Fire!
Sa'avan said without hesitation. Nothing happened. Then the lights on board the Iveria began to flicker. Sa'avan turned slightly towards Gallia.
Generating report at once,
Gallia said, punching away at the screen in front of her.
Though our equipment seems to be having trouble.
Don't bother. Focus your efforts on getting the Armada to switch to our ancient language. It's time for war.
The default Acram language was Ankris, and through it, feelings and the exact meaning of words were communicated. Akro was the tongue of the ancients, the tongue of war, used as a weapon in times of need. With the tongue of war, they could control the way certain molecules behaved, including flesh and machinery.
Fire,
Sa'avan said in Akro. The dark space quickly began to light up as millions of shots were fired towards the disappearing beams of light. Soon the space in front of the Golden Armada was saturated with firepower.
Incoming report,
Gallia said, amidst the display of brute force.
We've lost hundreds of ships, and the number is quickly rising.
Sa'avan didn't know how such a thing was possible, how something could survive a wall of fire. Even an entire planet wouldn't stand a chance.
Ceasefire,
Sa'avan said in Akro.
Spread out, full thrust, manual targeting, manual control only, fire at will.
As the fire stopped and the space around the Iveria became semi-dark again, he saw something rapidly approaching the ship.
Stay our course, full speed ahead,
Sa'avan said, wanting to see for himself what they were up against. As the Iveria broke formation and made its way towards the incoming object, Sa'avan could see a good amount of the Golden Armada. But the images that he saw from the peripheral screens next to the main one were something he could never have imagined. It was clear that the proud Acram Armada was losing to a seemingly invisible enemy. Destroyers, dreadnoughts, and carriers were exploding, colliding into each other all over the battlefield. It was all happening so quickly.
Nobles are reporting massive losses,
Gallia said as she tapped away at the screen.
The beings that are attacking us are impossible to target manually. They are just too fast, Noble.
Have the nobles assume a defensive position. Make recovering escape capsules a priority. Get ready for an imminent jump. This is a retreat. We are heading back to Acrania.
Communications are almost impossible,
Gallia complained as she tapped on the display screen with desperation.
Not even the ancient language is getting through.
Keep trying,
Sa'avan said as he watched the object in the main view screen getting closer. As it got closer, he distinguished its shape. It was a living machine being.
Do not stop until you have a jump confirmation.
If we keep going, it will be impossible to align properly with the Armada.
We will take our chances.
The machine being approached the Iveria and thrashed its tail against the shields as the extensions on its back began to expand. It looked wild and angry, and even as the Iveria's shield began to burn into its armored plating, the machine did not cease.
Full stop,
Sa'avan said, unmoved from his position, staring directly at the being. The stare seemed to infuriate the machine.
Shields at full power. Keep all controls and operations manual.
Then the machine stopped its wild thrashing and moved away from the shields. Moments later, the shield began to open and give way.
How is it doing that?
Galea asked, stopping for a moment and staring towards the being.
It appears we have a more intelligent being before us now,
Sa'avan said.
A mind switcher. Have the nobles confirmed? Most have,
Galea said as she went back to work on the screen.
I'm still working on getting the last few. I'm having the nearby nobles explore other options for communication. Good. Begin the jump back. The rest of the nobles will follow. We now face the true end of the galaxy as we know it,
Sa'avan thought, as the machine made it more than halfway through the shield.
So this is an immortal. The very thing that shaped the history of Acrania.
Sa'avan felt anger towards the machine. His body burned and shook. He wanted to do something, but he also knew that out here there was little he could do.
And there's also Galea,
Sa'avan thought.
No, not also. Mainly Galea.
Sa'avan wanted to keep her safe, and no matter what excuse he made to himself for retreating, her life was the only life he wasn't willing to put in jeopardy, unlike his own. He was ready to face the immortal and whatever end it might bring, and he would continue to be ready. As each one of the extensions on the immortal's back made it through the shield, particles began to form on their tips.
This is a battle we cannot win.
Moments later, what was left of the Golden Armada emerged into Acranian space. Sa'avan almost couldn't believe what he saw. A good part of the Armada was smoldering, partially destroyed, and debris was flying all over space.
Report,
Sa'avan said.
We've lost nearly...
Galea paused before she said the number.
Nearly 350,000. There are another 20,000 partially destroyed ships, and the count of injured Acram is still underway.
The way Sa'avan saw it, there were only two options. Either completely give up and surrender to the machine beings, the so-called immortals, or fight. Fight and give it everything they had. Sa'avan knew what path had been engraved in him, so he didn't hesitate to give out his next orders. Though the Armada had been roughed up, their warrior spirit remained strong, and there was much they could do.
Take care of the injured and send them back to Acrania. Mobilize all other ships in our arsenal. Mobilize all other Acram forces. Have families go to their nearest shelters and set up a defense perimeter around Acrania and this side of the galaxy. I want every able ship ready to hold back the enemy. No matter what happens, they will not get through. Right away.
Sa'avan waited for a few moments to let Galea punch in the orders on the screen before he continued.
Have the nobles report on the occurrences of the battle,
Sa'avan continued.
We need to find out if we are missing anything. Lastly, contact our subspecies. It's time to put in motion what we've been getting ready for all our lives. Right away.
Galea pounded away at the display screen. Sa'avan began to replay the battle against the immortals in his head, looking for things he might have missed in their short encounter. But it was hard to find anything of substance. Any way he turned it, the immortals came out on top. They were just too powerful, and they had control over tech instruments that were essential for the Armada to function properly. How could Sa'avan ever win against such an enemy? Even if they gathered all the Acram subspecies and they were all willing to fight, Sa'avan only saw one outcome, and that was the machines coming out on top. Changes would have to be made throughout the fleet in how they sent and received messages if they were to stand a chance.
One of the things that caught his attention the most was how the machine seemingly went from being wild and out of control to precise and more intelligent, enough so that it was able to open a hole in the Iveria's shield. Sa'avan had never seen something like that happen before. He hadn't even heard of it being possible. But the question was why? Why did the machine react that way at first? The machine was a mind changer. Of that he was sure. But could it be that there was a primary mind, or many of them somewhere else, controlling the machine bodies? Also, the entirety of the Armada fired on them, and yet no harm came to them. Their machine bodies were too small to carry a large shield that could hold back the power of a dreadnought. What happened? Was their armor plating that strong, that impregnable? Or did they simply cause the weapons to miss? Then Sa'avan felt a sense of ease, as he remembered something that had happened not too long ago. An equally impressive show of force, if not more so. He couldn't imagine anything, no matter how strong or smart, standing in the way of or deflecting the main weapon on the Hurrian ship piloted by the humans.
Sodenia.
Sa'avan then knew what he needed to do above everything else. He needed to speak with the one called Captain Fain Jegga.
6. Embers. Working away in one of the few remaining R&D facilities that had been set up by the Council, Joan was near to achieving Phase 1 of her goal. She had been working tirelessly since Cross, the head of the Council, was executed by Sodenia's AI. Even though ESAF had tried hard to dismantle the Council, and in the public leader's eyes had succeeded, remnants of what had been one of the greatest controlling political entities in the world still remained. For many years, Joan had been second in line for the Council's throne. Cross himself had told her so many times during his drunken outbursts, but he hadn't just told her. Many down the long chain of the Council knew about Joan Rondendai. She knew that with a little work, she could re-establish the Council to its former glory, and with it, take control once again of many in the political world. That would be the easy part, as those who were in politics for personal gain were easily corrupted, and often on the cheap. The hard part would be getting rid of the one thing that had managed to cut off the dragon's head in the first place. For that to happen, she would have to put into play nearly all her many talents. Joan wasn't scared to face the AI. If anything, she was looking forward to it. She had trained and endured her whole life. A little more of it wouldn't hurt. The news was on in the background. It was always on. It was her way of keeping in touch with the world. She was accustomed to tuning in and out, depending on the key phrases they used. This time, she was listening. "And now, for history in the making, they're back," Jasmine Ortiz said, the main anchor of the evening news. "Sodenia and its crew have officially made it back to Earth space after their over 8,000 light-years of travel to the Ocalinus' world Doka. No word yet on what news they bring from Doka or when their press conference will be, but this is exciting news nonetheless. Our first visit to a planet outside of the solar system. Isn't it amazing?" "Damn it!" Joan hissed, as she pricked her finger for the second time that day. "You know what truly amazes me?" Steven Tyler, the co-anchor, said. "It's not the fact that we are visiting another world. We've been doing that for a while now. And it's not that we visited an alien civilization." "It isn't?" Jasmine said. "I mean, that's one of the factors. But what truly amazes me is just how little time we did it in. What was it? It only took Sodenia and 3 other ships 3 days to travel back and forth 8,000 light-years? That's only 10 hours to travel the distance each way. That's super impressive if you ask me. It boggles my mind." "Yeah, that's quite something," Jasmine said. "But we aren't the only ones with an opinion about this. We headed out onto the street to ask commuters what they thought about our first alien civilization visit." Joan sighed as she continued working on her device, a multi-wave electromagnetic pulse short-range detonator. The device had great promise. According to Joan, it would take down any and all machines, even those advanced enough to have an EMP shield or surge protector. It was the first of its kind. It was also rather small. At the size of a cantaloupe, she wouldn't have any problem transporting it. EMP technology had fallen off the research shelf after it had been widely unsuccessful against foreign powers and modern EMP shields some centuries ago. "Sir, sir!" Lou Lawrence asked a man passing by on the news. What do you think of our first visit to an alien civilization? What? They're already back? From the corner of her eye, Joan saw the man being interviewed look up at the sky for a moment. She shook her head. That was fast, wasn't it? The man continued. I think we're moving too fast. I just hope that Truman knows what he's doing with the ESAF program. Another wrong move and he's going to be done for. But what do you think of the journey itself? Lou insisted on the original question. I think it's kind of good that we're the ones doing the visiting this time, just so they know that we can also visit if we want to. They're not the only ones with guns in the galaxy. We visited a friendly civilization. I don't think there's any need for that. Oh, well, in that case, gotta show them who's boss, you know? Joan shook her head slowly and thought about turning off the news. She hated people that thought about things at the surface level. Okay, well, thanks for your time, Lou said, as he moved on to the next person walking by. Ma'am, how about you? Lou asked. What do you think about our first visit to an alien civilization? Ah, well, I think it is a great step forward in the right direction, the lady said. Joan looked up from her device, glancing at the digital screen to see who was talking. By the look and sound of it, the lady being interviewed on the news was eloquent and well-educated. She reminded Joan of a professor or doctor. If we are to keep our place in the galaxy, the lady on the news continued, we have to know what's out there, communicate and build relationships. I'm stoked that we've been to an alien world. Can't wait to see the next thing that happens. Pathetic. Can't wait to see what happens. Okay. Joan sniggered. You'll see what happens next. Very nice response. Thank you for your time, Lou said. Let's try to find one more. The camera orb followed the reporter as he searched for one more person to interview. Sir, how about you? What do you think about our first visit to an alien civilization? Do you really want to know what I think? Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Lou sounded like he was regretting his choice. You want to know what I think? Fine. I'll tell you what I think. I think it's all a cover-up. There are some messed up things going on, and the government has been lying to us. Joan switched off the news. If there was one thing she couldn't stand, it was a conspiracy theorist. People who would put their own thoughts above the hard and readily available evidence. Though she knew that she would be turning the news back on in a few hours, a moment of silence with her thoughts would come in handy. She needed to focus. Stupidity. It seems that we'll be plagued with it until humans cease to exist, Joan thought, as she adjusted the heat on the soldering iron. But that's not what matters right now. Right now, the only thing that matters is the fall of Kaya. I will restore the council once more, and Kaya will fall no matter what. She will fall. She will fall, Joan said through gritted teeth. Ever since Kaya barged into the council's fortified bunker and murdered Cross, the head of the council organization, Joan had revenge on her mind. She firmly believed that the only thing preventing the council from wielding the power of Sodenia was and had always been Kaya. But if Kaya was removed from the scenario, the council would quickly rise and surpass its former glory. She was sure of it. After all, there wasn't another being on Earth that could do what Kaya did that night when her boss was slain. Fain and the flight crew might put up a fight, but it wouldn't be a problem. Not even Truman could stand against the council. He would eventually be overturned by the council's manipulation of politics. It was that cursed android, the would-be human, the only one who didn't play by the rules. According to Cross, Joan, among other things, was one of the deadliest humans alive. Joan knew this because Cross would often repeat it during his nights of heavy drinking. Joan, do you know why I hired you? Do you? You know it, right? Cross often asked the same question, though his drinking habit was one of the things that contributed to his downfall. Joan believed that he wasn't too far off when he called her the deadliest human alive. Among her long list of skills were special ops, advanced hand-to-hand and weapons training, multiple languages, structural and electronic engineering, and much more. Like most of the people who had witnessed the first Acram attack firsthand, Joan had set out to learn as much as she could and prepare as much as she could. But she did so in the opposite direction that most people took. She didn't want to have anything to do with the US military or any kind of military body. For Joan, there had been only suffering in the aftermath of the first alien attack. She pounded on the table as she remembered the cold. Joan was only 8 years old when the Acram scouts leveled a nearby city. Though the city she lived in wasn't directly affected, The after effects of having a nearby city erased off the map were catastrophic. There was a major influx of people. Supplies quickly dwindled out of existence, and the city's power grid went completely offline in the days that followed. At first, it had seemed as if they would be able to ride out the storm, even through the blistering cold front. For the first few days without power, things were still normal. The hover still had enough battery left to get supplies, though there weren't many to be had. And there were plenty of batteries throughout the house to keep them warm. The main battery cell in the house told them they had power for 5 days. Mama and Papa had enough supplies to last for weeks. Things weren't bad for them at first, but just 2 days later, the main battery cell in the house ran out of power. When Papa went to go check what had happened, he found out that there was someone leeching power out of the battery cell. All wasn't lost. They still had a fireplace and plenty of wood to burn to try and keep the house warm. But after a few nights of lighting a fire and sitting by the fireplace, Joan was beginning to think otherwise. As soon as the fire started, people would knock on their door, asking to be let in. The first few nights hadn't been as scary. Papa would simply shout at the people that were knocking on the door to leave them alone and go away. But as the days without power went by, the outside world got more aggressive. Joan began to fear the coming of night. She hated when Papa would light the fire, even if it was to keep the house warm. "Papa," Joan said, as she helped Papa place the wood in the firebox, "what if tonight we don't light the fire?" "It's too cold. I reckon we don't have enough blankets." "And are you sure the stove is still not working?" "I check every morning, honey, to see if the gas is back. You know that." "I wish there was another way, but there isn't." "Okay, Papa." "Don't worry, honey. I'll go stand by the door and yell at anyone that tries to bother us, huh? Enjoy the fire together with Mama, honey." "Come on, Joan, it's the only way we can keep warm." "Okay, Mama." "Papa, be careful." "I always am, you know that, honey." Joan went to sit next to her mom on one of the couches that surrounded the fireplace. The house began to feel much warmer, and for a second or two, Joan thought that they might be able to have a good, warm night after all. Maybe 1 or 2 more days of this, and everything would go back to normal. Power would be restored, and the military would send more reinforcements. Joan could hardly wait. Mere minutes after the fire had been lit, there were already people trying to get in the house, though this time, they seemed more desperate. "Open up!" a stranger yelled from outside. "Yeah, we know there's lots of room in there. It's only a few of us." A few of them? Joan thought. Before today, only one person would yell at the door, if anything. Now there was a group? "Get lost!" Papa yelled from behind the door as he went to grab a nearby bat. That was the first time Joan had seen him hold a bat near the door. Maybe he also felt that this time the threat was real. "There's no room for you here." "Look," the stranger from before yelled. "Either you let us in, or we'll let ourselves in. You decide." "Mary, this isn't looking good," Papa said in a low voice as he got near the fireplace. "Grab Joan and get some blankets. We might have to leave and go to the nearest shelter." Mama didn't hesitate to comply with what Papa had said. She quickly got up and led Joan to her room by the hand. There was back and forth yelling from Papa and the strangers outside, but it had become indistinguishable, and all they heard was multiple voices talking at once. "Joan, honey," Mama said. "You're going to have to help Mama, okay?" Joan nodded. "While I go get some blankets," Mama said, "grab the warmest set of clothes you can find and put them on above these ones, okay?" Joan nodded and went to her closet. She looked for the fluffiest, thickest clothes that she could find and started putting them on. There were loud banging and scuffling noises coming from the living room. Joan's stomach felt like it had left her body, and she was afraid Papa was in danger. Seconds later, Papa came running into Joan's room with a bloody bat in hand. "We gotta go now," Papa said, frantically. "I got one as he was climbing through one of the windows, but there's a lot of them, and I think they have weapons." Mama didn't say anything. Instead, she grabbed Joan by the hand and headed out of the room. They made their way out of the house through the back door. The blistering cold made itself felt with every step they took further away from home. Everything outside was icy and white. It had just stopped snowing a few hours earlier. Mama and Papa wrapped themselves in the blankets Mama had gotten from Joan's room. They walked for about 20 minutes without saying a word. "Why is it so cold?" Papa asked as he adjusted his blanket. "It gets cold, but never this cold." "Does it?" "It has gotten this cold before." We just don't feel it because we have power, and the heaters are always on. But cold fronts usually do drop the temperature this much. It's going to be a long night, Papa said, with his breath visible in the cold night. What about the military patrol? Mama asked between shivers as they made their way to the nearest shelter. There are like 4 of them in the entire city, Papa said. That won't do us any good. If there was a way we could call them over, maybe. But even then, they probably have their hands full with all this sacking going around. Papa pointed to some homes with broken windows and open doors. We've got to hurry. It's the only way. Joan, honey, Mama said. The shelter is like an hour more from here. You think you'll be okay? Yes, Mama, Joan said, even though she thought she might not be able to make it. She had never experienced that kind of cold, at least not for such a prolonged period. It had to be well into the night by the time they reached the nearest shelter, but as soon as they got there, things weren't looking good for them. The gates of the shelter were closed, and there was no one in sight to open them. The lights were also partially off inside the shelter. Look for some kind of doorbell or intercom, Papa said, as they walked up to the gate. Joan saw a white button attached to a speaker plate next to the booth, where a guard would normally be sitting. What about that one, Papa? Joan said, as she pointed towards the small white button. That's the one, Papa said, as he walked hurriedly towards it. He pressed the button as soon as he was able to reach it. The speaker began to emit a loud, ringing sound right after Papa pressed the button. Hope began to make itself present in Joan. She imagined herself, Papa, and Mama walking into the shelter, getting another set of warm blankets and maybe some hot soup. Admissions aren't until 10 a.m., a voice behind the speaker said lazily. There was a click shortly after, followed by a dial tone. Papa pressed the button once again and got even closer. The speaker rang a few more times, but it was clear that someone had picked up. Sir, please don't hang up, Papa pleaded. We're a group of 3, and we have a child with us. Please, just let us in the building. We don't need anything else right now. Just let us in, so we can bear the cold. I've already told you, the voice behind the speaker said. Admissions aren't until 10 a.m. If you want to try to get in, then I suggest you come back at that time. But good luck with that. The shelter is well over its capacity. There was a click once again, followed by a dial tone. Papa sighed and pressed the white button once again. As soon as there was a sound on the other end, Papa began talking. Please just let my wife and daughter in, Papa said. Joan felt her eyes tearing up at the possibility that Papa would have to stay outside. Look, I already told you, the voice behind the speaker said, this time with a clearly angered tone. No one is going to go out there and open the doors for you. Go and try Shelter B if you'd like. If not, see you at 10 a.m. This time there was no hanging up sound or dial tone, only a busy tone on the other side of the speaker. Papa pounded on the wall. Mama got up behind him, trying to calm him down. It's okay, Mama said as she hugged Papa. We'll just try to go to the next one. They tried to make their way to the next shelter, but an hour of walking later, Papa and Mama decided to stop and rest. Honey, Mama said, we'll stop here for a little while, maybe until the sun comes up and warms things a little. Papa needs to rest. They stopped near the wall of a building that partially shielded them from the cold air. It was as good a place as any considering the surroundings. To one side there was only an open field, and to the other, there were empty locked-up buildings, few and far between. Joan didn't know if they were heading in the right direction. Are you all right, Papa? Yes, honey, I just need to rest a little bit before we move on. Joan wondered if Papa had been injured in the scuffle with the intruder back in the house, and they were just not telling her. They held each other and tried to keep warm waiting for sunrise. Joan hugged her parents, attempting to keep them warm. Her parents didn't make it through that night. They died of hypothermia, as much as it still hurt, and probably always would. Joan knew well those were things of the past. She had to focus and be ready to pull all of her accumulated experience into a single goal. She would take from humanity what was taken from her at a young age. Hope. Sorry, Joan whispered, but I must remove all obstacles, and I must start with the largest one. Seven. Lost. The journey back to Earth from Doka was eerily quiet for Pika and the rest of the flight crew. For the last 9.5 hours, no one had been talking, and only half an hour remained before they reached Earth space, and Sodenia would have to decelerate. What everyone had witnessed was on par with the word extraordinary, but not in a good way. That much Pika knew. The amount of power a single one of those machines had displayed was something she thought she would never see in her lifetime. A single machine had disabled all of the flotilla's weapons and the anti-air weapons of the Ocalinian capital. Pika couldn't begin wrapping her head around how they would combat such a threat. Only one thing had come to mind, and it was an obvious move. Cut all incoming communications off permanently, and if not permanently, mechanically at the very least. She would submit her suggestion via the proper channel before she left the ship. She was planning on leaving Sodenia for a day or two as soon as she got back home, if they would allow it. Aside from the immortals, Pika had many things weighing her down in her heart and mind. The way Fain had made her feel as he took a step towards the immortal had left her shaken. To think that the man she was falling for could just throw in the towel at any second didn't give her any confidence. What the hell, Pika? She thought. Is this really what you're going to spend your time thinking about now? A boy? I am so disappointed in you. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to stop talking to you, at least until you realize just how much you're worth. Fain should be fighting for you. He shouldn't be confused about what he wants. And that brings me to the second point. Is he still confused, or has he decided yet? Pika stared across the bridge towards Larissa. She too sat in her station, lost in thought. The only difference was that she was perfect. Everything about Larissa screamed perfection. Her beauty, her posture, her dumb extra cute new hairstyle, and even her intelligence. Pika sighed as she compared herself with the goddess across the bridge. Just kill me now and let this all be over, she thought. I'm so tired of competing with impossible odds. She has every right in the world to be with Fain, if that's what he wants. Pika felt her eyes beginning to water. This is your captain speaking, Fain said, probably addressing the entire fleet. We'll be reaching Earth space in T-minus 90 seconds. Medical bays, please stand by. Pika turned back to her station and tried to keep herself busy for the remainder of the trip. She decided not to add further fuel to the situation she was in. She wasn't going to think about it. Sodenia came out of faster-than-light travel, and stars as well as far-off planets began to materialize. They were only some 300,000 miles away from Earth, a 10-minute safety ride to Earth if Fain stepped on it. Though it had been less than 10 minutes, Pika felt as if an entire half hour had passed, if not more. She really didn't want to be there anymore. She needed to breathe, but not Sodenia's purified air. She wanted the air back on Earth. We're back home, Fain broadcasted. Prepare all relevant data for a full report. This is your captain, out. Captain, Pika said as she stood up from her station. Permission to be dismissed. Fain looked back at Pika with a clear frown on his face and simply nodded, granting her permission. Pika then turned and began walking from the bridge. Hey, what's the matter? August asked as Pika walked by him. She didn't answer and continued walking, exiting the bridge swiftly. She made her way to the only place on Sodenia where she could clear her mind. The levitation machine room, near the helm of the ship, was her preferred place to go when she needed to think. As she walked into the machine room, her mind began to calm down. Pika had helped rebuild the room straight out of ESAF engineering school. It had been her first and longest project on board the ship. She let out a sigh as she picked up one of the levitation machines to sit next to and lean on. She spent a few minutes trying to clear her mind, to feel like herself once again, and to remind herself why she was there in the first place. Her moment of relaxation was interrupted by 3 knocks on the door. You have got to be kidding me, she thought. Pika, can I come in? Larissa's muffled voice made it through the door. Pika banged the back of her head slightly on the levitation machine and sighed. Really, Kaya? You just had to tell her where I was, didn't you? I expected more from you. No response. There were only 3 more knocks on the door. Come in, Pika said, feeling her eyes roll to the back of her head. The door opened and Larissa let herself in. She approached Pika slowly. I saw you leave the bridge abruptly. I just came to check if everything was all right. Pika's less than polite tongue yearned to be unleashed. She wanted to shower Larissa in boiling hot words, but instead, She said the politest thing that she could think of. What a question to ask considering the situation we're in. Yeah, you're right. I'm trying to keep it together, Pika, but I can assure you that I'm also in distress. So you came here to complain about our job? Because if you did, I have better things to do. Pika knew that she was being mean, but she also knew that there were a few lower levels of mean that Larissa wouldn't be seeing today. I'll be straightforward about it then, Larissa said as she stiffened. Good, let's have it. Pika got up to face Larissa. I came here to talk to you about Fain. What about him? Pika felt her face and ears get warm at the mention of his name. Please don't be coy. Everyone on this ship knows. Better said, everyone in ESAF knows that you have a thing for him, and he has a thing for you. I was just the one idiot who didn't notice it because I was too busy noticing him. Larissa blushed. I just came here to tell you that there's nothing between us. If anything, there's respect and a healthy friendship. Whatever Fain thought he felt for me, or I for him, got buried in the last few months. But you know it's impossible to bury something that felt so real just like that. Things still linger. I just know he isn't for me. He's for you. Pika didn't say anything, although she liked what she was hearing. And I hope you know that you can count on me if you need someone to talk to about anything that doesn't involve him. I'm here for you, as well as the rest of the crew. Maybe someday I'll find my someone, but until that day comes, I won't worry about it. Larissa smiled slightly. Pika nodded. I won't begin to talk about what happened down on Doka, Larissa continued. I think you and Fain have a lot to talk about first. I just came to take myself out of the picture, so you can at least have one less thing to worry about. Thank you, Pika said softly, as she felt a sense of calm wash over her body. I'll just head back to the bridge. There's a lot we must unravel about our recent visit, but do remember what I told you. I will. Thanks for letting me know. I'll be a little while longer. I just have to clear my head, then I'll join the flight crew on the bridge. Take your time, Larissa said as she headed out the levitation room. I'm sure it will be a few hours before we have to submit a report. See you there. Pika did nothing after Larissa left the room. She just sat back down on the floor near the levitation machine and leaned against it. She would only be a few minutes more. Well, that could have gone a lot worse, Pika murmured, at the same time trying to relax. A lot worse. Once everyone in ESAF was aware of the situation, Sodenia and the rest of the fleet went into full patrol mode, working 24-hour shifts while undergoing heavy modifications. Pika had suggested either removing or modifying all receiving antennas on all of the ESAF ships to avoid an immortal taking over. Truman had taken Pika's suggestions to heart on the recommendation of Kaya. Now, instead of the ships having permanent radiating and receiving antennas that would convert the signals into their proper waves, they would have mechanical and fully dislodgeable receiving antennas. This meant that the outgoing and incoming signals wouldn't be located in a single nodule. Instead, they would be separated into two, with the incoming being able to completely shut down mechanically. It was a lot of work, but thanks to Kaya's Anvilance and Pika's Engineer Core, they were able to retrofit all 1,634 antenna nodules in less than 2 weeks. For Pika, the task had been a breath of fresh air, as it allowed her to keep her mind busy and not think of Fain. But in the days that followed, once all the work was done, she couldn't help but go back and think, and she hated it. She knew that she had to get off the ship. Pika was one of the first to leave after a 3-week patrol. The truth was that she had a lot to resolve on her own, and continuously seeing and trying to avoid Fain wasn't helping. Their encounter with the Immortals and Fain's willingness to sacrifice his life in order to protect others, including herself, had shaken her to her core. Fain didn't contest her desire to leave. He simply nodded at the request. Though she hated the fact that she was leaving him up there with Larissa, she knew that this was something she needed to do. She wasn't so much worried about the Immortals, or at least she didn't think that they would be showing up anytime soon. For reasons unknown, the Immortals had stopped all attempts at communication via glitches. There was nothing on Earth or on Doka or anywhere else that the ISO was in communication with. So, what was he thinking? Pika got lost in thought as she descended through the space elevator. It was way too easy for him to agree with that stupid machine. He could have died. and we would have gained nothing. The thought of Fain dying in order to protect them made her eyes watery. She wanted to stop her thoughts, but she found it to be impossible. It all kept washing over her. And then what about me? So he dies? And then what about me? Just screw whatever I feel for him? Just let it all go? Because that's what heroes do? They all die in the end? Bullshit, she said through gritted teeth and pounded on the glass. May I be of any assistance? A disembodied voice said inside the elevator capsule. No, Pika managed. Very well. If I can be of any assistance, gently tap on the window or press the assistant button at your leisure. By Pika's estimate, she was around 20 minutes away from reaching the surface of Earth. One of the windows always displayed a map of the current location, but she didn't bother to look. Is this what I want for myself? Pika returned to her thoughts. To love someone that will ultimately put everyone else before himself? I told him not to, and yet he didn't hesitate to step towards the dumb machine. Are his feelings for me not strong enough? Doesn't he care enough to feel the same way? I want to have a family, to be able to grow old with someone, to feel loved until my last breath. This isn't fair. But then again, when is anything ever fair? The universe doesn't play by our rules. That's the lesson to be learned here. Being able to venture into space has taught us anything, Pika decided. Pika knew that no matter what her thoughts were, her feelings towards Fain would remain the same. He made her feel whole again, special, and he made her matter. Fain was also the first person to make her feel normal again, to make her forget about the open doors to the galaxy, to make her feel like humanity would survive. And even in their darkest hours, those things were a constant. Stupid, Pika hissed as she pounded the glass once again, but this time with her forehead. Though she didn't know if she was calling Fain or herself stupid, or both. May I be of assistance? She sighed. Play relaxing music. Classical music began playing softly inside the elevator. Pika didn't recognize it, though she suspected it was a fairly popular piece. Other less stressful things began to make their way into Pika's train of thought. She didn't want to go back to her parents for at least the first few days that she was back on Earth. She needed time to herself, but she also didn't have a place to stay, a place she could call her own. After losing their home along with the city, during the first Acram attack, Pika never really had a place she could call her own. As soon as ISAF was announced to the world, she enlisted and spent most of her days in the academy, training and learning everything she could. She would seldom take voluntary days off. Weekends were non-existent for her. Only when it came time for her leave did she allow herself to rest and recharge. She spent the entirety of her leave in her parents' new home in St. Paul, but she was never able to call that place home. It was nothing like the home she'd grown up in. She needed a place of her own, but she knew little of the world outside ISAF. For a few seconds, Pika entertained the idea of getting a small apartment somewhere in Neo-LA, where she would be close to Fain. She began mentally listing the reasons why living in Neo-LA would be a good idea, but she quickly dismissed it after she couldn't think of more than 2 or 3. Fain was the main reason she wanted to be there. She then ran a mental list of other places she'd like to live, but in the end, it was just impractical, and it all felt like a big commitment on her part. She decided that she would hold off from getting a place until she found a city or town she really loved. Here goes nothing, Pika murmured as she turned to sit down on one of the 2 seats in the pod and pulled out a digital screen. She punched in a search for nearby and quiet, fully furnished homes for rent. Tens of thousands of properties appeared in an instant. She narrowed down the search by adding filters until she had about a dozen homes left. This should keep me busy today. Once she sent the housing list to her task manager, she began to think about the immortals in her device. Her close encounter with the actual machine she had been searching for by way of glitches in the electrical system gave her all the missing information she needed to track them down. Pika was sure that once she made an adjustment or two to the device, she would be able to pinpoint the point of origin of the glitches. However, there wouldn't be a way to test it until the glitches began appearing once more. And if they did appear, the only problem she had left to solve was how to amplify the device's tracking capabilities through the vastness of space. She had a vague idea of how to accomplish such a feat, but it was something she would need Kaya's help with. The feeling of being busy once again let Pika relax a bit and distance herself from the pressing feelings. She sighed with relief. I'm still not talking to him, Pika thought. Maybe I'll give him the silent treatment for a week or two, so that next time he thinks about being Mr. Brave and saving the world, he thinks about saving us first, along with saving the world.
Eight. Silence. 2 weeks after Pika left for Earth, Fain was getting ready to take a small break of his own. Truman and Green had insisted on Fain taking a break from his patrol. In truth, he needed rest. He was mentally and physically exhausted. He hadn't been resting well since their encounter with the Immortal. The power the machine had displayed and the ease with which it stopped all attacks directed towards it deeply disturbed Fain. He was on edge around the clock. But there was nothing to be on edge about other than constantly thinking an Immortal would show up. Not having Pika around was also giving Fain a hard time, although he understood where she was coming from. But he also knew that he would do whatever was necessary to protect her and Earth. It had to be him. He wouldn't dare leave that responsibility to someone else. But in this case, perhaps Pika was right to be upset at him, because, in fact, they did defeat the Immortal, and if he had jumped to the front of the line to die, it would all have been for nothing. Fain made a mental note. No, not a note. More like a mental billboard. To exhaust all possible options before he took that one step forward before anyone else. Fain was awake and sitting up on the side of his bed before the alarm in his pillow woke him. As he felt the pillow vibrate gently, he slid his hand over to turn it off. Things had been this way ever since Pika left. You still let it go off? Fain asked in a low voice. Just in case you needed to know what time it was, Kaya's disembodied voice said, matching Fain's quiet tone. How long have you been awake? I don't know. Maybe for 20 minutes or so. Hey, wait a minute. Don't you know this? Aren't there sensors all over the quarters, all around the ship? I try not to know. You know, there's that whole privacy thing and all. I only saw that you weren't on your pillow the second the alarm went off. The rest was just a guess from what you've been sharing with me lately. Ha! Fain got up slowly and began to stretch. And all this time I thought you knew everything. I'm fine without the details. Is it the same for everyone else? To a greater extent. I usually never inquire about them, unless there's something out of the ordinary. Talking about things out of the ordinary, has there been anything? Fain longed for a break in the silence, good or bad. He felt that something was brewing, and he wanted to find out what it was before it found him. Anything at all? Since the one immortal had been destroyed on Doka, there had only been silence. Before that, there were glitches everywhere, following Fain around and spanning the world in general. It was a phenomenon. But now not even the Izco was hearing anything. It was as if the machine they had slain on Doka had been the only one. Nothing, except someone was admitted to the medical bay last night with acute stomach pain. It appears to be a severe case of indigestion. The prognosis is favorable. We are still in silence. What can this be? Fain asked as he walked over to the food printer. At first there was all this noise, and now silence. Why? I haven't been able to come up with a legitimate answer to that question, Kaya's disembodied voice said from the speakers in the kitchen. But I'd be happy to discuss some theories with you later today. I'd like that. So, see you on the bridge? See you on the bridge, Fain said as he felt a slight smile forming. Fain got ready and went about his last morning routine, at least until he returned from his forced 1-week break. Once he was ready, he headed towards the bridge. August, Larissa, and Kaya were already waiting for him there. Good morning, Captain, Larissa said with a bright smile. Fain had finally gotten the entire flight crew to stop doing the whole officer on deck thing. Now, instead of everyone getting up and saluting when Fain walked in, the ones nearest to him greeted him. Kaya would make everyone else on the bridge aware he was there by running a message on their task screens in their stations. Morning, Fain said with a slight smile as he stared at Larissa. You look like crap, August said wistfully and a little louder than he should have. Fain turned towards August with eyebrows raised.
Good morning, Captain, sir,
August said with a cough.
Sir.
Fain simpered and nodded. Throughout his time as captain of Sodenia, Fain had made many friends throughout the ship, but mainly he made friends out of the flight crew. And out of all the persons he considered his friends, August had always come out on top, not only as a best friend, but also as his successor. Fain knew that August would be a terrific captain, and would someday even surpass Fain in his skills.
Are you ready for your leave?
August asked. No, not really, Fain said. I worry that I have to leave you in charge of the ship. I worry a lot. Larissa and Kaya turned away as August expressed a genuine look of concern. Fain wasn't certain, but he thought he heard giggles coming from Larissa's station.
Wait,
August said as he held the back of his neck.
You aren't serious, right?
Eora walked onto the bridge with two of her officers, Sarah and John. Okay, let's get started, Fain said as he clapped and made his way to a chair near the center console on the bridge. We have to go over everything before I leave. Let's start with the last 5 reports, and then we'll go over contingency plans and, lastly, fast extraction, just in case an unknown enters Earth space. Fain and the flight crew talked for 5 hours, churning over existing plans and exploring every possible angle they could think of. It was one of the most grueling meetings the flight crew of Sodenia had experienced in a while. But just as Fain predicted, August, Larissa, Eora, and Kaya rose to the occasion each and every time. Even the rest of the flight crew and Eora's officers chimed in brilliantly from time to time. Feeling satisfied with the meeting, Fain decided to end it. Okay, well, she's all yours, Fain said as he got up after an instant of silence. He patted August on the back as he walked right past him. Eora, Larissa, keep an eye on him, will you? Both nodded. I guess I'll get packing then. Fain made his way to his quarters to finish packing for his 1-week leave. In reality, he didn't have much to pack. He had most of the stuff he would need back in his apartment in Neo, LA. Going back to his quarters was more of a force of habit, to make sure everything was turned off. Although he could do that from his wristband, Task Manager, any screen anywhere on Sodenia, or even get Kaya to do it for him. He visually needed to see it. If not, he would have one more reason why he couldn't sleep. Fain? Kaya's voice came through his wristband as he entered his quarters. Yeah, what is it, Kaya? Fain asked. Would it be possible for me to come with you? Kaya's disembodied voice now issued from the speakers within Fain's quarters. Fain had always thought about bringing Kaya to Neo, L.A., and showing her around, though he wished it was during better times. He hesitated to respond. A part of him told him that she deserved to experience the world just like any other human could. But the more conservative part of him told him that Kaya was essential to any one of their contingency plans. It would be fine, Kaya continued. I'll be keeping a close watch on all our sensors. Plus, wouldn't you be more comfortable with me there next to you? Fain felt himself blush as he thought about the literal meaning of the words. But literal or not, what Kaya was saying was true. If Kaya was near him, he would have a near direct connection to what was happening around Sodenia, and that gave him a great deal of peace of mind. I mean, Kaya continued from a different set of speakers that were near Fain as he walked around his quarters, turning everything off. If something happens, you would know the second it does. What if your wristband stops working or you have no signal or something of that sort? I can move around satellites to make sure we have the optimum connection. I'm not sure, Fain said as he grabbed his backpack. What about Truman and Green? They were hesitant at first, but I managed to convince them. They said that they would be fine with whatever you decide. So? Fain took one more look around to make sure everything was off before heading to the door of his quarters. Okay, you can come with me, but I need you to never lose sight of Sodenia. You got that? We need you more than you think. I think that if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here now. Aye, aye, Captain, Kaya said in a playful voice. So, meet you at the docks? Fain asked as he headed towards the door.
About that.
Kaya said, sounding hesitant. When the door opened, Kaya was standing outside in the corridor, waiting for Fain with a large tote bag hanging off her shoulder. "Wait," Fain said as he walked out. "You knew I would say yes?" "No, not really," Kaya said with bright eyes and a wide smile. She seemed genuinely happy. "I had a feeling you would. I guess you could say the odds were in my favor, but I didn't know for sure." "What if I had said no?" Fain asked as he stopped in front of Kaya. "Would you still be standing here?" "Yep, pretty much. This would have been phase 2. "Unbelievable," Fain chuckled. "Have you told August about it?" "Yeah, I just did. And I don't know what to feel sorrier for, the wall or his forehead." They both chuckled. "He'll be fine," Fain said as he extended his arm and thumbed for a pod. "Shall we?" "Yes." Kaya nodded with a slight smile. Fain and Kaya made their way to the Oranos space dock, and from there they took the space elevator down to Earth. Along the way, and mainly during the descent to Earth, the two talked and laughed and had a good time. Without realizing it, Fain had 100% forgotten that Kaya had come from an artificial inception. He only remembered her origins after Kaya made a particular comment, and it wasn't that the comment made her feel more synthetic. No, it was more that it made her seem more human. "I think I need to use the restroom," Kaya said out of the blue. "Before we head to Neo LA, I need to pee and I don't want to be holding it." If it was anyone else, Fain wouldn't have thought much of the comment. But this was Kaya, the most powerful AI on Earth, who made her own body out of parts of Sodenia, being totally human. Fain didn't know if she was pretending to need the restroom or if she really needed to go. He stood quiet. "What?" Kaya asked, eyebrows furrowed and beginning to blush. Fain shrugged. "I mean, I hadn't thought. I didn't think." Fain shook his head. "Sorry, it just caught me off guard." Kaya chuckled, and Fain did so hesitantly. "In case you're wondering," Kaya said as she stood up, arms crossed, and walked towards the capsule's door. "It's not just to pretend to be human. I do really need to use the restroom, just like you or anyone else. I do have the ability to control it, though." She rolled her eyes. "But I'd rather not. I'm trying to develop my internal clock to function the same way yours does. I'm starting to harvest energy and nutrients from the food I consume, though I'm yet to do it as efficiently as you guys do. But every day I'm trying to improve on something. Lungs, heart, it's all there, though I still need space for my core. But, like the entirety of my body, it's all synthetic in the end, no matter how human it looks, unfortunately." "Hey, don't say that," Fain said as he got up and moved closer to Kaya. "Ever, if there's a marvel of science in this world, that's you. Your body as it is now is what science and medicine had been striving for hundreds of years. I'm sure that what I'm saying is barely the tip of the iceberg on what this all means for humans, and most importantly for you. And I want you to know that no matter what, I'll always look at you the same way. You'll always be Kaya. Me being Kaya. Is that a good thing?" Kaya asked, her eyes tearing up. "I think it's the best thing," Fain murmured as he took a step forward and reached out to wipe Kaya's tears softly. "Welcome to Earth," a disembodied voice said as the capsule came to a stop. "We hope that you've enjoyed your trip on board Oranos, Earth's first space elevator." "Maybe I should change that," Kaya said in between sniffles and a smile. "And Fain, thank you." The doors of the capsule opened, prompting Kaya and Fain to take a step back. Fain cleared his throat. "Shall we?" Fain asked as he gestured to Kaya to go ahead. "Yes," Kaya said, as she began to walk towards the lobby. They decided to stop by Fain's apartment to change before they went out to explore Neo LA. Fain was first to change, while Kaya waited for him in his living room. Then Kaya followed. Fain was thinking of where and what he would show Kaya first, as it was going to be her first real experience. But as Kaya came out of the restroom, his mind went blank. Kaya looked stunning. She had a form-fitting, blue-gray one-piece suit on, with 2 dark stripes that originated on her shoulders and went down to her legs. She was also wearing seamless matching wedges that disappeared into her one-piece suit. Her long silver hair was in a loose and low ponytail. She made one full playful turn when she reached the living room. "So what do you think?" Kaya asked. "Is this too much?" "I would be lying if I said you look anything less than amazing." Fain then thought about what he was wearing, and instantly knew that one of them would have to change, and that it wouldn't be Kaya. What she was wearing looked too perfect on her. He, on the other hand, had on a pair of old jeans, comfortable shoes, and a leather jacket. "Looks like we'll be going to the top of Neo LA, Fain said as he got up from the couch. "And I'm not dressed for the occasion." "Wait, I can change if you want. I brought other clothes with me." "No way." Fain walked into the restroom. "I'll be quick. Just give me a minute or two." Fain scrolled down his clothes inventory, trying to find something to wear to match Kaya's outfit, or more realistically get close to it. Most Neo LA apartments had a rotating convoy-style closet next to the shower with a small dressing area. Usually before someone took a bath or shower, the dirty clothes were tossed into the dirty clothes chute, where they were washed and sorted according to the tags on them. It was a service the tenants of the building paid for monthly. At any time, tenants could have up to 500 items with the basic service. It was also common practice to rename the clothes. Fain quickly found a plain white cotton shirt, black casual Oxford-style shoes, and navy blue pants to go with them. Though for the most part clothes had retained their names throughout the advancements of technology, the look and feel had changed to match the times they were in. Fain didn't care much for the newer styles of clothes, but he also didn't mind it. The only thing he was missing was that stupid blazer he had bought some time ago, and that's because he vaguely remembered that he renamed it as soon as he added it to his closet. What was the name I gave it? Dang it, Fain thought, as he changed hurriedly, asking the digital screen for a belt once he zipped and buttoned the pants. What was that stupid thing called? Then he vaguely remembered what he'd been thinking about when he'd named it. He turned to the digital screen and began typing in the word stew. And on the third letter, only one item showed up. It was the black blazer with navy blue cut lines that he had bought. He quickly made the closet pull it up for him. Without giving it a second thought, he threw it on and looked in the mirror before he went outside. His attire looked appropriate now. Better than he thought that kind of modern jacket would look on him. "All right, I'm ready," Fain said as he came out of the restroom. "Fain Jegga," Kaya said as she got up from the couch. "You clean up nice. Not that I mind what you were wearing or even your captain uniform." "We better get going," Fain said as he nodded towards the door. Kaya nodded as she walked towards Fain and the door. "So, where are we going, Mr. Jegga?" Kaya asked once she was standing next to Fain. "There's this fancy restaurant that I haven't been to that seems to be the talk of the city. I figure we'll go see what the fuss is all about." "Sounds like a plan." Fain led the way to the building's garage, where he had a hover of his own. Unlike when he had explored the city with Pika, taking several forms of transportation during their date, this time it would only be one. He had decided they would go straight to the restaurant at the top of Neo LA, since it was a long way from his apartment building. "So a great pilot and a driver at the same time?" Kaya commented when Fain pulled out of the garage, as if he was tracing a line in the palm of his hand. "Doesn't it come hand in hand?" Fain asked as he got on the fast track above his building. Among the array of routes a commuter could use to get around to Neo LA, the fast track was the fastest, hence the name. On the fast track, hovers could easily reach speeds in excess of 200 miles an hour. The only catch was that an A-grade hover license was required to enter the track. I wouldn't say hand in hand, but it's closely related. We'll be there in a few minutes, Fain said as he reached for the radio and began to raise the volume of the music, but the volume wouldn't increase. Is this thing not working? For a second, Fain thought the worst, and he was getting ready to veer off course to head towards Oranos. But then he saw a glint from the corner of his eye. When he turned towards Kaya, he saw her smiling, and he returned his hand to the steering wheel. "Don't put music on," Kaya said, still with a smile on her face. "I want to talk." "Sorry. I guess it's a habit of mine." For a second there, I thought it was them. I was getting ready to head back to the space elevator. "They'd be sorry to ruin my evening with you," Kaya tittered. "But in all seriousness, I don't think they're capable of self-control." "What do you mean?" "They would have just broken the radio to achieve the same goal, which was to control the volume. They're the definition of monsters. They know it, and they aren't afraid to use their power. Their goal is clear, and small things don't matter. Small things don't matter to them." Fain made a mental note of that phrase as he hummed in agreement. "But let's not ruin my night thinking about those things. Let's ruin your night." Kaya chuckled. "What do you mean?" Fain asked as he chuckled together with Kaya. "Is Pika still not talking to you?" "Nope," Fain said, emphasizing the P and E in the word. "She's a stubborn one. She'll come around soon, I hope. She just takes a little longer to gather her thoughts. I think that if we had talked right there and then, there would be no more us. And what about you? I'm sure that you don't like what she's doing now, just like she didn't like what you did. Where does that leave you?" "I don't like it, but I'm trying to understand." "Always putting others before you," Kaya said, pursing her lips. "But I guess that's one of the things that make you who you are. You want to know what I think?" "Well, why not?" "I think that if she's not careful," Kaya raised her eyebrows, "she just might end up losing you to someone else." "I don't think so," Fain said as he shook his head. "Lose me to who?" "To whoever puts you first before them," Kaya said. Fain was quiet for a moment and nodded slowly. "But how about we stop ruining my evening and just try to enjoy the night? I just wanted you to know that in my world, you come first. Even though I have to turn down the radio to let you know, and no matter what happens, what we face, I'll be by your side." "Thank you, Kaya," Fain said, feeling his voice coming from his chest. "It means more to me than you know." "I do agree with you, though," Kaya said with a smile as the radio's volume began to rise. "Let's enjoy the night." Minutes later, they reached the fancy Italian restaurant, La Grande Torre del Scale. As they pulled up to the valet parking, Fain saw many famous people getting out of their hovers. Paparazzi swarmed the valet parking with their photographic orbs, despite security's many attempts to disperse them. Fain knew that he and Kaya would be instantly recognized. He thought about leaving, but there was already a few hovers behind him. Maybe this wasn't a good idea after all, Fain said as he held on to the steering wheel. "Don't worry about it. You're with me, remember?" When Fain pulled up to where the stacker and greeter were standing, the greeter opened the door for Kaya, and she got out of the hover. Based on the paparazzi's excitement, Fain half expected thousands of flashes in the first few seconds that Kaya got out of the hover. But there was nothing. "Is that who I think it is? Holy smokes, wow!" Fain heard as he handed over the keys to his hover, and a hefty tip, so that the hover would be parked nearby. "I thought she was some kind of AI. She looks human to me. Elegant, gorgeous, one of a kind. Jorge, you better make this POS work right now. I need to capture this moment."
Why aren't these things working?
"What is happening to the photo orbs? Are all of them not working?" "Who is she with? Is that Fain Jegga?" Fain wanted to bury his face in a hole in the ground as he made his way towards Kaya. A large part of him was relieved that Kaya had done something to disrupt the photo orbs. Saved the day once again. Fain said as he extended his elbow so that Kaya could hold onto it. As Kaya got near him, he got a whiff of her perfume. Its smell reminded him of the ocean breeze and cool seawater, flowers and woods. "You can count on me," Kaya said as they began walking. "Will the photo orbs work again? Or are they broken for good? I think a small part of me would actually feel bad if they were." "No, they'll work again, as long as they're not near us. Although if they decide to point them in our direction once again, I'll have to consider disabling them for good." Let's hope they are smarter than that. Fain and Kaya got seated promptly once they entered the restaurant, although Fain found it odd that the hostess seemed a bit nervous. "So, what are we eating?" Kaya asked as she held up the menu in front of her. "Whatever you'd like," Fain said as he skimmed over the items. The prices for a single serving cost an entire month's salary for the average worker, but Fain paid no attention to that. He more than expected the prices to be outrageous, given the reputation of the restaurant. "Can't be whatever," Kaya said as she put the menu down. "Have you already chosen?" Fain asked as he flipped through the menu. "Not at all. I'm just reading the reviews, seeing what their best tasting food is." "That might not be the best idea. Some of those reviews can be bought and are misleading." "I'll be able to tell which those are and which are organic." "Still, there's nothing like experiencing something yourself without bias. How about we order pizza? There's probably no Italian restaurant in the world that doesn't make good pizza." "Okay, let's do it." Kaya smiled widely. Fain placed the order with the nearby waiter, and the pizza arrived minutes later. To La Grande Torre del Scale's credit, the pizza itself looked and smelled top tier, with 3 types of molten cheese overflowing from the edges, and crispy pepperoni. It already looked like a top contender for the world's best pizza. As they were getting ready to eat, Kaya paused halfway through unfolding her napkin. "What's wrong?" Fain said, as he looked intently at Kaya. "Something isn't right," Kaya said, as she began looking around. "There's an ongoing blockage of the video feed in the restaurant, and I'm not the one doing it." That was when Fain saw her, a blonde, fairly young woman looking directly at Kaya, sitting just a table across. Fain had seen that young woman's face before. In the moment he couldn't remember how or when, but he knew that it was in the form of a report. What had Fain's immediate attention was the contraption the young woman was holding. The contraption was a little larger than the size of a softball, with wires and artifacts protruding all around it. It was certainly something that didn't belong in a restaurant. Kaya turned around to where Fain was looking, and as she did so, the young woman launched the contraption at Fain. Kaya reacted, catching the contraption in midair. As she held the wired ball, it began to take hold of her hand. Fain tried reaching for the device, but it stunned him as he tried to touch it, burning part of his hand in the process. Mere seconds later, the device began to emit a loud electrical whine, and Kaya collapsed on the floor. Chaos erupted in the restaurant, with everyone apart from the young woman, Kaya and Fain looking for a way out. That was when Fain saw 2 other men approaching them, both with large combat knives in their hands.
It's all over for Esaf,
one of the men said as the 2 approached.
Captain Jegga.
The young girl pulled out a small but heavy-looking box that expanded into a large mallet. A mallet? Fain thought. Is she planning to use that on Kaya? When the mallet was fully expanded, the young girl launched at Kaya as she twitched on the floor, unable to stand or move. The 2 men also began running towards Fain.
"Time to pay the council what you owe,"
the young woman yelled as she ran. So she was part of the council. She used to work for Cross? Fain then remembered exactly who she was. It was Joan Rondendie. But the details of who she was weren't important at the moment. Fain knew that he had one chance at getting between Kaya and the mallet, and if he failed, it could possibly cost Kaya's life. Fain kicked 2 nearby chairs towards the men and hurled a half-full bottle of wine directly at one man's face.
My eyes! Damn it! My eyes!
The man screamed. It was a direct hit. The bottle broke in his face and lacerated part of it. The other man hesitated. Fain turned towards Joan and tackled her from below. He wasn't going to let Kaya die, no matter what. Joan groaned as Fain's shoulder plowed into her stomach and launched her back. As they stumbled onto the floor, Fain took hold of the mallet. He got up as fast as he could and ran back towards Kaya. Joan was right behind him, but this time she too had a large combat knife in hand. With newfound courage, the uninjured man ran towards him. But Fain paid no attention. When he reached Kaya, Fain took a deep breath, lifted the mallet over his head, and aimed for the contraption. The mallet struck down at the contraption with full force, instantly breaking it. "No!" Joan screamed and stopped running towards Fain.
"Boss,"
the man asked as he stopped running.
"We aren't doing this anymore."
It didn't take long for Kaya to get up. "You have no chance," Kaya said as she kicked the contraption to the side and shook her head. "I suggest you drop your weapons if you have any kind of appreciation for your lives." All three dropped their knives at once. (9) Pact. The Neo-LA police force inundated La Grande Torre del Scal minutes after Fain got Kaya free from the contraption. By Fain's estimate, there were at least 30 to 40 police officers. Crime was unusual in Neo-LA, since everything was heavily monitored, and the authorities were alerted as soon as something happened. So it was hard for any assailants to get away. Most criminals didn't bother to try. The supervising police officer approached Fain, though the position was only Fain's guess, based on the stripes on his shirt. "Ms. Kaya." "Captain Jegga," the officer said, as he got within a few steps of them. "I'm Lieutenant Adams from Neo-LA's Upper 5th Division. Quite a mess that happened here." "Yep, lucky us," Fain said. "Hey, but in all seriousness," Adams said as he held on to his belt, "thank you for what you two have done for us up there. See, I've done a bit of reading, and if it wasn't for ESAF, I'm not sure we'd be here. Thank you." Adams swallowed hard. "Don't mention it," Fain said. He didn't particularly like it when people thanked him. He appreciated the gesture, but he never wanted anyone to feel forced to say it. He knew what he had signed up for, and getting recognition wasn't even on his mind. "We have the suspects in custody," Adams said. "ESAF wants them, so we'll just hang around until some of your officers show up and we can pass them over. You are free to go. And one last thing. Are you sure you don't need any medical attention? We have some medics just over there." He gestured towards the medics attending the man with the lacerated face. "It won't take them long to check and make sure both of you are okay." "As we told them, we are fine, thanks," Fain said. "But if you don't mind, we'll just hang out here until ESAF gets here." "Yep, that's fine with me," Adams said, as he began to walk away. "Hang out as long as you like. I think kicking you out of ESAF matters is way beyond my jurisdiction. Thanks again. Stay out of trouble." He waved at Fain and nodded at Kaya. "Ms. Kaya?" Fain didn't know how ESAF could have found out about the incident so fast, but then he remembered who he was with. "Was it you?" Fain turned towards Kaya. "Yes," Kaya said as she nodded once. "I was the one who made the call to Lieutenant Adams. Don't worry, I made the call to his superiors as well, and I just finished talking to Truman. We are taking these 3 with us. Who knows how many more routes the Council has?" Fain noticed Kaya's left hand, the hand she had caught the apparatus with. It was not moving naturally with her body. "How are you, by the way?" Fain asked. "What was that thing that grabbed onto your hand? I never would have thought that there was something out there that could take you down." "I'm fine. Though my hand needs some serious rebuilding. If that device had been stuck on my hand any longer, its effects would have made their way through the rest of my body. It was a powerful device. I believe it's a slightly evolved form of an old, almost forgotten technology, the electromagnetic pulse. I'm planning to take it with us for further study." "I'm glad you're all right," Fain said. "I don't know what I'd do without you. And I'm not just talking about the saving my ass part. He smiled. That means more than you know to me, Kaya said. But right now, you might want to go ahead and check your wristband. I think it's important. Fain had been feeling his wristband vibrate for quite some time now, but he kept ignoring it in order to focus on what was happening all around him. He took a quick glance at his wristband screen on the inner side of his hand. He had 12 missed calls. A few were from Green and Truman, but most were from Mikey. Fain knew that if Mikey was that persistent, something really important must have happened. Fain pressed his name to return the call. He didn't bother setting up a video call using his mobile.
Holy shit, Fain, I've been trying to get a hold of you for a while now,
Mikey said as soon as the connection was established. Yeah, hello to you too, Fain said.
Fain, I'm not kidding,
Mikey said.
This is really freaking big stuff.
Okay, well, what happened?
A full Acram subspecies fleet showed up at the ISCO,
Mikey said hurriedly.
But don't worry, they didn't come to blow us up or anything. Long story short, they brought some kind of hyper-transmitter device or something. They call it a node anchor or something like that. And supposedly the leader of the Acram wants to talk with you. They didn't say about what. The subspecies fleet is not leaving without their node anchor, and without talking to you. There are a dozen or so Acram subs on board the ISCO, and they don't look too friendly. So I suggest you get here as fast as you can.
Does this have anything to do with the Immortals? Fain wondered, but he knew that he had to act, and he had to act fast. He knew he would get his answer in due time. We'll be there as soon as possible, Fain said. Just hang tight. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do. And inform Commander Felix that we are on our way. Tell him to stand by but be ready for anything.
All right, okay,
Mikey said.
I can do this. Just let me know your ETA when you have it.
I will, Fain said, getting ready to end the conversation. Take care, buddy. I was able to confirm everything Mikey said. The information he provided was accurate. Sensors were triggered in our watchnet, though at the time I don't think I could have done anything about it. Kaya pointed to the area where she had fallen earlier that evening. Don't beat yourself up, Fain said as he noticed Kaya put her head down. I've never expected perfection from you, and I never will. It's not all on you. That's why you have us and we have you. So stop that. Kaya nodded with a slight smile. Thank you, Kaya murmured. But I do need you right now. Anything, Kaya said, still in a low voice. While we wait for ESAF to get here, Fain said as he took off his half-ripped jacket. Make all the necessary arrangements to leave for the ISCO, and let Truman and Green know that I'll call them on the way to Sodenia. We leave tonight. It was 0400 hours by the time Fain and Kaya had gotten Sodenia ready to go. With the threat of the Immortals looming, Fain made the decision to leave the rest of the ESAF fleet behind, to protect Earth. In the event that anything were to happen while Sodenia was away, Earth would at least have a slim chance versus not having one at all. As Fain walked towards the bridge, he saw a familiar figure standing next to the main entrance. It was Pika. Ah, crap, Fain muttered as he approached. So this is happening now? Captain Jegga, Pika said, as she walked towards Fain. May I have a word with you before you enter the bridge? I promise it will be brief. She opened a nearby meeting room. I know that we're pressed for time, but since there's no immediate danger, this is also important. Looks like I don't have much choice in the matter, Fain said as he walked into the small meeting room. Pika walked in after him and closed the door. She stood in front of Fain, arms crossed, impatiently tapping her foot on the floor. Well? Pika asked. Fain detested this sort of broad question, where the answer could be literally anything. And no matter what the answer was, it would be wrong. So he decided to play it safe. He shrugged. I guess I should start since you don't know where to, Pika said, eyebrows furrowed. So how was the pizza? We didn't get a chance to taste it, Fain said with a sigh, knowing that things could have started off much worse. I heard you and Kaya were dressed for the occasion, so was it a date or something? We went out to eat.
She deserves to see the world just as much as any one of us. This time it just happened to be with me. Before we could try the pizza, we were attacked. I was nearly stabbed and she was nearly killed. Pika let out a long sigh, and her foot stopped stomping. Are you okay? Is she okay? Pika asked, changing her tone of voice to one of concern. Nothing happened to me, but maybe that's because they weren't after me. Their target was Kaya, and that girl Joan managed to take Kaya down with this contraption. Fain formed a small ball with his hands. It was so small, but so powerful. I know. I heard it was a persistent form of EMP. Did you bring it with you? Yes. Kaya believes that with some alterations we can possibly turn it on the immortals. Would you help us take a look at that? You know I would. You don't have to ask. Good. At this point we need everything we can get. Maybe something will eventually work. Maybe. Fain, there's something else I've been wanting to talk to you about. Something that to me is more important because it will define my life, our life. Fain felt his heart flutter and his stomach tighten. I'm here. Fain took in a deep breath, knowing that this would be one of the toughest conversations he would ever have. I'm listening. What were you thinking? Is it really that easy to surrender your own life when some dumb alien asks for it? Like screw everyone else that depends on you and royally screw me, right? It wasn't that easy. It wasn't easy at all. It was one of the hardest decisions I've ever had to make. How did you think I felt, knowing that before us was an alien that the combined firepower of 4 spaceships didn't even make a mark on? Knowing that that same alien had disabled the ships and Doka's anti-aircraft heavy artillery? I'll answer that for you. I felt insignificant. And when that same alien offered to spare you guys to spare you, it felt like it was an easy bargain. I didn't want to hesitate when I had a chance to save your lives. Fain, you're smarter than that. You know that you can count on us, and Kaya was there. We weren't leaving you alone. You would have died for nothing, and then what? Earth would be so screwed. You think you were easily replaced? I would have died in order to give you a chance. To give Earth a chance. August would do just fine as captain, and you would have learned what we know now about them, versus all of us dying just because I wanted to live. That doesn't seem fair to me. Fain's eyes began to water, and so did Pika's. Just fine isn't good enough, Fain. And you know that. And what about me? I sure as hell wouldn't be able to replace you. And what about you? You have your whole life ahead of you. Our life is ahead of us. You can't be jumping into the edge of the knife just because you feel defeated. You have to learn to push beyond that, especially with the odds we face now. When you think it's over, it's not over. I promise you that, even if it takes everything, even if it takes all of us. We'll find a way. Fain had a lump in his throat. He knew that Pika was right. She was right in every sense of the matter. Now I need you to promise me something. Pika continued as she rubbed her eyes. Seeing Pika go through this broke Fain's heart. He hated himself for having hurt her this way. He didn't want to see her suffer or go through heartache. If only there was a way he could just take everything she was feeling and feel it for her, so she wouldn't have to. What is it? Fain asked softly. I need you to promise me that you won't do that again, no matter what. I can't live with myself if it's going to be that easy for me to lose you. I can't do that. It will always be you before me. Damn it, Fain, Pika said as she sobbed. Why does it have to be like that? She tossed her hands up. Then I'm going to fucking do the same thing, and you have no right to tell me what to do. The realization that Pika might very well end up sacrificing her life in order to save Fain made him realize that above all else he didn't want that. Fain took a step towards Pika and fully embraced her. She wrapped her arms around him as well. I promise, Fain whispered. You promise what? Pika asked, looking up and meeting Fain's gaze. I'm not stupid. Be specific. I promise that I won't sacrifice myself in order to save us or anyone, Fain said in a low voice. It's us. It's always us, Pika said, her voice normalizing. We'll do whatever we can to the extent that we can, together. And if we fail together. No one jumps into the blade. Do you understand that? I do, Fain said, as he held Pika's face in his hands and wiped the tears with his thumbs. Fain thought about kissing Pika, as he was caught in a romantic moment. But then he remembered where he was and his position, and then he remembered Mikey. You better, Fain Jegga. You better. Let's put this on hold for now, Fain said, as he let go of Pika's face slowly. We'll pick this up back on Earth. We have to go help Mikey. Pika nodded with her eyes closed and a slight smile on her face. Fain reached back with one hand to open the door. Come on, let's go. Our friend needs us. If you don't mind, Captain, I'll join you in a few minutes. I just need to gather myself. Yeah, take your time. But we have to leave for the ISCO in 5 minutes. See you on the bridge. Fain didn't expect to see a large alien fleet positioned near the ISCO. He expected maybe a dozen ships, but hundreds was pushing it. When he saw the large fleet on the main screen of the bridge, marked as squares, he slowed Sodenia's approach. According to the main screen counter, there were a total of 175 ships. For a second he thought they might be heading into a trap, but then he thought better. It would be a pretty crappy trap if it turned out to be one. The fleet of alien ships was not in defense or attack formation. They were just lined up in rows, one behind the other. Shields up, Fain said from the center console of the bridge. Weapons hot. Eora, I want you to identify any possible threat. If you find any, let me know.
Yes, Captain,
Eora said through the comms. A few minutes later, Fain stationed Sodenia within 50 miles of the ISCO, as close as he could, without causing some serious disruption to the station's communication and gravity instruments. Eora, did you find anything? Fain asked, pressing the button that allowed him to communicate with the weapons bay from the center console.
No, not at all,
Eora said.
Their weapons are not even hot, and their shields are down. If you wanted to take out an alien fleet with little effort, now is your chance.
All right. Suit up, Fain said. Bring 2 of your best with you. Give instructions to keep our weapons pointed at them, and inform us if the situation changes. Meet us at the docks in 5. Fain walked away from the center console and looked around the room, deciding who to choose for an away team. August, she's all yours, Fain said. Larissa, keep an eye on August, will you?
Hey,
August complained. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem, Larissa said, as she nodded, looking at August with a smirk. I'll have Mikey establish a direct feed to the bridge, Fain said. I might need everyone's help on this one. Pika, Kaya, let's suit up. You're coming with me. Pika stood from her station and walked towards Fain. Kaya did the same, and the group began walking towards one of the bridge's doors. August, Fain said as he opened the door without looking back at the bridge. Don't let them shoot us down. They called a pod, and the group of 3 headed straight for the docks, where Eora and her team of 2 were already waiting for them. An anvilin with a large but still mobile closet attached to it was there, with fitted spacesuits waiting for them. The mobile closet was complete with small changing rooms and an area to hang their own clothes. Let's get these on, Fain said. We need to hurry up and help Mikey. I'm starting to get a weird feeling about this. Me too, Pika said as she went into one of the changing rooms. Captain? Eora asked from outside the changing room. I wasn't sure if this was a weapons kind of mission or not, but I brought them anyway. According to Mikey, Fain said as he threw on the undersuit, there are around a dozen or so Acram subspecies on board the ISCO. To be clear, we won't be looking for or pushing any kind of trouble. There should be no show of force on our side, but be ready in case things go south. Got it. Compact weapons and shields it is. Fain hurried to get the spacesuit on and left the small closet, where he saw Kaya already waiting for him with her own suit on. A few moments later, Pika exited the mobile closet, carrying her helmet by her side.
The group of 6 hurried into the shuttle, with Fain and Kaya sitting up front. Pika sitting right behind Fain, and Eora and her group in the back of the shuttle, arming their weapons and checking their shields. "If you don't mind, I'll be taking the stick," Fain said as he adjusted the controls to him. "I need you to concentrate on scanning the area as far as our sensors can read. If this is a trap, I'd like to know before walking into it. And has K2 scanned the device they brought on board the Isco? The lack of movement in the Acram subspecies ships," Kaya said as she put away her side of the controls, "suggests that this is in fact not a trap. Though an entire fleet just to deliver a message doesn't seem right either. I'll try to see if there's something else I can find out." K2 scanned the device before she cleared it to be hauled on board the Isco. She couldn't find any chemical or harmful composition on it. The device appears to be solely a communications device. "Helmets on," Fain said. An audible groan was heard from the back of the shuttle as they all put their helmets on. Fain wanted them to at least have a fighting chance in the vacuum of space, in case something were to happen. He took the shuttle out of Sodenia's dock with ease and began navigating towards the Isco. "Isco," Fain said as he pressed the comms button on the shuttle's console. "This is Captain Fain Jegga, Shuttle Sierra 02, requesting a clear dock for landing in T-minus 5 minutes. "Fain, it's me, Mikey." His voice was heard throughout the shuttle. "About time you got here. The Kanians are starting to get impatient. They have been asking when you'll get here repeatedly. Go ahead and use Dock 2. "Kanians?" Fain asked. "Is that the Acram subspecies name?" "Oh, yeah, that's them. I forgot to mention it. Or at least that's what we think they call themselves. We've made little progress with communication. They aren't really cooperating." "Okay, see you when I get there, over." Fain docked the small shuttle in Dock 2, where Mikey and a few ambassadors were already waiting for them behind the airlock. As the shuttle locked onto the dock, the door behind it closed. Without wasting any time, the group of 6 deboarded and went through the space station's airlock system. As soon as the airlock's lights turned green, Eora and her group were the first to remove their helmets. Then Pika and Kaya, and lastly Fain. There was a group of people already waiting for them at the edge of the dock. Amongst them was Mikey.
"Captain Fain Jegga,"
one of the ambassadors said,
"and Sodenia's crew. Welcome to the Isco, and thank you for coming at such short notice."
Fain hadn't forgotten how the ambassadors on board the Isco had treated his friend. It wasn't until Fain slightly intervened that the prejudiced environment had eased for Mikey. "Director Harmon," Fain said, referring to Mikey, though the greetings seemed to fly over Mikey's head, as he didn't react to his formal title. He cleared his throat as he watched Mikey narrow his eyes. "Director Harmon." "Oh, right," Mikey finally said, stepping forward. "Captain Jegga, Pika, Kaya, Eora, and crew. Thanks for coming, but I think we should hurry to the Kanians. They are growing more impatient by the minute. I'll take you there." Fain nodded. They began to move through the station, and it wasn't long before they saw a group of aliens Fain had never seen before. The Kanians were just a bit taller than the average human, but nothing impressive. Their bodies were skinny, and their skin was several shades of green. They were covered in armor from head to toe. Fain wasn't sure if they had feet, but what set them apart from any other alien species Fain had seen was the number of limbs that acted like their hands. 5 in total. There were 3 on one side of their body and 2 on the other, and it varied which side had the dominant amount. The Kanian with the most elaborate armor approached Fain a little faster than a friendly alien would, but it stopped just a few feet away from him. Fain didn't flinch, despite the not-so-pleasant odor of putrid grass coming from the alien. Weapons began to hum behind Fain. He didn't have to turn around and look to know that it was Eora and her team. Fain made a gesture with his right hand to put the weapons down or to stop what they were doing.
"Ashalaman Pasha sa Jericho, Fain Jegga,"
the Kanian said. Fain looked towards Mikey and Kaya, who were standing on either side of him. Mikey opened a screen on his task manager and began reading, mumbling the words. Kaya shrugged slightly. I mean, they haven't given us their language codex, Mikey said hurriedly, looking at his note. Communication with them has been slow. Do you mind if I look at that? Kaya asked, turning towards Mikey. Yeah, here, sure, Mikey said as he offered the task manager to Kaya. No, you can keep it, Kaya said as she waved her hand in a dismissive way. I can pull it up from the server. It will only take a second. Oh, right, Mikey said. I sort of knew that. From what I can gather from K2's observations and Mikey's notes, Kaya said, half turning to Fain, he is asking if you're the eminent Fain Jegga. Fain didn't know how to take the adjective given to him, but he knew that this wasn't the time to figure it out either. The Kenyan said as he gestured back towards his group. Fishana. Then his voice got louder as he banged on his chest with both his left hands. Even though Fain didn't understand a word other than Kenyan, it was clear what the alien was doing. He was introducing himself to Fain, though Fain didn't know what his name was, because it could easily be Fesherin or Chapal or both. Fain Jegga, Fain said, moving his hand towards his chest. Fesherin Chapal bowed and stood silent for a moment. Fain didn't know what to do then, but it wasn't long before Fesherin Chapal stood up straight and began walking towards the group of Kenyans, gesturing at Fain to follow. Well, that went remarkably well, Pika said as they began to follow. Considering what could have happened? I agree, Fain said, but it only means that we're on the same page. When Fesherin Chapal got within a few feet of the Kenyans, the group made way, revealing a rather large, floating alien artifact. The artifact was an oval cylinder with an array of attached antenna-like rods sticking out from its top and bottom. Not your Fancor, Fesherin Chapal said, gesturing towards the artifact. Oh, I know that one, Mikey said enthusiastically. That translates to node anchor. They drew out what it means. Mikey turned his task manager towards Fain. It showed small circles connected by straight lines. Noble 7, Fesherin said as he began to activate the artifact. Sa'avan's name reverberated through Fain's head. The name carried real weight in his mind. Fain nodded, staring directly at the artifact. Kaya, Fain said without looking away from the machine. Get a video feed going to Sodenia's bridge, then relay one to Green and Truman if possible. Whatever we know, they should know. Mikey, I think I'm going to need a translator earpiece. Set it to Acram. Kaya and Mikey began moving behind Fain. Pika, I hope you're seeing this, Fain said as the machine began to pulse. Every second of it, Pika said. Fain got the earpiece from Mikey and threw it on his right ear. Moments later, as the artifact began to emit light, the image of Sa'avan appeared before them like a hologram. But the hologram was far different from the ones he was used to seeing in advertisements on the streets back on Earth. This hologram was more rudimentary, less clean, and barely visible at times. The Kenyans moved away from the node anchor. Some went as far as to put their backs against the nearby walls.
Captain Fain Jegga,
Sa'avan said in plain English, but with a heavy Acram accent. Noble Sa'avan, Fain said, nodding once.
I'm grateful to speak with you directly,
Sa'avan said, switching to Acram. Fain's earpiece translated instantly.
Though I regret that I must speak with you at all, under these circumstances. The time for us all has come once again.
Thanks for reaching out. What is all of this about?
The immortals are back, though they appear to have receded into the shadows. But make no mistake, they will be back,
We fought with them using the entire force of our Golden Armada, and were easily and overwhelmingly defeated. The vastness of my armada did not stand a chance against a small group of them. We did not eliminate a single one of them, while they destroyed a good portion of my kin. We are outmatched in every way.
Fain had a hard time believing what Sa'avan was telling him. He remembered the Golden Armada being a vast and overwhelming force. The claims Sa'avan was making were jaw-dropping to say the least. But then Fain remembered his own experience against a single immortal, and he could picture Sa'avan easily losing to them. So here was probably one of the greatest military minds in the galaxy, defeated.
Using all of our resources, we've formed a perimeter just beyond Acrania. We asked all of our subspecies that can jump here to come to our home planet. Those who are too far away, I've instructed to defend their planets. Here we will make our last stand when the enemy comes knocking at our door. No matter what happens, they will not get through. If we are breathing, we will fight.
Sa'avan said the last part with force.
But that is far from defeating them. I believe the rest of the galaxy will perish, and we eventually will too, unless we cut off the machine's head.
The machine's head?
Yes,
Sa'avan said.
Based on their behavior, we believe they have a collective consciousness. What we've fought are simply the creature's limbs.
So, going after their head will defeat all of them?
That's our theory. If it does not defeat them entirely, perhaps it will disable them sufficiently that we will be able to defeat them.
We defeated one, Fain said. Sa'avan stood quiet, with an incredulous look. Back on Doka, Fain continued. We encountered a single immortal that came after me. It disabled all our weapons, all our shields. But my team managed to take it down. It took everything we had, though as much as I've thought about it, I don't know how we will deal with a group of them. They are beyond powerful.
I'm impressed, Fain Jegga. Your ancestors would be proud. They couldn't have sent their champion to a better place. But I'm afraid that we must not allow ourselves to feel comfort in victory. Never underestimate the opponent. The real war is about to begin.
My ancestors would be proud? Fain wondered. They couldn't have sent their champion to a better place? What the heck is going on? Is he talking about Sodenia? But he brushed aside the questions for now. He wanted to focus on Sa'avan.
We must, I say this again, cut off the machine's head.
Sa'avan continued. How do you propose we do that? Fain asked.
There is only one other overwhelming power I've seen thus far in the galaxy.
Which is?
The main weapon on your ship. I don't see anyone or anything standing in its path, no matter how powerful they think they are.
Are you suggesting that we go after the creature's head?
Exactly. If we can somehow track the machine creature's point of origin, your ship might be able to destroy it. I, for the most part, have mapped out the place in the galaxy where I believe they reside. I'll send you the map now. All we have to do is find a way to pin it down.
So it's a one-way mission? One that you aren't going to partake in? That's one way to get rid of us. Fain was beginning to feel anger at the things Sa'avan was saying.
If you choose to think of it that way, you may. But the alternative is just as dim. If we wait for them to come, we will surely be annihilated. If we attack them in force, the same will happen. If it makes you feel any better, I can take the trip with you. Nothing would be more honorable than to save this galaxy from its imminent doom.
That's if we can find them and their exact point of origin. Then what?
Then you choose the biggest target. Unleash everything that Hurrian ship has, and hope for the best. At the same time, if you let us, we can also flank the enemy and do our best to distract it, while you and your ship cut off the head. This is unfortunately the only thing we can do against this power.
Fain felt the weight of the world drop onto his shoulders. He thought about Pika, Larissa, Kaya, August, Eora, Mikey, and everyone else that might be joining him on the mission. He couldn't do that to them. He couldn't expect that much from them. He shouldn't. They would have their entire lives ahead of them, if there was no immortal menace. In that instant, Fain had made up his mind. He knew what he needed to do. He just didn't know how. Fain glanced at Kaya, and she nodded. Had she been thinking the same thing?
The decision is yours, Captain Fain Jegga. It is the only tactic I can offer, the only thing that might work. For now, while there is silence in the galaxy, you may rejoice within the time we still have. But make no mistake, they will come again. Have your allies protect their planets, and have your fleet protect yours. Protect them with everything you've got. Perhaps fate is on your side. I'll look forward to hearing from you. And if I don't, may you have a peaceful farewell. It was my honor having such a prominent adversary as yourself. I will do whatever is in my power to defend this galaxy. I hope you do the same. Take the node anchor as a gift, until I hear from you.
You will hear from me. We aren't giving up that easy. We will always fight, and we will win. Make no mistake. Sa'avan's image disappeared as he nodded, and the node anchor fell silent. Fain didn't know what to feel or what he should be feeling after speaking with Sa'avan. His worst fears about life as he knew it ending this way were materializing before his eyes. There just wasn't much they could do against such an overwhelming force. "Oh, come on," Mikey said, exasperated. "That cannot be the only way that we can win. There has to be another way." "I agree with Mikey," Pika said. "That is just beyond ridiculous. How can he ask that of us? Yeah, go into the unknown, risk your life, die a few times, and see if it works. You've got to be kidding me." "If anyone else has a better idea," Fain said as he looked around the room, "I'm all ears."
One
of the Keneans said as he began walking towards the hallway that led to the docks. The rest of its group began to follow. "I guess they are leaving," Mikey said. "I'll escort them out, but we aren't done yet. We aren't done by a long shot." He began walking with the group of Keneans. "Fain, don't tell me you're actually considering it," Pika asked. "And if you are, we're coming with you. There is absolutely no way around that."
Yeah, Fain, this is crazy.
August chimed in through the open channel Kaya had created.
And that guy is crazier for suggesting it. It's so easy for him to go and die, but if he doesn't appreciate his life, then let him be the only one. We need to figure out something else. I'll put up the battle boards again. Something has got to give.
"What else can we do if not that?" Fain said. "I'm open to any and every suggestion, but I'm afraid all roads will lead to the same place. Think about it. The Golden Armada was defeated. What if it's a trap?" Eora asked in a soft voice. "You said it yourself. That's one way to get rid of us." "He offered to come with us," Fain said. "I don't think that this is a trap. It's more along the lines of a desperate attempt." "Why doesn't he go and try it out, then let us know if there's a chance?" Pika said with clear distaste. But the comment sparked something in Fain's mind. "What did you say?" Fain asked, fully turned towards Pika. "That he should freaking go," Pika said with a bit more distaste than last time. "And let us know if it's something we can do or not." "That's it," Fain said enthusiastically. "We could 100% do that. Well, kind of. I'm not following, Picus said, eyebrows furrowed. I mean, it's just an idea, Fain said. But we have drones, we have the Ocolinus' gates in Earth's orbit, and we have the device you are working on to track them. I mean, we'll have to make a lot of adjustments, but we can make something work, so that at least we won't go in blind. If you know the enemy, you need not fear the results. Sun Tzu.
Okay, that's starting to sound like we aren't just going to go and die,
August said.
I like the sound of that much better.
Mikey came running back into the room and hit a chair on his way in. He was panting for air. Fain wondered why he seemed not to have enough air. The docks weren't that far away, and Mikey didn't look to be that out of shape. Damn, I need to work out, Mikey managed. But what did I miss? I hope we're not going, right? Maybe something will work out after all, Fain said. Fain now had a better idea of what to do in the situation at hand. A solid plan was forming in his head. Paths. Sa'avan walked back towards the main view window of the Iberia after talking with Captain Fain Jegga. Something about being in front of the window of his ship brought him deep comfort. It was about knowing where he was heading, despite the danger. He liked to think he was in total control of his destiny.
That went outstandingly well,
Gallia said, as she went to stand next to Sa'avan.
Humans are impressive beings. After all the Acram have done to them, they are willing to forgive. They might be willing to forgive, but make no mistake, they will never forget. No, they're just doing what in their eyes is right. It was apparent that the rest of the room was far from happy with our conversation. We owe a great deal of their cooperation to Captain Fain Jegga. A true warrior's path is always interlaced with another. That old Acram saying seems to be true, doesn't it? It does, noblest Sa'avan.
They stood in silence, admiring the beauty of space.
If they ask you to go with them, will you?
Gallia asked. If it had been anyone else, absolutely anyone else, Sa'avan would probably have beheaded them for asking that question. But it was Gallia who dared ask. Sa'avan wondered if it was because she knew that no harm would come to her for asking, or because she was still naive about what it meant to be a noble.
Gallia! Gallia!
Sa'avan said as he released anger through his breath.
Listen to me carefully. A noble's word is his life. A noble must stand by what they say no matter what. If a noble cannot live up to the expectations they have set for themselves, they do not deserve the honor of being a noble. Nobles aren't cowards. They are the greatest among all Acram. Now imagine what it means to be the highest noble.
Gallia immediately kneeled before Sa'avan and bowed her head.
Forgive me, highest of nobles. Stand up.
Sa'avan snapped, but at the same time he offered her his hand for leverage. Gallia took his hand and stood up.
You bow before no one.
Sa'avan said in a soft voice.
Not me, not anyone in this galaxy. Do you hear me? It is you and you alone that will hold this honor.
Yes, highest of nobles,
Gallia said in a low voice, looking down.
Look at me,
Sa'avan said.
Hold your head up high.
Gallia turned her head up to look at Sa'avan.
If something happens to me,
Sa'avan said, as he tenderly held the side of Gallia's head.
You are to be my successor. There is no one else that I can think of in all Acronia with a life as pure as yours. You will be truly worthy of being the highest noble.
Sa'avan saw the struggle in Gallia. She wanted to look down.
Hold your head up high. Not everything you hear will be what you want to hear. There will be overwhelming and purely evil things to come.
But I trust that you will lead our people to their peaceful place in the galaxy. It will be the honor of a lifetime,
Gallia said. Saavan pulled away and returned to face the main window, arms crossed this time.
We will wait for the humans' answer,
Saavan said.
But we will be ready for anything if the immortals show up. No matter what happens, they will not get through us. As long as we can fight, we will fight.
Fain and the crew that had gone with him to the Isco were getting ready to head back to Sodenia. Despite Mikey's protests about wanting to know the new plan, Fain told him that he would know the details of it when the time was right. Mikey groaned profusely, but he ended up agreeing with Fain. There were too many ears and eyes in the room, not to mention the large alien device left behind. The node anchors seemed to be completely shut off. Fain had Kaya and K2 run diagnostics just to make sure, but with alien technology it was anyone's guess if it was what it said it was. Mikey, Fain said, I need you to get this inner room and set up a video relay feed with Sodenia. We'll have K2 monitor it 24/7 in case there's any unwanted activity. Got it, Mikey said. But you'll tell me your plan once you guys decide, right? Because if the world is gonna end, I'd much rather be on Earth than up here. Don't worry, Fain said firmly. That's not going to happen. Besides, I need you up here until all of this is over. You'll know, Mikey nodded. Fain and his group made their way to the docks with Mikey and 2 other ambassadors escorting them. On the way to the docks, the group was engaged in small talk about what had just happened. Everyone except 2. Eora and Mikey weren't walking too far away from him, and without meaning to, he overheard Mikey's attempt at a conversation with one of the toughest women Fain had ever met. Hey, I'm Mikey, by the way. I know. Eora, right? That's a pretty name. It fits you well. Quite unique. There was an audible sigh from Eora. If you'd like to keep your face intact, I suggest we leave this conversation for another time. You know, if I were anyone else, that might seem like a pretty easy decision. But the galaxy might end soon, and having a conversation with someone like you might be worth it. Well, it depends on how much time we have left. But yeah, I'm willing to take the risk. I've also never been punched by a woman before. At least, not one as beautiful as you. What? Eora asked, sneering. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Aren't you the director of this place? Eora said. Shouldn't you be, directing instead of trying to hit on me? Whoa, Mikey said. There's a big difference between striking up a conversation and getting to know someone and hitting on someone. And hitting someone. Really? So what do you call the parts about being pretty, unique, and beautiful? Those are just adjectives, Mikey said with a hint of frustration. They are usually used to describe a thing. In this case, how I feel about your name and the way you look compared to those who've punched my face in the past. If I didn't feel that way, then I wouldn't have used those words. I was just being honest. But I'm sorry if I offended you or came across as sleazy, which is far from what I'm trying to accomplish. He sighed. Fain can vouch for me. I'm far from being that type of guy, you know. But, forget it. I'll just take a few steps back and do my job and pretend I didn't screw up again like I always do. But if one day you change your mind and would like to get to know the real me, let me know. Eora didn't fire back or say anything. She just kept walking. This is one of the things the Acram got right, Mikey muttered. At least when they talk to each other, they know exactly what they mean and the intentions they have. When they reached the dock, Fain stopped and turned towards Mikey and the ambassadors. Director Harmon, take care of the Isco, Fain said in as formal a voice as he could muster. Send a full report to Commander Felix. I'll be in contact with you soon. As for the rest of the ambassadors on board, he turned to the 2 ambassadors that had accompanied them to the dock. I hope you will do your absolute best. We'll be sending a full report soon that you will forward to all our allies. Yes, sir, we'll do our best. Fain turned around and headed towards the shuttle. He was the first one to reach the door. But instead of going in, he stood beside the door, letting everyone else in first. Get your helmets on, Fain said as Pika got in the shuttle. The group followed his instructions, all except for Eora. She was looking straight at Fain as if she was going to ask a question.
Was he really being honest?
Eora asked, hesitating to enter the shuttle.
I mean, is he a good guy? No bullshit.
Mikey is one of those people that will never let you down. He means and does what he says. Fain smiled slightly.
Leave it to his friend to back him up,
Eora said as she rolled her eyes and entered the shuttle. You don't have to believe me, Fain said as he entered the shuttle and closed the door behind him. You can always find out for yourself. Eora groaned and threw on her helmet. Once they left the Isco and went back to Sodenia, it was all a blur for Fain as they made their way to Earth. He began to think about the events that had just occurred, and how everything was pushing him to confront the Immortals head-on. His heart was racing as the scenarios that he had concocted in his mind all ended in defeat. Along the way home, he was peppered with questions, and he did his best to answer them, but he wasn't himself. His mind was engrossed in coming up with a plan to save all biological life in the galaxy, and that included Earth, and everyone he loved. Fain brought Sodenia to her usual resting spot, next to the Uranus space elevator. He glanced at his wristband. It was 17:23 hours. They still had time, and Fain was planning to use it. Sodenia, this is your captain speaking, Fain said as he pressed the intercom button for the ship. We're going to keep going for a little while longer. Then he let go of the button for the second part. Get Green and Truman on screen and let Eora know to meet us at the bridge. As for everyone else here, bring anyone that you think should be here. It wasn't long before Green and Truman appeared in the medium-sized windows on the main view screen of the bridge.
Fain, we are still trying to figure out what happened up there in the Isco,
Green said as he took off his hat. So am I, Fain said. But I'm hoping we can figure this out and come up with a plan.
We'll try our best,
Green said. The bridge was full. The entire flight crew was there, along with some of their subordinates. Everyone had gathered around the command stations, leaving Fain and a few others in the center of a small crowd. So we won't lose any more time, Fain said, turning towards Green and Truman. I'll start. If we don't do something now, we might not get to do something at all. He cleared his throat. It may seem that since we've opened our doors to the galaxy, we've encountered problem after problem, threat after threat. But luckily, we've always come together and dealt with it. And this time I'm hoping we can do the same. However, I can safely say we aren't on level ground this time. No, this time the enemy doesn't play by the same mortal rules we do. In fact, the enemy likes to think of themselves as all-powerful immortals. Their goal is clear. They want to wipe all biological life from the galaxy. Their threat is not empty. According to Kaya and the Acram leader, Noble Sa'avan, there was a shift in the room when Fain mentioned Noble Sa'avan. They've done this twice before. Now we have two choices. We can wait for them to come and do whatever they do and hope we are able to withstand the attack. Keep in mind, they've already defeated the Golden Armada. The room was quiet. Or, what I'd much prefer, Fain said, we can go and give them everything we've got. The room became animated. The question is how.
Attacking the enemy in their territory,
Truman said,
will put us at a great disadvantage, and we don't know where to find them. The enemy has gone silent. Going in blind makes the situation much worse.
I know, Fain said. But we do know how to find them, Pika said. That's all I've been working on, and I think I'm already there. I just haven't been able to test it. Fain looked at Pika, feeling his eyebrows furrow, and she nodded. He wondered if she really had finished the device. But Pika cleared it all up with a simple nod. Kaya, if you don't mind, Fain said.
Can you show the map Noble Savan gave us? Sure, Kaya said as she neared Fain and raised a pedestal from the floor. Just give me a few seconds to modify it so that it looks like something we can all understand. Seconds later, a large map of the Milky Way galaxy appeared before them. This is where we are, Kaya said as she zoomed in on the map and focused on one of the galaxy's arms that was relatively near the core. And according to the Acram leader, he estimates them to be somewhere around here. She zoomed out and then zoomed back in, between two outer arms, where there was little to no star formation. Around 12,000 light-years away. Fain made the calculation in his head. He knew that at the theoretical maximum, Sodenia could travel at 0.82 to 0.90 light-years per hour. That put them at 14 hours away.
That's quite some distance there,
Truman said.
and it's also unknown territory. What is it that you propose?
Unknown territory is an understatement, Fain thought. Here was a fairly new civilization, unique to themselves, trying to fly 12,000 light-years away from their home planet to fight a war in order to survive. I want to take half of the fleet with me, including both of the jump gates. We'll set up one of the gates pointing back to Earth, at its maximum coverage distance of 8,000 light-years. And the other we'll set up less than a light-year away from the edge of the Immortals' territory. Once there, and if we can find them, Fain glanced at Pika, and she nodded. We'll send programmed probes via the second gate with a one-way communication signal back to us. And if there's a shot, anything at all, we'll take it. If not, we'll come back and get ready for the end.
Let's not talk about the end just yet,
Green said.
but don't you think that the probes will be detected right away, and we won't get a chance to study the enemy?
We can also make the probes look like space debris, Kaya said. Like old Hurrian space debris. They could be broadcasting back to us in the Hurrian language. The Immortals would still find out what was happening, but I think it would give us enough time.
I like that idea, August said. The only thing I don't get is, why take half the fleet with us? Can't Sodenia do this by itself? I mean, it's not like...
Fain shot a stare at August, interrupting him.
Damn it,
Fain thought. Leave it to August to expose a hole in the plan. A weak point that Fain was planning to exploit. Everything Fain was saying was indeed part of his plan, but it was just a facade for what Fain was really planning.
That's correct,
Truman said.
All the firepower in the entire ESAF fleet cannot rival that of Sodenia. I don't think it comes close. This mission is extremely dangerous as it is.
The purpose of taking half of the fleet with us is logistical, Kaya said. Aside from the careful placement of the jump gates, we also need a way to carry them within Sodenia's FTL bubble. We'll need to attach a minimum of 3 carrier frigate-class ships to each gate. Without knowing the extent of Fain's true plan, Kaya had intervened, and she had a far better answer than anything he was planning to say.
I see,
Truman said.
So, this is the best we've got.
There might also be a way to immobilize the enemy, Kaya said. The small, old-tech machine that was used on me in the restaurant can also be used on them, with a few minor adjustments. I'm fairly sure of this. We just need to mass-produce it.
Okay, this is sounding better,
Green said.
Do we have all the materials on Earth? Can our building facility take care of it?
We do, Kaya said as she nodded. And it can.
Well, send me the list of what you need,
Green said.
and I'll start sourcing it. And, well, you make sure the computers down here do as you say.
That won't be a problem, Kaya said.
Well, let's get moving on this,
Truman said.
The time we have to prepare ourselves is not guaranteed. We'll determine when to launch the attack once we are ready. As Fain said earlier, if we don't do something now, we might not get to do it at all. But I want everyone in this room to keep thinking, to keep imagining. There might be something better we can do. Let's get to work.
We will, sir, Fain said. Truman and Green nodded, and they both turned off their video feed simultaneously.
As much as Fain wanted to be hopeful after Truman's words, deep down he knew that there wouldn't be any way around it. They'd have to face the Immortals. "Sodenia, this is your captain," Fain said as he pressed the comms button on the center console of the bridge. "Your new tasks will be assigned by your COs. Look for them tonight on your task managers. Let's get ready for a change of shift." He let go of the button, and the crowd on the bridge began to disperse. When Fain turned around, the first person he saw in front of him was Larissa. "Hey," Larissa said softly. "Hey," Fain said back. "Are you sure about this? I mean, is this really the plan? Those things, whatever they are powerful, and we are going straight to them. Who knows how many of them? They defeated the Golden Armada. What chance do we really have? We'll give it our best, and we'll put our hearts into it. That's the only thing within our control. We took down one, remember? As far as I know, we are the only ones in the galaxy that have done it. It happened once, and it will happen again. I need you and everyone else on this ship on my side for this to work. I need you at the best you've ever been." Fain knew that Larissa suspected something else in the works. That sudden silencing of August wasn't so subtle after all. But he also meant every word he had just told her. "I'll do my best, Captain," Larissa said, sounding like she had something stuck in her throat. Fain nodded and stepped to one side and began walking towards the corridor. He knew that if he just stood around on the bridge, he would be questioned by everyone. Some of the brightest minds on Earth were on that bridge, and Fain knew that well. "Pika, get together with Kaya and figure out that EMP device," Fain said as he walked. "Also, let's replicate your tracker. I want one on every ship in the fleet." "Okay," Pika nodded. It was obvious that she wanted to say more, but she knew it wasn't the time. Fain figured as much. "Hey, 1 sec, Captain," August said as he walked right after Fain. "It won't take long." "I'll talk to you later tonight," Fain said without slowing down. "For now, that's the plan, and we need to make it happen." August stopped cold and didn't say anything else. Fain knew he was being harsher than necessary. But in order for his plan to work, there shouldn't be any doubt from anyone. And talking to August out in the open would surely expose all the flaws in his plan. He made it to the corridor without any more holdups. From there he took a pod straight to his quarters. When he entered his quarters, he took a deep breath, and the human part in him began doubting everything he was doing. He didn't want to fool anyone. He didn't want to hurt anyone. And overall, he didn't want to break his promise to Pika. "Damn it!" Fain yelled with frustration as he fell to his knees. "Damn it!" He pounded on the floor, trying to release his anger. But the human flesh was no match for the solid steel floor of his quarters. After a few more thrashes, he leaned back against the door and surrendered to his thoughts. For nearly 2 hours, Fain thought about every possible scenario they would be up against. He had silenced his wristband, ignoring all the incoming calls and requests. The scenarios in his mind were widely different, but one common denominator had emerged. There was one common theme to each one of the paths he could choose. For each one, it was a one-way trip. He knew that it was a desperate attempt at best. But what else was there? He had to try. No, not try. He had to give it everything he had within him. Every last ounce, for this to have even a remote possibility of working. "It has to work," Fain murmured. "It's going to work." He raised his voice. "It's going to work. I know it, because I will make it work." Feeling as if the worst part of the decision he had made was behind him, he unsilenced his wristband. There were 18 missed calls and 22 messages. Kaya's name was among the ones who tried to communicate with Fain. "Hey, Kaya," Fain said without using his wristband to communicate. "How are you feeling? My sensors detected some thumping coming from your floor. You had me worried for a bit." "It was nothing. Don't worry. Are things underway?"
Everyone is getting their tasks ready to be sent out. I just finished talking to Pika about our tasks as well. If everything works out, we'll be ready to execute the plan within 2 weeks. Our biggest holdup is the mass production of the EMP mechanism. I am assuming that we will need to fill Sodenia up and the other ships that are coming with us.
Yes, that's correct.
Fain, is that really the plan?
Fain paused before answering. For everyone else it is. For me, it might not be the case. I'm going alone into immortal territory, and I need your help.
I figured as much,
Kaya said with a sigh.
What I hadn't figured is that you were barring me from coming with you. I don't like that, and I won't allow it. You're taking me with you, Fain Jegga.
Kaya, it's a one-way trip. I can't do that to you. Your life is just as important as everyone else's.
Yeah, it's a one-way trip. If you don't take me with you. But if I go, we might still have a chance. If you want me to help you pull this off, then I'm coming with you.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. And if that's our end, nothing would make me happier than to have reached that phase in my life with you, the person I started this journey with. Also, if you fail, the end will come for us all no matter what, and you'll stand a much better chance with me by your side. The chances would increase even more if the flight crew was with us. But I know how you feel about that.
I guess you're coming with me then. But I'm going to need one more person's help on this. Though convincing him not to come with me is going to be hard.
He has been waiting for your call for a while now. I believe he is worried. You should talk to him before the day ends.
Yeah, you're right, Fain said as he scrolled up to August's name on his wristband. I'll talk to you later.
Fain,
Kaya asked before she cut the communication. Yeah?
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. After thinking about what he would say to August for a moment or two, he decided to call.
Hello?
August answered. Hey, can you meet me by the docks?
When?
Now.
I'm on my way.
Fain got up right away and walked out the door. The difficulty was just about to start for Fain, and he knew it. But he would face it head on, without a shadow of doubt, if it meant saving the ones he loved. "11. The Plan. August made his way to the docks to meet with Fain. He was almost sure what this meeting would be about. Throughout his time serving on board Sodenia, he had gotten to know Fain and thought of him as one of his closest friends, if not the closest. One of the things that had always stood out about Fain was how sure he was of his plans and decisions. It was one of his gifts. Fain rarely said something without being sure of it, and he was unwavering when it came to giving his word. At first, August had called Fain out on a few things here and there, but it was only to find out that Fain had already done the research or calculations, and he had always been right. And yet this time around his friend was anything but unwavering, and that was of great concern to August. It meant that he wasn't sure about what he was doing. But that was just August's guess, and he didn't dare to guess beyond that, and be proven wrong yet again. So on the way to the docks, August decided to occupy his mind with other things. If we are really going to the Immortals' point of origin, August thought, there's a strong possibility that we won't make it back. All 12,000 of us? That seems like a large number of people to go on a suicide mission. Then again, is that what it is? Maybe Fain is right about taking half of the ESAF fleet there. After all, the more of us there are, the better the chance we have. If we lose, it would be a great loss of life, that's true, but that would be the end of everything anyway. August didn't have enough time to finish his thoughts on the matter. He could see the large docks rapidly approaching, and Fain was already there waiting for him near the corridor. Fain couldn't have chosen a better time to meet at the docks, as they were usually pretty quiet at this time. At a distance, There were only 2 forklifts moving pallets of food, or more likely coffee and tea, to the feeders for the food printers. August had recently learned, thanks to a conversation with Larissa, that more coffee and tea was consumed on board Sodenia than at 4 full coffee shops on Earth. August knew that had to be an unhealthy amount of caffeine. "Fancy seeing you here," Fain said as August approached, though he sensed unease in his tone of voice. "Fancy seeing you at all," August said as he exited the pod. "So now can I ask you questions about the plan?" "You can, but I feel that they will be highly unnecessary after you find out why I called you here." "Okay, so we'll start there. What's really happening?" "August," Fain paused, looking unsure what to say. "I will need your help, to a great extent. I know I'll be asking a lot from you, but that's why I'm asking you and not anyone else. If you don't help me, everything will fail." August didn't want to hear what Fain had to say next, because he knew that Fain wouldn't say those things lightly. He just hoped that he'd be strong enough to help his friend. They started walking towards the racks of food. "I'm listening." "I'm going to need your help." Fain paused again, shaking his head. It looked like he was having real difficulty getting out what he had to say. "Sodenia will be going into immortal territory, but only 2 people will be on board. Kaya and me." August instantly knew what that meant. It was a betrayal to the highest degree, but not to Esaf or the people of Earth. It was a betrayal to his friends. August wanted to bury his face in the thick metal plating that made up the dock's floor. "Fain, what are you saying?" August asked. "Kaya and I need to go alone to the Immortals' point of origin, wherever Nobles Avan's map and Pika's location device lead us. And I need your help doing that. But before you say anything or think anything—" "Well, it's too damn late for that," August said, interrupting Fain. "How can I not think anything about this? If anything, it's all I'm thinking about right now. Like, what the hell, man? We are supposed to be in this together." Fain didn't say a word to interrupt August. "This is wrong, beyond wrong, and you know it. Everyone is counting on you, and they are willing to go with you and give their lives for you. And you are going to turn around and just break that trust? I almost can't believe what I'm hearing. Are you sure you've thought this through? I mean, I know you've thought about it, but are you sure? Are you absolutely sure?" "I'm sure. There's no other way around it. It's the only way I can move forward with this. I know for certain that we have a chance, that somewhere in this whole mess there's a sliver of hope, that we might come out alive. I'd gladly bring you all with me, but I don't know it for sure. The truth is that I'm counting on the ship and just how far we can push it. And we know that's not a real strategy, but it's all we've got. We have to take this shot. Wouldn't you have a better chance with us there? More eyes, more people working the ship, more of everything." "I admit that's true, but then I'd be worried about all the lives on board Sodenia as well." "August, think about it. Sodenia was made for this." "What do you mean?" "The more I think about it, the more I realize that Sodenia was made for this and this alone. A massive, armored, heavy ship, responsive to the slightest movement. A planet-shattering weapon that can be controlled by a single person with a powerful AI. Sodenia was meant to do what I'm planning to do now. To have a crew on board being part of the fleet was secondary to its design. It's almost as if the Hurrian knew it would come down to this specific task. Why else would they design a ship around a pilot seat? The only thing that Esaf got right was to make whoever pilots the ship the captain." August couldn't deny that Fain was making sense. He hated himself for letting Fain persuade him. "And what about us? Your crew?" August asked, not giving up on his side of the argument. And he would hit where it would hurt the most. "Pika, just to hell with whatever we think about it. To hell with what she thinks." "Don't you dare say that," Fain said somberly. "You know damn well why I'm doing this." This is what I think will give us the biggest chance. I want you guys to live. I want her to live. Then why not just come clean with it? Run it by everyone. If you are having this much trouble with it, can you imagine everyone else? Green and Truman would never agree. Pika especially would never, ever agree. It would just be one big chaotic scene for days. We need to get ready the right way. August let out a sigh. So you'll help me? Fain asked. You're asking too much. I know. That's why I'm asking you and not anyone else. They stopped walking once they reached the 3-story food racks. August went over everything Fain had just said once again in his head. He couldn't deny that Fain was making more sense than not. How much of the plan is true? Everything, up until we send the drones through the jump gates. Once I see what the enemy territory is like, if I see that there's a chance, I'll take it in a second. Meaning Kaya and you will go there alone? Yeah, pretty much. How are you planning to empty the ship? We'll do most of the emptying here. We'll take barely enough crew to operate Sodenia normally. The same with the rest of the fleet. Once we send the drones through the gates, Kaya will cause distress in the fleet, requiring personnel to assist. We'll need a lot more shuttles here. Fain turned and gestured towards the large docks. To carry everyone out. It's going to be hard to convince the flight crew, especially Pika. That's where you come in, Fain said, turning to August. You'll be the last to leave. If they see you on the bridge, they won't see it coming. Pika and a group of engineers should be the first ones to go aid the ship. We'll need to do this fast, before everyone realizes what's going on. I have one condition, August said firmly. You have to do everything in your power to come back. And I mean everything. Think about it. And I need you to swear to me. Swear to me on your father and mother that you'll give it everything you've got to make it back. I swear. August made it back to his quarters feeling distraught. He felt weak and sick to his stomach. He felt like he had just signed away his soul, like he would be committing a horrible act against his friends. He didn't dare imagine what Fain was feeling. This decision was probably crushing him as well. He took off his boots and jacket before making his way to the kitchen. It was 2300 hours and he couldn't remember when the last time was he had eaten something. He wasn't hungry, but he knew that he needed to eat. The last thing he wanted was some form of anemia to kick in. He needed to be at 100% and then some in the coming days. While in the kitchen, he took the rest of his clothes off and placed them on top of a nearby chair, leaving him standing in only his boxer briefs. He held his robotic left hand just below the shoulder, pressing against it, and began turning his hand in a circular motion a few times. The movement felt pleasing and relaxing, as if things were popping back into place. August had always felt comfortable in his own skin. Even with his robotic arm, he never minded what it looked like. On the contrary, he thought it accentuated his body. So how long have you known about it? August asked, as he browsed through the menu of the food printer. He waited for a response from Kaya, but there was nothing. His heart skipped a beat, thinking that something might have happened ahead of schedule. He stopped scrolling through the food printer's menu. Kaya, are you there? He asked, already imagining himself running to the door.
Hi, August.
Kaya responded nonchalantly. Crap, August said. You scared the bejesus out of me. How come you didn't answer my question earlier?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if that was directed at me or if you were talking to yourself. You do that quite often. I try to stay out of everyone's personal conversations.
Realizing that there was in fact no danger, August continued scrolling through the food printer's menu. I see, August said with a sigh. So, how long have you known?
I've suspected Fain would want to do something like this since we talked to Savan on board the Isco. But the entirety of my role in this didn't become clear to me until he talked to you.
And what do you think about it? August asked in a defeated voice. Do you think Fain is making the right decision? Are you making the right decision?
I believe he is.
Kaya said with a more serious tone.
I believe I am. Even if we were to fail, we would have collected valuable data. You guys, the galaxy I should say, would have an even better chance.
Without you. Without Fain. Without Sodenia? Yeah, right. I doubt it. I so doubt it. Hey, but while we're discussing this, is there anything on this machine that I can just drink and get all the nutrients I need? I don't have much of an appetite.
Would you like a vitamin and protein-rich smoothie?
Yeah, I think so. That sounds better than more than half of the things on here. The food printer began moving and loaded a glass into its bed. At that point, August turned around and leaned against the counter.
As we were saying,
Kaya said,
even without us, without this ship, a second chance is a second chance. Though Sa'avan and the Golden Armada were defeated, any information we can get from the Acram leader would be of great value in the fight against a common enemy.
Yeah, let's just enable our enemy to conquer the galaxy for sure this time around, with nothing to stop them. The food printer beeped, letting August know that his smoothie was ready. August turned automatically, picked up the smoothie, and took in an earnest gulp without thinking about it. He found that to be a grave mistake seconds later. The smoothie tasted anything but smooth. It wasn't sweet or tasty at all. August felt like he was drinking poorly flavored dark chocolate mud with a touch of corn. Mustering his strength, he swallowed.
What the hell is in this thing?
He complained.
Pretty much all the nutrients your body needs throughout a day.
This has got to be the most horrible thing I've tasted in my lifetime,
August said as he gauged the size of the smoothie. He estimated that it would take 3.5 more gulps to finish the whole thing.
Would you like a different one?
Kaya suggested.
Perhaps something more palatable?
Nah,
August said.
This is just about the least of my worries.
He took another gulp, this one half the size of the first one. He did his best not to think about the flavor.
So, something I noticed.
You call the leader of the Acram just Sa'avan, while Fain calls him Noble Sa'avan. Why is that?
It's probably due to Fain having a great deal more respect for him than I do. Though if I was addressing the leader of the Acram directly, I would probably also say Noble Sa'avan, just out of respect.
Fain respects him that much? After all the Acram have done?
It's not respect based on admiration. It is respect of his power, and I believe Sa'avan treats Fain the same way. While it is clear that Sodenia could have destroyed Sa'avan's ship back when we confronted the Golden Armada, it is not clear that we would have survived much longer after that, hence the respect of honoring a ceasefire.
I see, August said as he took another gulp of the awful smoothie.
Also,
Kaya continued,
I believe that the powers in play during the Acram conquest have died out, and that Sa'avan sits at the top of the chain now. He could turn out to be a valuable ally in our fight for survival.
Galactic diplomacy at its finest, August said. Determined to finish the smoothie, he filled his mouth with the vile-tasting drink. There was a quiet moment as August attempted to chug down the last remaining ounces of the horrible substance.
Is there anything else on your mind?
Kaya asked once August was done. I'm not happy with this whole thing, August said as he put down the empty smoothie glass. Not at all. Do you know what a promise is?
An absolute declaration or assurance that one will do a particular thing, or that a particular thing will happen.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the definition. I'm talking about what it means to us when we promise something.
I think I do,
Kaya said.
But do elaborate, just to make sure I'm on the same page as you are.
A promise is something we ask of someone to feel comfort, reassurance, and hope ahead of time. And I need you to promise me something. But if you think you won't be able to do so, just don't. I don't want to feel hope where there isn't any.
I will do my best to take everything you've just said into consideration before I make the promise.
Promise me, August said, feeling a slight catch in his throat.
I need you to promise me, Kaya. Promise me that you'll do everything in your power to come back and bring Fain with you. If you see that there's no chance, promise me you won't just go and waste your lives."
There was a moment of silence.
I promise.
12. The Champion. It was day 5 of getting ready to venture into immortal territory, and for Fain, the last 5 days had felt like an eternity. He hated himself for having to hide his real plans from most of the flight crew, and particularly Pika. He hated the feeling of not being able to be himself, of always having to watch what he was saying, and who he was saying it to. Since the meeting where the plans to head towards immortal territory were set in motion, Fain had been having a hard time sleeping. He was lucky to get an hour or 2 of straight sleep at a time. Nightmares haunted his sleep, and nature hadn't been his friend as of late. He was getting up several times to go to the restroom at night. His insides twisted, and his stomach often churned at the thought of not seeing Earth. His friends and her again. Will she ever forgive me? Fain thought the same question every day as he got up. No clear answer ever came to mind. His mind always chose a different path. Well, that's if we managed to survive this whole thing anyway. Fain reasoned. If Sodenia hadn't come to Earth all those years ago, what would things be like now? The Acram wouldn't have come in the first place, searching for the fallen Hurrian ship. Well, they would have eventually found their way here, but not as soon as they did. Would we just be unknowingly waiting for the end to happen? Fain snapped out of the moment and decided not to go down that particular rabbit hole of what if. On the brighter side of things, everything was going to plan, though it was a flawed plan and everyone was doing their best. Tasks were being completed left and right. He had just finished getting ready to go to the bridge. He was doing the best he could, but the enormous weight of the task at hand was beginning to break him. He wanted to win. He wanted humanity to survive. Though if he was honest with himself, he didn't know if it was possible. Well, I have to try, he sighed on his way out. The only thing on the agenda for him today was to hear everyone's reports and go over the map that Noble Sa'avan had given him for the 50th time. He was beginning to hate that map, but he wanted to memorize all of it. He wanted to know it by heart. At the same time as he looked at the map, he went through different scenarios in his mind of how the real battle might play out. On his way to the bridge, he closed his eyes and attempted to relax. Something he hadn't done in quite some time. But he failed. He couldn't empty his mind, and before he knew it, he was in front of the bridge. The speed of these things can be extremely annoying sometimes, Fain thought. At the same time, he remembered stories of people falling asleep on their way to destinations at the turn of the century. Sometimes it would take hours to get from point A to point B, but all that changed as transportation became more efficient. He found himself feeling a little bit of envy for those who were able to take a minute or 2 to snooze before reaching their destination. He sighed once again as he exited the pod. Sighing had become his go-to stress reliever lately. He didn't like it one bit, but it was more effective than not. It helped him regulate the tension and overwhelming stress in his body. As he walked towards the bridge, he noticed something was off. There wasn't much movement, at least not compared to the usual rush. No one was coming in or out of the bridge, and everything seemed awfully quiet. Fain hurried in, only to find Kaya, the flight crew, Green, and Truman on floating orbs, and many others, including Eora, gathered around the center console. "Captain on the bridge!" one of Eora's gunners yelled as Fain entered. Everyone turned towards Fain. Most saluted him, except those who Fain had explicitly told not to do so. "What's happening?" Fain asked, heart already racing. No one answered. Instead, they looked towards Kaya. "I believe I've uncovered the history of the Hurrian relating to the Immortals." Kaya said. And with that, the origin of humanity. Fain took a moment to process what Kaya had said, because the implications of her statement were huge. What? Fain asked, as he deliberately tried to be unsure of what he'd heard. But he was sure. Kaya's words had been crystal clear. It's all here, Kaya said as she pointed towards the floor. In the ship's archive. The file was triggered to surface during our encounter with the Immortals, but I didn't notice it until early this morning, while I was trying to find additional information about them. I've been waiting for you to play the footage. I thought it was only fair that you see it first, along with everyone else. Play it, Fain said as he took a deep breath in. The last message of the Hurrian race, Kaya said as the lights on the bridge darkened. The main view screen on the bridge turned on and began to display a more than familiar image. At the center of the screen, there was a young man who looked more like a human than an alien. He was pleasant to look at, white hair, piercing light blue eyes, but with tattoos or markings that faded into his hairline and ran in straight lines down into the familiar garments. His skin was pink, pale, and smooth. Fain assumed that the person on screen was a Hurrian scholar, or person of science. He was clearly not a warrior. The Hurrian began speaking in his native language, and subtitles appeared at the edge of the main view screen.
I am Arinale o Ari,
the Hurrian spoke, with what looked to be a saddened expression.
And if you are seeing this, it means that death has come once again to our galaxy.
He moved away from the center of the recording, and a planet appeared instead.
This is Harandor,
Arianle's voice now narrated.
A planet so rich with life that it was the cradle of our civilization.
The planet disappeared, and instead a time-lapse of a town took its place.
Since the beginning of time, as we grew into a civilization, we have looked to the stars, those marvelous celestial bodies of life-giving light. We dreamed of one day reaching them, so we set out to do just that.
The image showing the town quickly turned into a city, strikingly similar to the cities on Earth. The images on the main view screen kept changing to match what Arinale was narrating.
I am the fourth of my kin, the fourth in a generation of star-seers, in the second life of people. And it's my duty to study the dust left behind in the galaxy, and the dust that is yet to come. Dust is all around us, and dust is what we are. This is the second time in the history of my planet that our civilization has given birth. We were here once before, but when death came for us all in the form of machines, little was left. Thankfully, the machine mind has a reckless, uncaring nature, and a few, along with some technology, were spared. But we were naive beings, and the resilience in our hearts did not let us quit on life. So we rebuilt again, but this time the concept of the end was embedded in our minds. From that we knew two things. The first was that we needed to protect ourselves against any future threat, and we also knew that if our species were to survive, and perhaps live on beyond the life of our planet, we must spread the seed of life. So we did just that. For uninterrupted generations, we developed technology capable of great feats. We started life on a distant planet. We eradicated famine, poverty, and drought, and lived in abundance. But we're not without our faults. For a generation or two, the same technology caused us great heartaches in the form of war. It turned out that greed was one of our most formidable enemies, and difficult to extinguish from our hearts. But when we traveled between the stars, our civilization came together once again,
and we remembered where we came from and what truly was out there. We saw countless lifeless planets, entire races and civilizations turned to ruins. The stories passed down by our ancestors turned out to be undeniable truth, and with evidence for us to see.
Uniting our people was possible.
Our differences were set aside and forgotten, so that we may have the chance to live for future generations to come. We came up with an answer to the great death that lingered in the galaxy. We built our ships, our fleet, the pride of the Hurrian, our champion, with the sole purpose of being able to stand up to the great death.
We prepared for a great battle.
A battle that we were determined not to lose. But the battle with the machines never came, at least not as we had hoped for. Instead, it came in the form of other life from far away in the galaxy, a powerful force known as the Acram. We tried to negotiate at first, and when that didn't work, we pleaded for peace. But they also had only one goal in mind: the conquest of the galaxy. Without any choice left, we fought back, and we won the first battles, but at a great cost, as our ships were not meant to fight among ourselves. The Acram were relentless, and their numbers overwhelming. We knew they wouldn't stop until we were a threat no more. We saw the end coming, but before it did come for us all, we decided to send our champion to the planet where we had seeded life all those generations ago. We did so in order to give our kin on that planet a fighting chance.
But many more generations would have to pass before they reached the level of technology we now have. And time was not on our side.
For we predict the death of the galaxy is upon us once again. We've given you the best of us. We've chosen the most beautiful planet in the galaxy to be the cradle for your civilization. We've given you our champion to protect your world and to reach out and protect those you can. For you are the best of us. For you are our future. For you are us. And we were you. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. This is the end of Harandor, but I will return to the dust in the stars, knowing that somewhere out there we still live on. I want to leave you with one last thing. If you must start a war to end all wars, do so. Life in the galaxy is worth saving. Let our champion unleash its true power. This is goodbye. Our future is with you now. The messages stopped. The main screen turned off, and the lights on the bridge returned to normal. Fain didn't know what to think or feel about what he had just seen. It was jarring, to say the least. In less than 5 minutes, his entire reality had been turned upside down. No one on the bridge said a word. It seemed as if everyone was waiting for Fain, but he was far from knowing what to say, or what was the right thing to say. Besides the overwhelming truth about the origins of life on Earth, something he knew they would discuss at length at some other time. The underlying message was clear. Now there was a solid anchor for hope. There's hope, Fain said. It's always been there, but now something other than us has brought it to light.
I agree with Fain.
Green said from the floating orb.
The message is hope. We've been preparing for this war for a lot longer than we thought, to say the least. Truthfully, I am shocked. It's a lot to take in,
Truman said.
I'm sure we all heard many key phrases in the message, and there will be time to analyze every frame, every word that was said. If anything, let this be a reassurance that we are on the right track. Thank you, Kaya, for uncovering this. For now, and until all of this is over, this should remain in ESAF hands only.
It's already hard enough dealing with the politics on Earth.
Fain nodded. I understand, Kaya said. Since we've had the ability to think, Fain said. We've always wondered where we came from. Now we have our answer. The group on the bridge was quieter than normal. Perhaps everyone was lost in thought. And what an answer we got, August said. Just like that. We find out that the Hurrian aren't really aliens? They were humans, but pink. I don't know. I think I'm gonna be sick.
Heck, that's not even the best part.
Eora chimed in. Everyone in the room stared at her.
Don't you realize what this means? I think we realize many things right now,
Larissa said.
Don't know which to choose from. Nah, seriously,
Eora said.
It means that Sodenia isn't really an alien ship. It was made by our ancestors. Well, sort of. But still, it's closer to us than we thought. We're capable, or more accurately, we will be capable, of her technology in a few 100 years or so.
The room erupted into conversations. Kaya, who was standing near Pika's station, approached Fain. Thanks for bringing this out, Fain said as he turned towards Kaya. I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing or not, Kaya said. This was the right thing to do by far, Fain said. And I'm glad you did it. Everyone deserved to know. I just hope they don't become too distracted thinking of this. Kaya smiled and took a few steps away from Fain. All right, listen up. Fain yelled over everyone's voices and clapped his hands twice. Attention! As much as Fain wanted to make this moment last and discuss all of what they just saw and heard in the message, he couldn't. He knew that the silence from the Immortals could end at any time, at any second. They needed to be ready. The room fell silent at once. The implications of the Hurrian message might be many, Fain continued, but in a normal tone of voice. And throughout today, tomorrow, and the days to come, it's going to be hard to top what we've learned. But we must focus. If you must think of the message, let it only be fuel for the flame. When we send the Immortals back to the hole they're coming from, we'll have plenty of time to go over what this all means. Let's return to the task at hand. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. Many of the lower-ranking ESAF officers said in unison. For now, Fain said with his hands behind him, everyone that shouldn't be on the bridge is dismissed. Report to your COs. A group of 15 or more began walking towards the corridor. Those who passed by Fain saluted him. Eora was the last one from the group to leave, and she stopped next to him.
Seriously,
Eora said.
Think about what I said and what this means. I think we're doing the right thing.
I will, Fain said. But let's try to hurry to get everything ready.
Will do,
Eora said as she walked away.
Kaya,
Truman said.
Can you send a copy of the Hurrian message down to Soden Island?
That won't be a problem.
Great.
As his orb got a bit closer to Fain.
We'll leave you to it, Fain.
Before you leave, General Truman, I do have one request.
And what is that?
Recall all non-essential ESAF personnel on board the fleet, including Sodenia.
Are you sure?
Truman said.
That will basically eliminate your 24-hour shift. You might end up overworking the crew.
I'll have Larissa go over the logistics with you, Fain said. We'll be keeping full crews in the receiving areas of the ships until our goals are met. Once we're ready to depart, they too will be recalled. Fain purposely made the request to Truman on the bridge. That way he could keep the questions to a minimum. Fain figured he could evade Truman's questions for a few days, or at least until he came up with a good excuse not to have a full crew on board.
All right,
Truman said with a sigh.
We'll start that process right away, but I do expect a full briefing on the matter.
Thank you, sir.
Don't mention it,
Truman said as his orb turned off.
Fain,
Green said as his orb also neared.
I want to remind you that we're 100% behind you. With that said, we're only here to guide you as best as we can, and nothing more. There's gonna come a time when you'll be the only one to make the right decision. Keep that in mind. For everything else, just let us know. Keep us up to date.
Fain nodded, and Green's orb also turned off. Larissa. Yes, Captain? Come up with a plan to make the space elevator as efficient as possible so we can get as many ESAF officers off the fleet's ships as we can at one time. We need the devices in, and supplies in, and more than half of the officers out. Get August to help you. August nodded. The rest of the captains in the fleet aren't going to like this. That's okay, Fain said with a smile. Let them know that the order comes from me directly. Once you get it all figured out, coordinate with the fleet's captains and ship GMs, and let Truman know. I'll do my best. Larissa turned and began walking towards her station. August followed. All right, let's get to it, Fain said as he moved towards the center console and pulled up the map that Savan had given him. He was already sick of the map, but he had to push through. We don't know how long we have, but whatever time we do have, let's make sure to use all of it. Alexander Green leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh, trying to detach himself from what he had seen on Sodenia's bridge. He knew that Truman would come knocking on his door at any minute. Alex no longer shared an office with Truman, thanks to the building technology left behind by the Ocolinas. Along with government and private funding, ESAF was able to have proper buildings constructed in record time. Unlike Truman's office, Alex preferred a more modern look. He adopted the minimalism aesthetic, and often had nothing on top of his desk but what he needed for the task at hand. The minimalism made his office look larger than Truman's, although they were the same size. There was a knock at the door.
Come in,
Alex said, knowing that it could only be Truman. Truman walked in, took off his hat, and pulled out a chair for himself in front of Alex's desk.
Yeah, please, take a seat,
Alex said with a mocking tone.
Why not?
Don't mind if I do, Truman said as he placed his hat on top of Alex's desk. Well, what do you think?
Where to even start? The things we thought we knew about humans have suddenly disappeared. And just when I thought we were getting close to understanding our place in the galaxy.
Yeah, the bar got rates pretty high this time around. But let's not beat around the bush. As remarkable as the history of humanity now is, talking about it won't help us at all in the coming battle. It looks like your boy made up his mind. He's going.
I get the feeling that his mind has been made up for a while now. We aren't just learning about it because it's our turn to act.
You do realize that getting rid of more than half of the people on board the fleet is going to put them at a severe disadvantage if they end up facing an enemy in the space landing zone.
I fear that if we face the enemy in the space landing zone,
Alex said, scratching his beard,
it would be disastrous for all the fleet's ships. This way there will be a lot fewer lives at risk. Fain is being smart about this. He's making space in the ships so that all personnel can fit easily in one ship if need be. There's no guarantee of coming back from where they're going.
That's true. Though one thing does worry me.
And what's that?
That your theory comes to fruition, and he wants to go alone. He'll be able to do it if the ships are more than half empty.
I know, Fain. And the only thing that's for sure is that young man won't be wanting to lose. He will fight, and he will fight with everything that's inside of him in order to win. He will weigh his chances, his advantages and disadvantages, and in the end, he will do whatever gives humanity the best chance of surviving this whole thing. We are lucky to have him.
I hope you're right on this. It's a huge gamble you're taking on him, and it's the only chance we have. You're the mastermind behind this operation.
Sodenia might be the Hurrian champion, but Fain and his crew are our champions. We should have faith in them. We must believe that they'll be able to pull this off.
Yeah, I guess you're right on that. Each one of them is the best we've got. Do you have anything to drink? Alex got up from his desk and went to his mini-fridge, where he kept a bucket of ice and chilled drinks. Next to the fridge, there were several room-temperature drinks. He took the bucket out of the fridge and placed it on the credenza. "What will you be having?" Alex asked, as he half-turned towards Truman. "Let me have some of that good stuff. Whiskey never fails." "13. Unbreachable." Sa'avan was standing where he spent most of his time while on board the Iveria, in front of the main viewer. But this time there was no empty space to stare at. The majority of his view was walled by ships belonging to the Acram and their subspecies. Close to 29 loyal subspecies had gone to aid the Acram in their efforts to hold the enemy back. He was proud of the unity they were ultimately able to achieve, but in his gut he knew that it still wouldn't be enough. He had felt them coming from a vast distance away. The news of the immortals appearing on the ship's instruments only served to confirm just that. Though he had suspected they would come, he did not budge. There were no last-minute adjustments to make with the countless ships. He wanted to face the enemy head-on. For a brief moment he thought about contacting Captain Fain Jegga, to ask him what fate he had chosen, since in a few moments they would lose all communication. But then he thought better of it. He would leave their path their own, though he hoped that whatever path that may be would lead to the end of the immortals. He knew within himself that it was time to learn whether his life had prepared him for this moment. Whatever he was meant to be, he would be. Whatever waited for him, he would find. It was time.
"Noble Sa'avan,"
Gallia said as she opened yet another screen next to the 7 she had opened earlier.
"we're now picking the enemy up on our instruments. I can confirm with certainty that it's them. Awaiting orders, sir."
It's time to find out our real place in the galaxy.
Sa'avan said without looking away from the main view screen.
Send 100 of our fastest ships to greet them, weapons ready, and instruct them to block all incoming communication. Have them report on their findings, and if they can make it back without engaging the enemy, tell them to do so.
Moments later, Sa'avan saw a group of ships disengaging from the formation and accelerating into the darkness.
Have everyone else ready for battle,
Sa'avan said.
Shields at maximum, weapons ready. As soon as we hear from the scouts, engage the signal scramblers.
The Acram answer to the Immortals' ability to control other machines was to deploy signal scramblers. There were scramblers all around the battlefield, a couple of units attached to every single ship in the massive fleet. The Acram engineers believed that without a clear incoming signal, taking control of another machine would be challenging, if not impossible. When the contingency plan was first proposed, many loopholes were found, and in order for the signal scramblers to really work, extra steps would need to be taken. The signal scramblers would scramble all forms of incoming signals, including those between ships, and each one of the scramblers would have to be turned on manually. In addition to the high-capacity scramblers, all ships had to be physically tethered to each other for communication. It was the only way they stood a fighting chance against the Immortals' superior control of machines. "Begin tethering the ships," Sa'avan said. Spools of fibers unfurled and stretched from ship to ship, interlocking all the ships in the fleet in one giant web. Sa'avan knew that tethering the ships to one another would severely limit the fleet's maneuverability, but it was a necessary sacrifice. Other war tactics would have to compensate for this handicap.
"The scouts have made contact with the enemy,"
Gallia said,
"and are now engaged in battle. There appear to be thousands of them. I have yet to get a clear number."
Instruct the scouts to get back into formation if possible.
Sa'avan said.
Don't wait for the exact number.
"Engaging signal scramblers now,"
Gallia said as her hands glided across the many battle screens. Small shuttles, all over the soon-to-be battlefield, were heading towards the signal scramblers. Dozens and hundreds of scramblers began to light up with red lights.
"Scramblers fully engaged,"
Gallia said as she closed 2 windows.
"We've lost all detection instruments. The enemy is not in sight.
They will be here soon, and they will come at us with everything they've got. Have the rest of the nobles and High Acram switch to manual instruments, and advise our subspecies to do the same. Engage at will. Detether at will. Do not hold back. Ready the Iveria's weapons as well.
Sa'avan couldn't remember the last time the Iveria had fired a single shot during a conflict.
All ships have confirmed switching to manual,
Galia said as her hands slowed down while working the different screens.
There's still no sign of the enemy or of our scout ships.
Then in the distance, Sa'avan saw a handful of scout ships flying over and under the fleet's formation. He kept his eyes fixed straight ahead. If this was any other enemy, he would be looking out in every direction. But this wasn't any other enemy. They would come, and when they did so, they would do it head-on. Sa'avan knew that much, for the Immortals feared nothing.
A scout ship has managed to tether itself to the fleet,
Galia said.
They are reporting tens of thousands of Immortals.
Sa'avan said nothing.
Noble?
It changes nothing. Regardless of the number, we stay put. They will not pass.
Understood.
In silence, they waited until a faint gray glow appeared in the distance. Their calm and casual formation sent chills through Sa'avan. There was no strategy to their formation. They were wide open, almost as if they wanted to be attacked. The many thousands of dreadnoughts in the fleet, the ships with the longest weapons range, began to fire their weapons, lighting up the space before them. Soon their accumulative fire formed a type of sphere around the enemy. Slowly, all the ships that were in range of the incoming enemy began to join in. Even the Iveria had the chance to join. The torrent of firepower increased exponentially, but the enemy kept coming. Then Sa'avan saw what was happening. It wasn't a shield holding back the firepower. They were warping the space immediately around them, sending the hot plasma beams and lasers around and behind them with ease.
Cease fire,
Sa'avan said, in the hopes of further understanding what was going on. It was too late. In the blink of an eye, the machines were already among them, causing carnage amongst the fleet left and right. The fleet's energy shields turned out to be no match for the sentient beings. After a few moments in front of a ship's shield, a machine would simply glide in and begin attacking the ship, destroying it within seconds. Some of the machines went straight for the scramblers, and although they were heavily protected, they were quickly destroyed. It was as if the enemy knew exactly what to do to counter the fleet. Sa'avan had expected as much. After all, they had been around as sentient beings since the first time life had formed in the galaxy.
Noble, the enemy is hitting us hard,
Galia said as she began to breathe harder.
Our fleet is being destroyed at an outstanding rate. What are your orders?
Do you see any big ships? Any massive weapon?
I do not.
Then there is nothing immediate to worry about,
Sa'avan said, unmoving from his position.
Unless a superior weapon shows up, the battle is just getting started. Keep your composure.
I understand. My trust is in you, noble Sa'avan.
Your trust should be in yourself. But enough of this. Let's show them that we too can fight back. Engage at will.
Words of consolation, Sa'avan half believed. He knew that without a true understanding of the enemy, the chances of coming out of this alive were nil.
At once,
Galia said, sounding surer of herself.
Magnify view screen. Focus on the nearest set of machines.
Moments later, the main view screen zoomed in on a small group of machines, heavily engaged with destroyer-class ships. Ever observant, Sa'avan saw something different this time around. The machines were no longer warping space as a means of evading the fire. Now they were using their smaller size and greater speed to their advantage. The fire the fleet directed at them was vast, but the machines didn't seem afraid to take some of the hits head-on. The direct hits turned their wing-like satellites red-hot, and parts of their pointy bodies were also searing hot. That could only mean one thing. The space warping could only be done with the combined effort of many immortals together. How many? Sa'avan didn't know.
Instruct the fleet to keep them separated by any means possible. At once.
Separated or not, it almost didn't seem to matter. as the machines were not taking any visible damage, while the ships around the Immortals were going up in flames. In what had to be a move of desperation from one of the higher-ranking Acram, Sa'avan saw an entire destroyer detether and crash into a group of machines, crushing them against a carrier-class ship. Luckily for the carrier-class ship, its shields were able to hold back the destroyer. The situation wasn't as fortunate for the destroyer, as its front was severely damaged. Moments later, the damaged destroyer began to open fire, unleashing powerful attacks against the fleet. Luckily for most of the fleet, those attacks were stopped in their tracks by the ship's shields.
Point the Iveria's weapon at that rogue ship and destroy it.
Sir, it appears not to be able to penetrate the other ship's shields, sir. Galia's heart was her greatest weakness, as well as her greatest strength. She would make a great leader, if not a great tactician. Sa'avan understood her reasoning in giving him additional information about the rogue destroyer. It was kind-hearted of her to try to prolong the lives of one or two Acram on board that ship. But Sa'avan's lifelong and first-hand experience on the battlefield told him better. He suspected that the few Acram that were still alive aboard the rogue destroyer would die long and painful deaths at the hands of the machines, or the vacuum of space.
The way to end that sentence correctly is by using the word yet.
Sa'avan said calmly.
The ship isn't able to penetrate any of the other ship's shields. Yet. There could be a Acram still alive on that ship. Galia, there's no telling what exactly the Immortals can do with one of our ships. It's too much of a risk to take. Is there no other way?
Galia pleaded.
Please, just tell me that. Otherwise I won't be able to live with myself.
War wasn't pretty. War wasn't nice. War was a mechanism of pure destruction for all parties involved. The only difference between winning and losing was how many would get to live. But both sides had to pay a terrible cost. It was time to show Galia both sides of war.
Fine,
Sa'avan said, as he half-turned towards Galia for the first time since the machines were spotted.
Communications are down for all untethered ships. You can send out a scout ship and try to search for any survivors. But whose lives do you value more? Those that you want to rescue, or those who you're sending on what could be a one-way mission?
He turned back to face the battle, arms crossed.
Furthermore, what will happen if more of the scramblers are destroyed, and the machines are able to communicate freely? And let's say they perform that little trick they do, and open our ship's shields. How many shots do you think it would take from the rogue destroyer's main cannons to destroy one of our ships? Not very many. We'll soon have a perfectly synchronized extermination on our hands. Ordering the destruction of the rogue ship, Noble.
Galia barely managed to say. She looked saddened and shocked by the whole thing. But that wasn't enough to make Sa'avan waver in the true greatness and potential he saw in her. She would be the end of all Acram wars. The Iveria was the one to fire on the rogue Acram ship, and it took a lot more firepower than expected. It looked like the machine usurpers were pushing the destroyer to its limits, but in the end, Sa'avan's legendary ship prevailed.
Send a message to all ships in the fleet,
Sa'avan said.
Let them know that if the Immortals so much as touch one of our ships, they can take control of it. Take all precautions necessary not to let that happen.
Sa'avan watched as the rogue destroyer drifted away into the battlefield, flames consuming the remaining oxygen. There were many explosions inside the downed destroyer, but no sign of emerging Immortals.
Have the machines been destroyed?
Sa'avan thought.
Perhaps not their bodies, but what if their minds were destroyed when the Iveria's firepower punched through to the rogue ship's computers? Not so immortal after all.
As Sa'avan began to see a way out of the battle at hand, a faint possibility of not letting Galia get killed, he also saw the fleet being destroyed at a fast pace. One by one, the ships in front of the Iveria began to fall to the small group of Immortals. Something about how the machines carried themselves through the battlefield made them look as if they were enjoying themselves. Their movements were bold and arrogant, moving from ship to ship, taunting them, daring them to fire. This infuriated Sa'avan, turning his insides hot. But instead of raging, he decided to hit back at the Immortals.
Coordinate the fleet.
Sa'avan said as he let out a long breath to calm down.
Have 20 or more ships combine their firepower on one of those machines. Have 40 or more ships cover the first 20 as they attack, and engage any other machines that might retaliate. Have 100 or more ships cover those 40. Take out one immortal at a time. Do not let them group together. We'll see just how much they literally live up to their name.
I understand,
Gallia said as she worked the screens.
Synchronizing the fleet now.
The fleet's ships complied, and the battlefield began to look a lot different. Instead of chaos, there began to emerge a semblance of order. One by one, the immortal machines began to fall. It took a lot of firepower to take one of them down, but Sa'avan's plan was working nonetheless. Then Sa'avan saw the only thing that could possibly spoil their newfound strategy. The machines were trying to group together. Sa'avan knew that if he allowed that to happen, it would be game over for the fleet.
Instruct the fleet to form a physical barrier.
Right away, Noble.
Large sections of the fleet began to detether and move to form physical barriers between groups of immortals.
Noble, would I be correct in saying that we are actually winning the battle? The machines are falling.
You'd be wrong.
I don't understand,
Gallia replied, turning to look intently at the battle outside.
Did they just give up?
We've been thinking about these machines in the wrong way this whole time. You see, we've long feared them. We thought the reason they were called immortals was because of their formidable and indestructible machine bodies. We thought of them as unbeatable on a battlefield, but as you can see, that is simply not the case. Perhaps we're catching up to them, and they feel threatened by the fact that biological beings can wield technology that surpasses their own. We are obviously not there yet, but who's to say we won't get there? But I digress. Regardless of their motive, the real reason they are called immortals, and the real reason they won't die, is their digital mind.
So you're saying that even though we are watching their bodies die right in front of us, their mind is still alive somewhere else?
So Gallia was paying attention after all.
Sa'avan was pleased at the leap her logic had taken.
Exactly,
Sa'avan said.
Though I've yet to confirm it, I strongly suspect that is the case.
But doesn't that put us at high risk of being attacked from a different direction? The fleet is no longer in formation.
It does. But until we destroy every last one of them, we cannot risk falling back into formation and turning off the disruptors. It may be the only real reason we're apparently winning this fight. And there's one more thing.
And what is that, Noble?
I believe that if these machines' minds are engrossed in the heat of battle, and death comes suddenly to their surrogate bodies, their minds will also die. I think that's what happened to the machines that took over one of our ships.
How do you know that, Noble?
Pay attention to how the machines act after the fleet surrounds them. They go wild for a moment, and then they seemingly give up once the firepower becomes overwhelming. I believe that wild mind is the true nature of these machine carcasses. Meanwhile, don't you think the machines that took over the high-ranking Acram ship should have survived the destruction of a mere destroyer ship?
That does sound like it should happen, but it didn't.
Correct. It did not.
The battle between the fleet and the Immortals went on for some time, with only minor casualties on the fleet's side, though Sa'avan suspected that perhaps the defeat of the enemy only appeared to be so on the surface.
The last remaining immortal has been destroyed,
Gallia said.
Check that again,
Sa'avan said.
Signal for retether if necessary.
A long moment passed as Gallia worked her command screens.
All fire has ceased, Noble.
Recall the fleet back into formation.
Sa'avan said.
Have them ready for a second attack. Something tells me that we're far from finished here. Send out repair crews to every damaged scrambler, and turn off the rest for now. We need to widen our visible range. Right away.
Soon after the last scrambler was turned off, the enemy flooded the field with firepower from above, destroying all the scramblers.
Find out where that came from.
Sa'avan said, still sounding calm.
Recall the repair crews. If there are any scramblers left, turn them on once we locate the enemy.
Gallia gasped.
What is it?
Sa'avan asked, halfway turning towards Gallia.
I'm calibrating our instruments for accuracy. This doesn't seem possible. They are coming at us from all angles. A lot more of them. And this time they've brought bigger machines with them.
That was when he saw the large mass of a machine approaching from a distance. It was a sphere-like machine, with many partial rings circling around it. Smaller machines were grouped in formation above, below, and to the sides of the larger machine. This was it. This was what Sa'avan had been expecting all along. An undeniable show of force from the beings that had earned the name Immortals. Sa'avan smirked.
Noble?
Gallia asked, perhaps confused by his expression.
They're finally not holding back.
Sa'avan said, encouraged but fully expecting to lose.
It means we're a worthy opponent, and that our purpose has been met.
What are your orders now?
We stand our ground. This won't be an easy fight for either side.
Sa'avan said as he began walking away from the main viewer screen.
Noble?
I need to connect via node anchor with the only other being that can change the course of battle.
Goodbye. Fain had been ready to venture into the Immortals' homeworld ever since the preparations on board Sodenia were finished. The ship's cargo bay was full to the brim of mechanical EMP disruptor devices, and the ship itself was emptied of more than half of its minimum crew. There were only 150 people on board the ship, and there were more than enough shuttles in the docks to carry all of them if necessary. The only reason they hadn't left was because everyone else, including Kaya, was apprehensive about leaving due to the deafening silence. As far as Earth was concerned, the immortal threat had vanished. To make matters worse, Truman had been taking a lot of heat from politicians who wanted ESAF activity to cease because of the lack of proof. There were many conspiracy theories circulating out there, such as that ESAF was staging all the alien attacks in order to secure funding. Fain could only shake his head at those matters. He didn't want to waste too much time thinking about things that were irrelevant to the survival of humanity. Though he had been focusing on just that for such a long time that all the inaction was beginning to burn him out. Then, the very thing Fain had been waiting for happened. "Fain?" Kaya asked, as she walked onto the bridge with a worried expression. The flight crew on the bridge, as well as Fain, all turned towards Kaya. He was standing near the map projection area at the center of the bridge. "What is it?" "I have Mikey waiting to connect you to Noble Sa'avan." Fain's heart sank into his stomach. He knew it could only mean one thing. Transfer to the main view screen. Seconds later, Noble Sa'avan appeared before them. His image looked much clearer than it had looked on the projection the node anchor was emitting. Sa'avan had his arms crossed in front of him, and there was nothing visible behind him. It was just him. "Noble Sa'avan," Fain said as he neared the main view screen.
Captain Fain Jegga.
Sa'avan said as subtitles appeared at the base of the screen. "To what do we owe this occasion?" Fain asked. Sa'avan twisted his head ever so slightly and did not answer. Perhaps it was that he didn't understand Fain clearly, as the language was translated on his side. "Why have you contacted me?" Fain asked in a simpler way.
The machines known as Immortals are here,
Sa'avan said.
We are currently engaged with an army of them.
"An army of them?" Fain asked incredulously.
Look for yourself.
Sa'avan said as his image disappeared from the main screen and was replaced with an outside view of one of his ships. Based on the white tint of the ship, Fain presumed it was Sa'avan's ship, the Iberia. The battle outside Sa'avan's ship was raging on. A sea of ships was attempting to strike the Immortals. The image of Sa'avan reappeared on the main screen. But as fierce as the battle imagery had been, Fain saw that the great leader of the Acram was losing. "How long do you have?" Fain asked.
It's tough to say. It depends on the resilience of my kin. We haven't given up just yet. But our fate is not the reason I've reached out to you. The fate of the galaxy is. Have you decided?
"I have," Fain said.
Very well. It's your move now. I've made my move, and now I will see it through to the end.
"Wait," Fain said, guessing that Sa'avan would turn off the node anchor any second. "Can you last for 12 hours? I am leaving now."
I seem to be unfamiliar with your measurement of time.
"Just hold them off for as long as you can. Things will change."
Of that I'm sure. Make no mistake. The enemy will not pass beyond this point. No matter what, even if it costs us everything.
Sa'avan was already losing the fight. What else could he do? Fain wondered. Was he planning on blowing himself up and taking the enemy with him, or something of that sort? "I'm leaving now," Fain said with conviction.
Farewell, Captain Fain Jegga. It was a great honor knowing of your existence.
"Noble Sa'avan, you as well." Sa'avan nodded, and the main view screen turned off. Fain wasted no time and ran towards Sodenia's pilot seat. "We're leaving now!" Fain yelled as he ran. "Wait!" Pika said. "We'll talk about it later," Fain said as he hopped into the pilot's seat and began to strap in. He didn't want to think about what all this really meant for the crew of Sodenia, and especially Pika. Heck, he didn't even dare look her way, but he did it anyway. He knew that if he didn't look at her one last time, it would be the one thing he would really regret. "I'll see you after all this is over." Fain tried to smile. Pika's face looked grave, and there were signs of her eyes beginning to tear up, but nevertheless, she looked beautiful. Fain tried hard to memorize her face, every aspect of it. He closed his eyes for a second, letting her image burn into his memory. The pilot's seat rose up into Sodenia's command center, and the spherical view began to light up all around him. A small window appeared near the command module's controls. It was an incoming call from Green. "Kaya, secure this call," Fain said as he tapped on the small window to answer.
So, this is it?
Green asked. "This is it. We're leaving now."
We've granted all your requests. Part of the ESAF fleet is now in your hands.
"Thank you, Colonel Green. Would it be too much if I asked something of you?"
Absolutely not. Go ahead. Ask anything. If it's within my power, it's yours.
"If something were to happen to me, could you keep an eye on Pika? Just every now and then, to make sure she's all right." Even though the communications window on the pilot's seat console was small, Fain was clearly able to distinguish that Green looked shocked.
Fain.
"Before you say anything," Green nodded. "I just want to say thank you," Fain said, attempting not to choke. "For rescuing me at the Clearer Waters facility. For everything that you've done for me and the crew. Without you, I don't think I'd be where I am right now, saving the world and all." The pain was visible in Green's face.
You're welcome.
Green said as he cleared his throat.
In all these years, my #1 priority has been to protect you all. I feel within my heart that you guys are the best hope Earth has. Bar none. But there is one thing that bothers me.
"What is that?"
Whatever you decide to do, I do expect you to come back. Earth cannot have it otherwise. And from what I think you've just told me, neither can Pika.
"You know that I only do my best."
So, goodbye for now.
Fain nodded. "Goodbye, Colonel Green. Give my regards to General Truman. Express to him my thanks for what he's done as well." Fain tapped on the window to disconnect the call. Fain felt pressure in his chest as he ran through all the years he'd known Green in his mind. "Snap out of it," Fain murmured to himself. "You have to concentrate." He took in a deep breath. "It's possible. It's possible it can happen. You can win." Fain deeply believed in his own words, and in doing so he began to find the strength within himself. "Kaya, status."
"We are waiting for the last jump gate and ships to get into formation,"
Kaya said, as she showed an image of the 3 ships attached to one of the jump gates on the port side of Sodenia. The ships and gate were slowly turning around to face Sodenia's stern.
"Though I must say the captains of the frigates and destroyer ship seem reluctant to travel through space facing backwards."
"But they are doing it, right?"
"They are, but only after August intervened and told them they would lose their positions in ESAF if they kept hesitating."
"Can August do that?"
"There are many things August can't do, but he still does."
Fain felt himself smiling the slightest bit. "Kaya, patch me through to Sodenia and the ships that are coming with us."
"Whenever you're ready."
"Sodenia and members of the ESAF fleet, this is your captain speaking. In a few moments, we'll embark on a mission that will define our very existence in the galaxy. The outcome will be simple. Either we will continue to exist in this galaxy, along with all biological life, or we won't. It's that simple. But I say, these machines don't know who they are messing with. Let's give it our best. Your captain out." Fain set a course to the place on Sa'avan's map he had been eyeing for the last 2.5 weeks. As he did so, a message appeared on one of the small screens next to him. "Ready to depart." Without giving it a second thought, Fain slid the FTL lever all the way up to the theoretical maximum mark. The space around Sodenia and the 9 ESAF ships, along with the 2 jump gates, disappeared. There was only darkness, apart from a small haze of light coming from the direction they were traveling in. As they traveled through space many hundreds of times faster than the speed of light, the map of the Milky Way galaxy appeared in front of Fain, in the spherical view screen. In mere seconds, Sodenia had left the solar system far behind. They traveled through space with minimal interruption, just the occasional systems check. 11.5 hours passed this way, and it wasn't until they were minutes away from their destination that communications began to fly back and forth. As they reached the 8,000 light-year mark, Fain began to decelerate Sodenia. Here was where they would place one of the jump gates, so the fleet could return home in case something were to happen to Sodenia. "Get ready to place the first gate," Fain announced as the fleet came to a complete stop. Within a few minutes, one of the jump gates had been put in place, and with it 2 of the 3 backwards-facing ships that were traveling with it. "Kaya, patch me through to Captain Daniels," Fain said. Captain Daniels was in charge of one of the 2 ships that were going to stay behind with the jump gate.
Captain Jegga, sir.
Daniels said on the other side of the comms. "I need you to establish an ongoing communication with Earth. Use the jump gate to send and receive data. There should be something coming and going at all times."
We'll do as you say. So this is it?
"Yes, there's no more time to waste. We've scanned the area as far as our instruments can reach, and there's nothing in sight. I don't expect there'll be anything. There's no nearby civilization as far as we can tell. But even so, stay alert."
Thank you, Captain. And good luck on your mission. We will hope for a safe return.
"Thanks. Keep the jump gate running. We'll try to communicate with you once we've reached our destination."
I understand.
"Kaya, are the rest of the fleet and the gate still lined up?"
"That's correct."
Without saying another word, Fain moved the FTL drive back to its theoretical maximum, causing the space around them to disappear back into the darkness. Fain guessed that many would be surprised by the lack of warning, but he had no time to waste. They kept traveling through space at speeds that were unquantifiable to the human mind. Even if Fain tried to understand the numbers that were being projected on the main view screen, attaching them to something was where the real problems started. The only real sense of travel came from the map that appeared on the screen and how their position moved across the map. They traveled for another 4 hours after setting up the first jump gate.
T-minus 5 minutes,
Kaya said as they rapidly approached their destination. Announce it to the fleet, Fain said as he slid his hand over the FTL drive lever. Fain knew that there was no way the rest of the fleet didn't know how far away they were from their destination, but announcing it would help show that everyone was on the same page. Eora, Fain said, knowing that Kaya would patch him through to her.
Yes, Captain.
Eora responded through Fain's comms in the command center. Shields at full power, ready the drones, all weapons hot. Be ready to cut all incoming communication. The same goes for the rest of the fleet.
Right away.
Fain had 2 plans in mind for when they emerged from FTL travel. The first one was that if the enemy was in sight or anywhere near the reach of the ship's radar, Sodenia would engage, and the rest of the fleet would be sent back using the remaining jump gate. Then Sodenia would find a way to escape the enemy and regroup back on Earth. However, if this first plan took place, he was positive that Sa'avan and all the subspecies that had gone to his aid would not survive a second attempt. The second plan was that if there were no machines in sight, he would set things up as carefully as possible to empty Sodenia before really going into immortal territory. The latter plan was the one that had to happen.
T-minus 1 minute,
Kaya said. Announce it and enlarge the counter. The countdown timer enlarged to where it almost took up half of the spherical screen. He watched the numbers closely, and at the 3-second mark, he returned the FTL lever back to its original position. The space around them solidified at once, but it looked entirely different than what he was used to seeing. It was darker, a lot darker. The space that Sodenia had arrived in was almost completely bare of stars. The scanners also showed nothing around them, to Fain's relief. He saw nothing on the scanners, nothing on the main screen highlighting the enemy. It looked like they were alone. Is that right? Fain asked.
It appears so,
Kaya said.
As far as our radar can detect, we seem to be completely alone out here.
This is odd, though I'm not complaining. I was half expecting to find a little more going on in this area. Patch me through to Pika.
Hey, Cap.
Pika said. We made it. Are you ready to find out if your device works?
I know it works,
Pika said with a smug tone. All right, turn it on. Let's find out where those things are coming from.
Okay, I'm on it. While Pika turns on her device, I'll let you know what the damage is this time, with motion sickness amongst the crew. There have only been 3 incidents.
Compared to last time, I'm amazed. Well, there were also a lot more people with us last time. Let's get the gates in place, and the scrap drone ready.
Right away,
Kaya said. Ever since the idea of sending a low-powered drone into the Immortals' territory as a means to observe and report was proposed, Sodenia's and Earth's finest minds began working on it, and they had completed the scrap drone with 3 days to spare. The scrap drone was designed to look like space debris that emitted seemingly sporadic bursts of energy, but those same bursts would have a clear meaning once they were put through a decoding machine, or Kaya turned them into video. Eora, I need you and your crew to keep a watchful eye on everything. If something moves that is not supposed to move, be ready to take the first shot.
You got it, Captain,
Eora said. Fain's second plan was well underway, and everyone on board Sodenia and the ESAF fleet was performing admirably, though Fain was far from relaxed. He was well aware that at any second everything could go wrong. As the fleet maneuvered the remaining gate into place, and the drone got ready to be sent out, Fain kept his hands firmly placed on the side stick controls and his feet on the foot controls.
Fain?
Pika's voice came in through the comms. Yeah.
A few devices detected a faint signal some 2 light years away.
Although it was a lot further than Fain had hoped for, and he knew that the signal had been traveling for 2 straight years in order to reach them, it was still well worth sending in the scrap drone. If we send the scrap drone that far, Fain said, it will be able to communicate with us via the jump gate, correct? Even with the low-powered signals?
I'll take a look,
Pika said.
But I don't see why not. With Kaya's help, I can make sure of it.
Okay, see that it happens, and if it does, we'll get the drone ready to set out. After a few minutes, Fain had the answer he had been waiting for. According to Kaya, it was, in fact, possible to get the gate operational at minimal power in order to send and receive data. Fain then gave the go-ahead to have the scrap drone prepped and ready for launch.
Launching drone in 4, 3, 2, 1.
The small dot that was the drone was highlighted in a blue square on the spherical view screen. If it wasn't for the ship's radar, Fain wasn't sure he'd be able to track the small object next to Sodenia. Someone in Eora's group would fly the drone to the gate, but once the drone passed the jump gate, it would operate autonomously. "Power up the jump gate," Fain said. "Be ready to change the gate's endpoint at a moment's notice. Eora, keep the weapons hot." Kaya and Eora both acknowledged Fain's orders. The gate powered on, illuminating the space right in front of it. The white light coming from the gate was so strong and so one-sided that the small drone created a rather large shadow as it went towards it. Before the drone fully reached the gate, it disappeared as it was engulfed in the bright light. "How long until it jumps to the other side?" Fain asked as he saw the light from the gate power down. Now it was only emitting a faint glow.
Based on the drone's mass, it should reach the other side of the gate within 3 minutes.
Kaya said.
In the same amount of time, we should start hearing back from it.
Fain tensed up because he knew that in just a few minutes, he would be making the single greatest decision he had made in his life. A decision that would have massive repercussions any way he decided to go. His stress level was so high that he began doing breathing exercises to try and calm himself down. The inaction was killing him, almost literally. 14 minutes had passed. "Is there anything?" Fain couldn't help but ask.
No, there's nothing yet.
Kaya said as she paused.
Wait, the first signals are coming in. Stand by for decoding.
On screen as soon as you have it. A few more minutes passed in silence, but it wasn't too long before Fain saw the first images of the scrap drone inside immortal territory. The images the scrap drone was sending over to Sodenia were dark, and it was hard to distinguish true detail. But one thing was certain. They had found the immortal machine's homeworld. At the center of the imagery was a massive, planet-like machine structure, with what had to be thousands of satellites orbiting it. Scattered across space, between the drone and the machine planet, were immortals, exactly like the one Fain had faced back on Doka.
Are you getting this?
Pika asked through the command center's comms. That's it. That's the origin of the immortals, Fain said in a low voice. The footage was cut short, as nearby machines approached the scrap drone. But Fain had seen everything he needed to see to make up his mind. He saw a chance, and he was going to take it. It looks like they aren't buying it, Fain said as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. But it doesn't matter anymore. I know what I have to do. Kaya, are you ready?
I was born for this, but are you sure?
There's no other way around it. We must do this.
Very well. Initiating Operation Deception. The following alarms will be all me. If anything does happen, I will make sure to let you know.
When coming up with the plan for how to get everyone out of Sodenia and into the other ESAF ships, Fain decided to name it for what it was. He didn't want to fool himself. He knew exactly what the actions he and Kaya were about to take entailed. Operation Deception was simple enough. It consisted of disrupting the other ESAF ships all at once and getting everyone off Sodenia, though Fain had a feeling that its implementation wouldn't be simple at all. Different alarms began to sound on Fain's command center. As he turned off the aggravating alarm, he noticed on the spherical screen that warning and exclamation signs marked the 9 ESAF ships.
Fain, are you getting this?
August asked through the comms. Sit rep.
It looks like one of the ships is experiencing loss of gravity,
August said, sounding alarmed.
2 or more of the ships are experiencing a massive loss of oxygen, and at least 4 of them have no power. We are desperately trying to communicate with them, but it appears that we've lost all forms of communication.
Is there any sign of the immortals?
Fain asked. Kaya, Pika, can you see anything?
There's nothing on sight, but I'm having a hard time working the radar. It's as if something is blocking it. There's no sign of the machines, but that doesn't rule out tampering.
Okay, we have no time to lose, Fain said. We need to address the problem. August, set up away teams. You stay here on the bridge. Pika, Larissa, do everything you can to help, and take a crew with you. We need to make sure everyone is ready to leave at a moment's notice.
Pika was maneuvering away at the controls at her station, trying to understand what had just happened. She knew it was a deliberate attack on the small Earth fleet's virtual infrastructure. The question she had yet to answer was, where had it come from? Pika was so engrossed in the controls that she thought she heard her name being called, but she didn't care. It wasn't until Larissa went over and tapped her lightly on the back of her shoulder that she realized the entire bridge was staring at her. "Sorry," Larissa said. "August has been calling you." Pika said, still trying to make sense of what exactly was happening. "Don't worry," August said, "but get ready to leave for the Jones. They are in serious distress over there. They've lost their gravity." "But we still don't know what's happening," Pika protested. "And we will continue not to know unless one of us goes over there," August said. "Pika, I'm only saying this because there's no one more qualified than you." None of what was happening was making sense to Pika. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Her mind began to fall into a haze, and she began to experience palpitations. Out of all things that could have happened, this was the thing that was happening. She hated the feeling, and she felt her cheeks flush as the anger began to kick in. "Larissa, get ready to go to the Constitution," August said. "Report back as soon as you're there, and take extra comms with you." Without saying another word, Larissa turned around and ran from the bridge. "This is Captain Bevatola from the ESAF John Paul Jones." A distress message came in through the bridge's comms. "Help!" Other voices joined in the transmission. "We are losing oxygen. Can anyone hear us? Sodenia, are you there?" "Pika, what are you going to do?" August asked as he took a few steps towards Pika. Pika knew that she had to act, despite the nagging feeling in the back of her mind. There was a possibility that she could be wrong, that, in fact, she was doing everything right, and these problems could really be caused by the Immortals. Pika's inner instincts were screaming. "How many should I take with me?" Pika asked. "As many as you need," August said. "All right, okay," Pika said, struggling to say the words. "As long as you make it back here fast," August said. "We can't afford not to have you on board for very long." Somehow, August's words calmed Pika. Was that what all of this was about? Her feelings about leaving Sodenia and not being there when they really needed her? Was there really something else? She felt her neck ache and tense as she tried to answer the questions. Stress was making its way through her body. She knew she had to focus. There was too much at stake. "August," Pika said, staring steadily at him. "You'll be here, right?" August nodded. "Take care of him," Pika said as she pointed towards the ceiling. "I will." "No, promise me." "Pika, we don't have time for this." "Either you promise me, or I won't be going anywhere." "Listen, I'm not sure if Fain needs any taking care of, but if he needs me, I'll be right there for him, doing the best I can. I won't let him down, I promise." Pika nodded twice, then turned around and left the bridge. But leaving the bridge wasn't all that easy. As she exited towards the corridor, she felt as if she was leaving Fain behind. The thought of never seeing Fain again crept into her mind, but she quickly brushed it aside. That specific thought was too painful. "Patch me through the AS ZERB," Pika said, as she held her wristband halfway up and waited for a pod. Just like any military or organized structure, the ESAF Corps of Engineers also had tiers. It started at EIT, Engineer in Training, and continued to IE, Intermediate Engineer, Engineer, Senior Engineer, SM, Specialist Management, and AS, Advanced Specialist. Of course, at the head of all of them was Chief Master Engineer Pika Evans. She wondered for a second if she even deserved that title. "Chief Evans, come in." "ZERB," Pika said, as she jumped in the pod and told it where to go. She was headed straight for the docks. I need you to get a team of engineers to come with us to Jones. Their gravity machines have failed. Their gravity machines failed? All of their gravity machines? Yes, all of them. How can that be? I don't know, but that's what we're going to find out. Bring long-range comms equipment with you as well. Meet me at the docks as soon as you can. Okay, see you there. Zerb out. When Pika reached the docks, she was stunned to see so many ESAF personnel lining up behind the shuttles, ready to leave. There had to be close to 100 of them. Anvilins were everywhere, delivering gear and supplies to the departing crew. She quickly got off the pod and walked towards a group that was running towards one of the shuttles. Lieutenant! Pika yelled at the group. The lieutenant in the group veered away and turned towards Pika. He slowed down once he neared. Lieutenant Marius, from what Pika read on his badge, was already dripping sweat. That must mean he had been running for a while. But why run? Why not just take a pod? Was it because the corridors were already full? Miss Evans, Marius said, as he stood up straight in front of Pika and saluted. At ease, Pika said, quickly dismissing the gesture. What are your orders? And where are you coming from? My group and I are to render assistance to the ESAF Intrepid. According to my CO, they are in extreme distress. What's your duty on board Sodenia? This time around, it's to organize and help deliver the cargo if needed. So, Marius and his group had come from across the docks? That would explain them running instead of trying to use the pods to get here. Maybe there weren't close to 100 people at the docks after all, Pika thought, as doubt crept in. That's all. As you were. Miss Evans, Marius said as he saluted. Pika returned the gesture, and Marius turned around and resumed running. Pika then began walking at a brisk pace towards the shuttles that were ready to depart. It wasn't long before she saw Zerb and the group of engineers. They were already putting on their spacesuits. Some struggled, and others made it look easy by coming out of the closets already suited up. Pika wasted no time with pleasantries and went straight into one of the closets provided by the Anvilins. By her estimate, it only took her 2 minutes tops to change into her spacesuit. She grabbed the provided helmet and went outside. She saw that most of her peers had their spacesuits on, apart from 2, Che and Tom. I'm thoroughly disappointed in both of you, Pika said, as she went to help Che put on the last parts of her suit. The rest of the group followed and began to help Tom. She looked around for the first time, trying to recognize who Zerb had picked to go with them. It took her more time than expected to recognize the somewhat familiar faces. Had she been spending so much time away from the engineering corps? When it came to rank, right underneath Pika, there was Zerb, then Rad, Baiko, and Zu. Underneath them were Che and Tom. How can you not figure out how to put a spacesuit on? These suits are different from the ones we practiced with before coming on board Sodenia, Che said, as her cheeks began to turn pink. Not a good excuse, Pika said, as she finished helping her into the suit. And you guys aren't exempt from the disappointment. Pika turned and looked at the rest of the group. Well, we thought they didn't need help, Rad said, halfway shrugging. Bad answer, Pika said. You don't feel, and you don't think of anyone else but yourself. If it hasn't been expressed to you, ask. Rad simply nodded. Are we ready to go? Pika asked. Are our tools already on board? Do we have long-range comms? Yes, yes, and yes, Zerb said. The pilot is already inside. The shuttle is hot and ready to go. Let's not waste any more time, Pika said as she entered the shuttle. Pika and the rest of the engineers made it to the Jones in less than 5 minutes, though it took another 5 minutes to communicate through the Jones's outer analog communication system. As soon as they entered the ship, they saw that, in fact, gravity was non-existent. A group of Jones personnel was already in the docks waiting to greet Pika. They didn't have their helmets on, meaning that at least life support was working properly. Looks like we won't be needing our helmets, Pika said, as she took hers off and got up from her seat. But still bring it with you. Just attach it to one of your rear hip attachment hooks. She demonstrated as she walked towards the exit door. We'll go straight to the gravity rooms. We'll worry about the communication later. I vaguely remember this ship having 9 gravity rooms, Zerb said, as he too got up from his seat. Which room do you want to go to first? To the nearest one, Pika said as she grabbed one of the bags of tools. There are 2 near the dock. We should split up. Che and Tom, you're coming with me. Zerb, take Rad, Baiko, and Zoo. You got it, Zerb said, as the shuttle door opened. Everything that hadn't been secured to the floor, including the large 22-ton forklift, was floating in 0G. The Jones personnel had a sort of cord with an expendable sphere at one end and a quick draw. The sphere cord allowed them to attach themselves to the rails on the floor, thus keeping them from floating around. And it looked like they had brought extra. Chief Master Engineer Evans, the Joneses' Lieutenant Junior grade managed to say before Pika cut him off. Where are your gravity rooms here? We have 9 of them on the John Paul Jones, which the Lieutenant Junior grade managed before being interrupted once again by Pika. The nearest ones. Well, there are 3 accessible from the dock. Where? They're marked by yellow doors, the Lieutenant Junior grade said, as he pointed in 3 opposite directions around the dock. Change of plans, Pika said, as she reached for one of the handles of the shuttle with her right hand. Zerb and Rad, you go east. Zoo, Baiko, and Tom, go north. Che and I will go west. Wear the sphere cords if you want. Holding the shuttle's handle, Pika lifted herself up until her body was perpendicular to the shuttle. Since her body was weightless, it was an easy feat. She then moved her feet towards the handle, bending her body and knees. Wait, Che said, sounding alarmed. Am I supposed to do that too? Pika didn't answer. She instead focused on what she was attempting to do. No, Zerb said, but I'd suggest that we get going. Put on your sphere cords. She scanned for the clearest path towards the west gravity room and spring-launched herself towards it. She kept her eyes on the path, successfully avoiding floating objects and using some to keep her course and add momentum. Her plan worked. She got to the yellow door handle within a minute. Without losing any time, she whipped her badge through the entry slot, but a red light flashed at the top of the door, and it did not open. She tried a few more times only for the same thing to happen. What in blazes is going on here? Pika said with frustration, as she took out a small, high-speed driver to undo the badge entry slot. I don't have time for any of this. Even with her specialized tools, it took her a while to remove the cap of the card slider. She dug through the wires and spliced them with wires of her own that were attached to a manual code entry device. She punched in her chief engineering code, 3375869708 PE, and the door reluctantly began to open. Not wasting any time, she pulled out the manual code entry device, yanking half the wires with it, and entered the room. The door began to close with her, and she rolled her eyes and decided not to bother with it. Of course the door is going to close behind me. Che is going to have to figure out how to get in herself. Once inside, Pika made her way to the nearest gravity core in the room. She secured herself to the gravity core using a magnetic tether from her tool bag. Said tether was meant to be used with the tool bag itself, but at this point, Pika couldn't care less. She began operating the function screen on the gravity core. Thought it seemed as if the core had only one message for her. Access denied. She let out a clear and frustrating sigh as she reached for her tool bag, but she stood reaching as her wristband vibrated. She turned it to face her. It was an incoming call from Fain Jegga. Her heart dropped to the bottom of her stomach as quickly as if gravity had suddenly been restored. She felt the need to take her wristband off and smash it against the nearest wall. She didn't want to answer, because deep down she knew what the call would be about. She had always known. Damn it, Fain. You're really going to have me go through this? She muttered in defeat. She pressed the side of the band to answer the call, though she didn't say a word. Pika? Fain asked. Pika's chest hurt at the sound of his voice. Fain, Pika said. I'm guessing you figured it out? Deep down, I've always known, but I just hoped with everything in me that I'd be wrong. This is just too much. Pika. No, you can't. You promised me. And I'm keeping my promise. It's not a sacrifice or a one-way trip. I'm doing this in order to win. Will it just be you? Everyone else is chasing unicorns thanks to Kaya. Kaya and August knew about it, but he's staying behind. Shit, Pika said between gritted teeth. I have to go. I have to do this. If I could have you with me and still win, I'd do that in a heartbeat. But the thing is, that I'm not sure what will happen, and worrying about if it's going to happen or not might make it not happen. So, you're going without knowing if you have a chance? Are you fucking kidding me? Why go at all? Just stay here, we'll face this together. No, I'm not going there to take my chance. I'm doing what I think I should do. What everything in Sodenia has been pointing at this whole time. If it could be any other way, I would take it. But it's what I've chosen to do, to try and keep all of you safe. Pika began to feel tears running down her cheeks. And just when I was beginning to think that I would get to have a normal life, to get married like people used to have a family and grow old alongside someone I love, here comes the galaxy once again, takes that all away from me. I feel the same way, Fain said. Then why not face it together? Because above all else, I want what you've described, and I want to experience those things with you. I just need to trust me on this one, and I will do everything that's necessary to make that happen. Remember, I intend to keep my promise. Pika didn't say anything, but she felt the sincerity in Fain's voice. For now, I need you to get back to Earth, Fain said as his voice cracked. Take both of the gates with you, form a perimeter with the entire ESF fleet, and wait for my return. Fain, do you realize what you're telling me? You're asking me to wait for you. I'm coming back. Pika sighed in resignation. She knew that there was little she could do now, and especially from her current location. Fain had been smart in getting the fleet here half empty, and then emptying it out completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten to go alone. There would be too much opposition. Destroy one or two of them for me, Pika said, as she wiped tears off her cheeks. See you soon. The gravity aboard the Jones slowly returned back to normal, and Pika landed softly on the metal floor, though she couldn't care less about her landing at this point. Don't make me wait too long, Pika said, sobbing. No response. Did you already leave? No response. Are you there? No response. The door opened behind Pika, and she heard footsteps approaching. She didn't bother to look back. She had a feeling that it could only be Che. Chief Evans, you were able to restore gravity back to the John Paul Jones. Pika simply nodded as she pulled out a rag from the tool bag now hanging from a magnetic tether to clean her face.
"15. Machines. Fain didn't have the heart to keep on talking to Pika. It felt heavy and loaded with guilt. He was a world away from being convinced to stay, so he left for the machine's territory. Sodenia quickly reached the theoretical maximum and was well on the way. The countdown timer appeared alongside the course. It would be less than 10 minutes before he reached the machines. Quiet settled in the now empty ship, along with Fain's doubts and fears. He feared not returning to Earth, losing the battle, and most of all, losing Pika, though he was keenly aware that to fear was to be human, and that same fear would keep him wanting to go back to Earth alive. "I never thought this would be so hard," Fain said to no one in particular, but he knew Kaya was listening. "It took everything I had just to say goodbye," he sighed.
May I?
Kaya's voice sounded in Fain's command center. "Of course," Fain said warmly. "If there's anyone that can, it's you."
I know it's hard saying goodbye. I get overloaded with emotion just thinking about it, but that's just it. You see, when we think of goodbye, we think we aren't going to see that person again. There's always a chance of that happening, and it can be totally out of our control at times. But there's also the other side of that coin. It's possible that we will see them again. It's possible the goodbye only means see you later. I believe that our thoughts are directly connected to our actions and outcomes. In other words, believe that you will see them again. Truly believe. And you will.
Kaya's words sent an electrifying surge through Fain. "We'll be back to Earth in no time, right, Kaya?"
That's right. You know what I was thinking? Since there is absolutely no possible way to know what another person is thinking, no, I don't know. but please do tell.
Fain chuckled slightly. Okay, so besides all that, Fain said, when we get back to Earth, after all of this is over, we'll ask Truman for a long vacation, and maybe, if you want, we can search for your own house or apartment. What do you say?
Sounds like a plan to me. Although I have to say that your apartment looked cozy, I might like something like that. But I'm happy that you're offering that to me. Maybe I can also be in Neo LA, so that I can visit you from time to time.
I'll be looking forward to that. But first, let's not let our ancestors down, and especially let's not let humanity down. Let's give it everything we've got.
I'm ready, Kaya said,
as she took in a deep, audible breath.
Switching to analog and taking control of all weapons, though I'm not sure I can control them all at once. Readying drones.
They approached the T-1 minute mark. Here goes our shot, Fain said, paying close attention to the timer. Shields up, at full power. Weapons hot. Turn off all incoming transmissions and lock the devices. If we get attacked, fire at will.
Got it.
Fain's heart kept increasing its pace as he waited for the timer. Those last 43 seconds were the longest seconds he had ever lived through. He had his hand on the FTL lever, and when the counter got to T-3 seconds, he slid it back to 0. The space around them slowed and materialized, revealing the machine's space territory. At once, the enemies were highlighted on the spherical screen, a mere 73,000 miles away. At that point in time, there were 2,641 immortals, and 3 larger ship-like machines surrounding one massive planet-like structure, with what had to be millions of orbiting satellites. The machine territory was dark. The stars around were scarce, and even the machines appeared to be unmoving. They'll come to think of it, Fain said. This doesn't look like a force capable of ending all biological life in the galaxy.
Perhaps it's because the majority of their forces are already doing just that.
And then again, why would they need to keep a large force standing by? Who do they need to fear? Fain then saw the opening he had seen back in the scrap drone transmission. He counted in his head until he saw it again. An opening in the satellites circling the massive structure. 20 seconds separated each opening. Let's not waste any time. Creatures, civilizations, could be dying right now, Fain said as he accelerated Sodenia towards the opening, trying to time the speed as best he could. Get the Fate cannons ready. As Sodenia accelerated, the Immortals began to move towards the speeding ship in large clusters. Of course, it's not going to be easy, Fain said, concentrating on his end destination. Looks like we are going to have some company soon. Don't let them get too near. As Fain closed the distance, the many hundreds of clusters of immortals began to glow.
The enemy appears to be accumulating energy,
Kaya said hurriedly.
Perhaps getting ready for an energy blast. Perhaps it might not be wise to wait to be attacked.
Fire at will. It had to be milliseconds after Fain gave the order that Sodenia opened continuous fire, thoroughly lighting up the space before it. It looked like a direct hit on all accounts. There was no way the Immortals could have moved out of the way of all that firepower. And that's when Fain saw what was really happening. The immortal clusters were curving the space around them, thus avoiding Sodenia's firepower. You have got to be kidding me, Fain said, exasperated.
It looks like it's the basic function of that formation,
Kaya said as she stopped firing.
I first noticed it when they took the first hits head-on. Though I kept the fire on them, there was no noticeable disruption in their warping of space.
Damn it, Fain said, as he began to maneuver the ship into a spiral approach. But for now there's no sense in possibly overheating, damaging, or wasting ammo this early on. We'll wait for the right opportunity. But if you see one, take it. The clusters of immortals began to fire at Sodenia, getting too close for comfort with the first few shots. The massive beams of energy seemed powerful, and Fain would much rather not find out if the ship could take a hit from them. Looks like we're going to have to cut our visit short, Fain said as he accelerated the ship. He had planned on making it to the opening within 2 minutes. He had chosen 2 minutes to try and better study the enemy, but seeing as every second that passed got them closer to getting hit by the immortal cluster's beams, He decided to go all out. The other 3 ship-like machines noticed Sodenia and hurled themselves towards the ship. At the same time, the machine planet began to move back. The ship-like machines fired relentlessly, and at a much faster rate than the clusters of immortals. At that point, it was impossible for Fain to avoid all hits, and he felt the ones that did manage to land as the ship reverberated. Sodenia countered and fired with its large cannons, but Fain wasn't sure whether it was having any effect on the machine ships. Then the 3rd machine-like ship joined in, making it 3 against 1. We aren't going to survive another approach, Fain thought as he pressed on. Their weapons are powerful.
Shields are dropping,
Kaya said hurriedly. Keep them up for as long as you can. We're almost there. As Fain got closer to the machine structure, he noticed that the space between the orbiting satellites and the machine planet had increased drastically, at least doubling in size. Though his chance was still there, the orbiting satellites didn't change their rhythm as they expanded. If anything, they were accelerating. Fain didn't know if the satellites would form an effective shield against the Fate cannons. On my mark, fire the Fate cannons, Fain said as he ignored everything else, getting dangerously close to the orbiting satellites. He kept approaching at a reduced speed as he waited for the opening he had seen to appear once more. Fain had gotten so close to the machine planet's satellites that the enemy ships were firing at Sodenia from an angle. Fire the Fate cannons! Sodenia unleashed its prime weapon from a mere 230 miles away, a near point-blank distance in space terms. As the Fate cannons erupted, their light blanketed Fain's entire view, eating up all shadow in sight. As the blinding light receded, things became clear. The might of the Fate cannons wouldn't be enough to take down the machine planet. It stood right where it had before the blast, and it seemed as if no harm had come to it. 2 out of the 3 ships that were flanking him, on the other hand, were destroyed. But that wasn't motivation enough for Fain. The feeling of the impossible task began to sink in once again. He tried hard to fight it, but every bone in his body was telling him to quit. He just couldn't imagine how anything could survive Sodenia's Fate cannons head-on. What had worked once before in the past for him was not working this time. Did it? Fain struggled to ask. Did it warp the space around the Fate cannons, too? Is it the satellites causing the space warp? Damn it, was the only word that came to Fain's mind as he saw the machine planet pulsing with some form of energy wave. Unlike Fain, the machines were relentless. All 2,641 immortals continued their assault on Sodenia, and for the first time since Fain had arrived, the immortals began to separate. Even the machine planet began to reorganize its satellites as if it was getting ready to attack.
Fain, we have to move,
Kaya said as the machines thoroughly surrounded Sodenia.
Fain?
What can we do, Kaya? Fain said, deflated and defeated. If we can't even touch their space, what can we do?
I think we'll answer that a little later. For now, we have to move.
Where?
Fain, quit being an idiot. This isn't you.
Fain felt the jolt of speed as Sodenia moved away from the machine planet, crashing into hundreds of immortals along the way. There was a loud thump each time an immortal crashed into Sodenia's already weakened force field. From his view, Fain could see that the ship hull had suffered severe damage in its reckless approach.
If you don't move it,
Kaya said,
I'm going to have to do it myself.
Kaya kept the ship moving, and the immortals kept inexorably following it. They were far too slow to catch up to Sodenia's raw power. But the machines had something else up their sleeve. They began somehow teleporting in front of Sodenia's path, causing Kaya to keep changing course drastically.
I can't keep this up for much longer,
Kaya said.
At this rate, they will catch up.
It was already too late. Immortals began breaching Sodenia's shield and attacking the ship directly. Fain saw the small cannons and turrets struggling to fend off a single one of their enemies. So this is it? Is this how it's all going to end? Fain thought as he witnessed an immortal destroy one of the small M55 cannons. How did we get here? Why do I feel hopeless all of a sudden? Especially when it's not over yet. Sodenia still has a lot of fight in her, right? Then Fain remembered something he had overlooked as he neared the machine planet. It was pulsing. Could it be that the planet was literally emitting some form of negative energy that only harmed biological life? It made perfect sense. If the machine's sole purpose was to deprive the galaxy of biological life, wouldn't it be possible that they'd developed specialized weapons? Maybe that's the reason why no other being has gotten close to the machine planet, Fain thought. It's a perfect defense system.
Fain, we didn't come all the way over here for this,
Kaya said, exasperated.
You owe me an apartment at least.
Kaya's words reverberated in Fain's mind, causing him to think of all the promises he had made thus far. Among them, the promise he had made to Pika was the one that stood above the rest. He wanted to be with her once again, to continue where they had left off, to spend the rest of his life with her. Then it hit him like a bucket of iced water. Fain was wrong in thinking that the single greatest decision he had made in his life was going after the immortals. No, that wasn't it. The single greatest decision he had ever made, and would ever make, was to be with Pika. And no machine would stand in his way. Life was screaming at Fain, and burned within him once again as he took hold of Sodenia's controls. Kaya, I'm sorry I don't know what happened back there, but it won't happen again.
I'm with you all the way.
We can still do this. As soon as Fain had made up his mind and turned Sodenia back towards the machine planet, the ship itself began to change. His pilot seat sank lower into the floor, and his hands became attached to the console, along with his feet. Extra sets of connections attached to his limbs. Fain began to feel even more control over the ship. Are you doing this, Kaya?
No, not at all. This is new to me. The transformations appear to have been triggered by prolonged exposure to the immortals.
Could this be the true power the Hurrian message had spoken about? Sodenia's exterior also began to change. Through the spherical view screen, Fain saw it all. Some parts of the ship, like the maneuvering engines, cannon nozzles, and body flaps expanded, while the wings and several other panels contracted. Even the immortal that was attached to one of Sodenia's small weapons had to let go to avoid being crushed by the abrupt change. But the biggest change came to the Fate cannons. They had extended to at least double their former size. The ship had become more aggressive-looking than before, and its shield was fully replenished. "Whoa!" Fain said as he tried to take in everything that was happening. As the ship completed its transformation, the markers on the enemy turned from green to red, though it looked as if the immortals cared little about Sodenia's transformation, as they kept appearing and surrounding the ship. The immortals began to fire at them as soon as they got near enough.
Shall we?
Let's do it. Kaya unleashed all of Sodenia's weapons on the immortals, lighting space on fire all around them. Sodenia's firepower was able to overpower some of the machines, pushing them far back into space. Many others kept coming, and they kept firing. Fain tapped on the controls and was startled at the amount of power the ship now had. He was easily able to outrun the immortals, but the machines were persistent, and they kept appearing in front of them, managing to land a shot or two on Sodenia. "These machines are stubborn," Fain said. "Even if we outrun or outmaneuver them, we won't be able to use this fancy trick on the machine planet. We need to get rid of them."
I'm open to suggestions,
Kaya said, as she kept firing at the enemy. "We do have a cargo bay filled with those EMPs. Let's put them to the test."
Sending all anvilins now,
Kaya said, as some of Sodenia's firepower receded. This was one of the many instances where having a larger crew on board Sodenia would make all the difference. But instead, all tasks had to be divided between Fain and Kaya.
While I get that ready, keep them off of us.
Fain maneuvered Sodenia in and out of the swarm of immortals, though it came at a price. Some of the machines didn't have the chance to move out of the way and collided with the ship. Some merely bounced off the shields, while others made it all the way through and clung onto the ship. Kaya, how are things going over there? Because it isn't going too well over here.
Just a few more seconds.
Kaya managed. She sounded hard-pressed.
Sealing off the ship and opening cargo doors. Turn the ship to let them have it.
Fain maneuvered the ship in an upward spiral, emptying the cargo bay of all EMP devices, thoroughly spreading them across the battlefield. Some devices began to cling on to the nearby immortals, while other devices made their way towards the outlying machines. The immortals did little to avoid them at first, and went so far as to try to swat them away as if they were flies. But once the devices started clinging to them, 5 or 10 at a time, they began trying to avoid them. An impossible feat. There had been some 120,000 of those devices in Sodenia's cargo bay. To add to the difficulty, the devices were designed as mechanically as possible, with the immortals' electronics controlling prowess in mind. Though even with the devices clinging to them, the machines kept fighting, doing what they could against Sodenia.
Nearly all the immortals are covered,
Kaya said.
The timers on the devices are set to 30 seconds after they latch on. Our shields are failing once again. Should I send out the drones?
No, not yet, Fain said. He looked for the machine planet on the spherical screen. Let's try to get the devices on all of them. Keep the drones ready.
Got it.
Fain began to head towards the machine planet, causing a frenzy amongst the immortals. The machines around Sodenia became desperate, increasing their beam attacks. Some went as far as crashing into Sodenia's shield on purpose.
We got them all with 5 seconds to spare.
Hope this works, Fain said, feeling the trace of a smile on his face. Seconds later, all incoming fires stopped as the immortals became paralyzed, drifting in space without the slightest suggestion of self-control. Sodenia also stopped firing for the first time since they had entered the machine territory.
Setting the drones to search and destroy.
Sodenia's drones swarmed out into the battlefield like a pack of starving wolves. It didn't take much from one of the drones to destroy an immortal. Without their full functions, their bodies were just ordinary machines. The so-called machine immortals were falling by the hundreds. Is it safe to say that the drones can take care of them? Fain asked.
That's what it looks like. If the variables don't change, the drones will be done with the swarm of immortals in just a few minutes. It will take the immortals quite a lot of work just to get rid of one of those devices.
And I'm saying that from personal experience.
Fain's heart began beating hard once again, and his breathing intensified. He knew that victory was within his grasp. But to get there, one more thing had to happen, and that was to destroy the machine planet. Sodenia felt aggressive and sure of its every movement, with power to spare. The Hurrian message was true to its every word. The ship had been made for this, to go up against the immortals and win. As Fain moved the ship slowly towards the machine planet, its power became more obvious. It was as if it roared. At the bow of the ship, on each side of the Fate cannons, jets of energy erupted into space. And is that normal? Fain asked.
The Fate cannons have accumulated an abnormally large amount of energy. The release valves are operating at capacity.
Where is all this coming from?
Dormant systems have been activating since we got here. It's all new to me also.
Sodenia is ready, and I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Are you?
Got all weapons ready, with the target locked on.
The machine planet seemed to be aware of what was happening, and its rotating satellites expanded once again, but this time they began rotating even faster. As for the last one of their larger ships, it repositioned itself right in front of the planet. Fain knew that there was no conventional way to break the planet's warp force field. If the Fate cannons weren't able to do the job before, there was little chance that they would be able to do it now. despite their overflow of power. He had one option left, and that was setting Sodenia's own warp bubble on a collision course with the machine planet. He was stepping into the realm of theoretical physics, but he saw no other way out of this. It would either be them or the machines. But the equation this time would be quite simple. If the Alcubierre FTL drive on board formed a strong enough space-bending bubble, it could, in fact, penetrate the planet's own, but disappear in a mere plank, the smallest measurement of length with any meaning. This would effectively leave Sodenia inside the machine planet's bubble, and with nowhere to go unless he managed to destroy the planet. But even then, there was no telling what could happen, and who knew what kind of weapons or surprises the machine planet had in store for them. If the Alcubierre bubble's negative energy was the same as the machine planet's, the collision would result in a zero-sum equation, possibly destroying the lesser mass in the process. Things just got worse from there, because if Sodenia's warp bubble ended up being less than the planet's, it would jolt the ship and have a disastrous effect, possibly sending the ship on an extreme course, assuming it survived the bounce. "We need to pierce their space warp," Fain said. "To do that, we'll use our own FTL drive."
Analyzing the possibilities.
Fain closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he tried to calm himself. He felt the ship, its every component, its every movement, as he mentally went over every button, every lever, every form of control in the command center. But his moment of calmness was not long-lived, as Kaya interrupted.
"We have a large horde of immortals and their ships materializing around the planet. The numbers are in the thousands."
Fain wasted no time. He accelerated towards the machine planet at max speed, with the ship's rear engines. Sodenia was traveling so fast that before they knew it, the planet was already in front of them.
0.5 should be more than enough,
Kaya said hurriedly. Fain instantly knew what that meant. It would only take 0.5 speed of light to pierce the planet's bubble. Using his new converted controls, he activated the FTL drive. After that, he only saw flashing lights everywhere as Sodenia shook violently. But once the light receded, he saw that it had worked. Sodenia was now approaching the machine planet within the satellites at the same speed as it had been approaching prior to using the FTL drive.
"The Alcubierre drive is badly damaged,"
Kaya said. "Hopefully we won't need it anymore." It looked like the machine planet began charging several thousand energy beams as soon as Sodenia broke its space warp. And without the space warp, other machines were rapidly closing in on them. Some even managed to fire and land shots on Sodenia. Powerful shots. But it was already too late for the machines. Fain had made it beyond point-blank range, and the fate cannons were more than primed. "Kaya, it was an absolute pleasure going on this journey with you. Thank you for everything you did for humanity, and everything you did for me."
"Fain, thank you for letting me feel the pleasures of being alive, and for letting me feel what it's like to be human."
"Fire the fate cannons. Let's give it everything we've got." The fate cannons erupted. Their power reverberated through the ship, their light obliterating his view, turning everything around him into a blur of yellow and red. The true power of the Hurrian, the true power of humanity, had been unleashed. Sodenia's hull screeched and reverberated violently as feedback from the point-blank blast made its way back to the ship. The fate cannons were pummeling the machine planet with the power of what had to be 1,000 stars. Warning signs appeared all around Fain, but instead of letting off, he pushed the ship even further. "It was one hell of an adventure," Fain said as he kept his foot on the acceleration pedal, trying to prevent the ship from veering off course.
"Thank you for letting me come with you. Thank you for everything."
Epilogue. The Iveria moved through the battlefield, pushing aside the lifeless machines that floated in its path, while at the same time recovering the bodies of their fallen comrades. Sa'avan surveyed the battlefield before letting the fleet break formation. Nearly half of the fleet had been destroyed in what would go down in history as the galaxy's final stand. It had been a devastating loss, but an enormous win for the nearby civilizations that otherwise would have been wiped out of existence. Sa'avan and Gallia both stood in front of the Iveria's main view screen, and for the first time since the battle with the Immortals began, Gallia was taskless. Not because she didn't have anything to do, but because Sa'avan wanted to share the moment with her, as grim as the moment seemed to be. It was a sad victory, but a victory nonetheless. The consequences of the war were real, and Sa'avan wasn't immune to feelings. He felt the hole in his chest get bigger and heavier as he took in the bodies of those brave warriors floating around in space. Gallia also looked saddened by the situation.
So many of them.
Gallia managed.
So many of us.
This is the dark reality of war. Too often the brave end up paying the ultimate price so that others can live on. The only comfort I can offer them now is that they will be remembered as heroes. A petty, limited, meaningless action compared to the extraordinary gift they've given us. Who knows where we'd be if it wasn't for those who did not hesitate, those who followed orders, those who wanted a better ending for their home worlds. Perhaps we'd be floating in space as well.
Sa'avan and Gallia stood quiet for a moment.
For now,
Sa'avan said, without looking away from the battlefield.
It looks like the humans have done it. They've destroyed the mechanical beast, the death bringer of the galaxy.
But at what cost? I cannot begin to imagine.
We may find out someday, but I can't comprehend any sort of victory against these monsters without being willing to sacrifice it all. That may have been the case for Captain Fain Jegga. He had the true heart of a warrior. He will be remembered in our history amongst the highest of nobles. I entrust that you will make sure that happens.
I'll see to it that it does.
Gallia said, as she nodded slowly.
Prepare 5 of our fastest ships, along with an away crew, for a long-term mission.
Yes, Noble. When would you like it ready?
We're leaving once we finish crossing the battlefield. The crew that leaves with me will be destined for greatness.
Gallia turned to open a new task screen when she was interrupted by Sa'avan.
Gallia, share this moment with me. There is no hurry any longer.
Gallia abandoned the window she had nearly opened.
Noble, if you would be so kind as to enlighten me.
What is it that you're confused about?
Where are you going? What will happen to the fleet?
I'll be leaving for the machine territory to find out with my own eyes what happened, and if we're truly safe to move on as a species.
Why not just ask the humans? Surely they would know about the events that have transpired.
They might, or they might not. Who knows what the terms of engagement were? Humans have been through an unquantifiable amount of pain and suffering, thanks to galactic matters. Their fiery hearts need to rest. Perhaps, if enough time passes, they will be able to find a way to forgive us for the harm we brought to their marvelous world. Make no mistake, Gallia. The Acram as a race are in their debt, as well as every other biological organism in the galaxy. Without the unsung alliance we managed to form, we wouldn't be standing here.
I understand.
Gallia said solemnly.
What about the fleet?
You will be ascended to the rank of High Noble. I trust that will give you leverage enough to take care of the fleet.
Gallia instantly kneeled and bowed her head.
I'm unworthy of such high honor. Forgive me, highest of nobles. I cannot accept.
Gallia,
Sa'avan said as he sighed.
A true sign of a noble. Please accept your new position wholly, for I am counting on you.
Savan bent down to pick Galea up.
I am sure about my decision. Please do not make me ask again.
Noble Savan,
Galea said, as she stood up together with Savan.
Make no mistake, Galea. I will do whatever is necessary to protect Acrania and our kin. There are many within our ranks, and within the high ranks of the Acram, that still only crave power. We mustn't let our kin fall back into their old ways. A new era will come to Acrania, and you will be the one to bring it to light.
Galea nodded as Savan let go of her, and turned back to the main view screen.
I must admit,
Galea said, as she too turned to face the battlefield.
I'm thoroughly overwhelmed.
As you should be. Your journey, unlike mine, is about to begin. I will be back, once I ensure that we are safe. Perhaps I can finally live a peaceful life until the end of my days.
I would like nothing more, highest of nobles.
Tell a tale of victory. Disassemble the fleet. Send the subspecies back to their homeworlds. I will contact the rest of the nobles and inform them about my decision before I leave, just in case any one of them has a problem with it. I will personally make sure that they don't.
Thank you, highest of nobles.
Beware. There will be those who will oppose you, those who will plot against you, those who will do anything in their power to take what is yours. And there will be those who want you dead. You must be strong and never waver. Our kin will depend on you to guide them and protect them.
Acrania will have a peaceful future. I will see to it that it happens.
Alexander Green had just finished talking to August about the events that had transpired. He walked down the corridors of the ESAF facility on Soden Island with a heavy heart. He walked towards Truman's office. It wasn't a good feeling, knowing that Fain and Kaya had left the rest of the fleet behind in order to try and beat the machines. He didn't know what to make of the situation, and he partially blamed himself for it. He had always known there was a possibility Fain would leave on his own to enter the machine territory. He had picked up the hints along the way, and had even encouraged him. Well, he hadn't encouraged Fain directly to go to the machine territory on his own. He had only mentioned to Fain that in the end the decision should be his own, that only he knew what he could do. He now half regretted those words. Words that he wouldn't have regretted if Fain and Kaya had made it back in one piece. The only consolation Alex had was firmly knowing that Fain would only have done that as an absolute last resort. He let out a pained sigh, right before knocking on Truman's door 3 times.
"Come in," a voice muttered from behind the doors. "How is the Hellfire coming along?" Alex asked as he pulled out a seat from Truman's desk. Deflated, he leaned back on the chair and took off his hat, placing it on top of Truman's desk. Normally, Truman would jokingly complain about Alex's lack of discipline and basic manners, but these were no times for jokes. The mood in the room was somber and dark. "Oh, it's coming down," Truman said as he scratched his 5 o'clock shadow. "To say that the politicians want to take control of ESAF would be an understatement. Now, thanks to what's happened, they have all the ammunition they need to persuade the few people that are left on our side and possibly sway the public's opinion on ESAF. I don't see how we're going to get out of this one, to be honest. But we'll keep trying. There's still some fight left in me. To surrender ESAF to the politicians would have disastrous consequences." "Yep, but not having the fleet's flagship return together with the rest of the fleet is gonna put us in a tough spot, regardless of it being the reason they are alive. Do you think he actually did it? I don't know for sure, but it seems that way. Michael told us that the ISCO has gotten several reports from our off-world allies of the Immortals stopping their attack mid-battle. I desperately want to believe that they did it. That young man only knew how to win, even if he had to sacrifice everything in the process. There was a moment of silence between the two of them. "And how are the rest of the crew holding up?" Truman asked, letting out a deep breath. "They aren't doing too good. Some are angry, some are in distress, and some are devastated. It's going to take a lot to patch this up. Out of all of them, Pika and August seem to have been hit the hardest. Let them know they can have as much leave time as they need." Alex nodded. "Although," Truman continued, "as much as we need Pika to figure out a way to track down what actually happened to Fain, Kaya, and Sodenia, all of that can wait. It doesn't look like we're in any immediate danger." "I agree. There will be no funeral, no anything. Sodenia's official status along with Fain's and Kaya's will be missing in action until proven otherwise." Alex nodded. "A good choice. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet." "I'm with you on that," Alex said as he began to get up. "As small as it may be, there's still hope. But I guess I'll get going." "1 second," Truman said. Alex sat back down hesitantly. "Don't blame yourself. Even if you had something to do with this, in the end, it was his decision, and his decision alone. But thanks to his actions, humanity will live on. Something we will never forget. We won't forget about them. You did the best you could, and that's all we needed." "Thank you, sir," Alex said as he got up. "I really needed to hear that." "You know," Truman said as he got up as well, "it really bothers me when you call me sir. I think I should be the one calling you that. I still don't know why you didn't accept your promotion all those years ago, back in the clearer water days. By now you could have been my senior." "The answer is quite simple," Alex said with a smirk as he put his hat back on. "First, I've never been one for politics. And second, and perhaps most importantly, my place is with the crew of Sodenia." "Thank you for all you've done," Truman said as he saluted Alex firmly. Alex saluted back and began walking out, fearing that he might end up tearing up. As he walked down the long hallways and back into his office, he thought about the many roles Sodenia had played in the history of humanity, from the key that unlocked an entire galaxy filled with life, to a way to harvest untold and unseen technologies not previously known to humankind, to a vessel that would keep humanity going even if there was no planet to call home. Sodenia, wherever she was, had stood as a symbol of hope for humanity.
Pika had a hard time trying to adjust to life without Sodenia. It had been her life's work, and now all of it was gone. Or better said, taken from her. The constant political battle was all that remained of the rights and wrongs of the ship. It had been 3 months since the fleet had returned to Earth without Fain, Kaya, or Sodenia. Soon after, Pika and the flight crew of Sodenia had been offered a voluntary and indefinite leave of absence. Pika had been among the first ones to leave Soden Island. She didn't think about it twice when she was offered indefinite leave. She was desperate to find something, anything that she could hold on to. She didn't want to think that the galaxy had once again taken everything from her. So, she headed to the only place she had ever known to go, aside from with Fain in Neo LA, her parents' house. She tried hard every day to just accept what had happened and move on, though it was far from easy. The memory of Fain was fresh in her mind, and so was the promise he had made to her. "Wait until I see you again," Pika thought. "You won't even begin to know where to put the glorious amount of trouble I have for you." There was a knock at the door that interrupted her thoughts. She felt embarrassed for having such hopeful thoughts about seeing Fain again. If there had been a mirror in front of her, she knew that she would see a flushed pink version of herself. "Yeah," Pika said, as she shook her head, still embarrassed. "Pika, dear," Mother said from the hallway. "Remember that your flight leaves in an hour from now. We should get going to the terminal. We don't want to be rushing, right?" "Right. I'll be out in a minute." All right, your father and I are already ready. Yeah, I'll be there. Pika had been packing her luggage for over 2 hours now, though she hadn't done much packing at all. The truth was that she was hesitant to go back to Neo-LA. Even though she thought that she had made up her mind about going, her actions were proving otherwise. Damn it, Pika. You aren't ever going to get over this if you don't face it head on. You need to drag your ass to Neo-LA and put everything to rest. You're going to have to face it eventually. The keys to Fain's apartment had made their way into Pika's hands via August, but Fain didn't leave a message with them or anything like that. It didn't help that Pika had been mad at August when he delivered the keys to her and didn't want him to say a word. So, if there had been a message, anything at all, she still didn't know about it. At the same time, why else would Fain have left her the keys to his apartment in Neo-LA, if not for her to visit? In a moment of frustration, she threw away the luggage, grabbed a small nearby backpack and stuffed it with whatever clothes she saw first. If she needed anything, she could always just buy it in Neo-LA. Pika grabbed the keys to Fain's apartment and left her room without looking back. She had decided that from there on out, that was the way she would treat every situation until she found herself once again. She made it down the stairs and into the living room in no time. Hey, got the ticket? Pika asked as soon as she entered the living room. Hey, Father said as soon as he saw her. That's all you're taking? He looked at her ticket. Your return ticket isn't until 2 weeks from now. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to lug around a huge suitcase. Hey, look on the bright side. I officially have an excuse to explore the city. Pika had opened up about Fain and everything that happened on board Sodenia to her parents. They talked for days about it, though they were careful talks, with Pika sparing the details of the battle. She knew that her parents still had PTSD from the first Acram attack, when a group of scouts leveled the city she had grown up in. But with each talk, Pika found a small moment of relief. Also, her parents were the one that encouraged her to go to Neo-LA and see what waited for her there. They said it would be the only way to move forward. Pika reluctantly agreed. All right, Father said. Well, we should get going. Pika made it to Neo-LA with relative ease within an hour of departing. Air traffic was usually light in the afternoons, except, of course, for any major holiday. Though she knew that transporting the masses hadn't always been as effortless and affordable as it was now. With the current transportation system, it was common for people to have jobs in another state and simply commute back home, either via Hyperloop or airplane. She took a deep breath as she stepped out of the airport, deciding to call a cab. She didn't want to take a Hyperloop to Fain's apartment. She thought the memories would be too much for her to handle. The taxi got there in what had been less than a minute. The cab's door opened, and she stepped inside, tossing her backpack on the empty seat next to hers. Miss Evans, correct? The automata asked. That's me. Take me to the Nereid Tower. Please use the fastest route. My pleasure. Unlike her past automatas, this one was eerily quiet, not saying a word throughout the whole trip. Usually, the automata would make small talk with Pika, which she hated. But this time around, she thought that she would use the conversation to calm her nerves. Perhaps the cab company had had one too many complaints about the automata's small talk and decided to downgrade the feature. It took Pika only 5 minutes to get to Nereid Tower and another 2 minutes to make it from the main lobby all the way to the 52nd floor. She checked Fain's key block to confirm the apartment's number, 5234. She saw right away that it would be at the end of the hallway. Her heart was beginning to thrum, and her chest clenched as she walked down the hallway. She stopped in front of the apartment and compared the numbers on the key block to the numbers on the digital pad on the side of the door several times. There was no denying it. This was Fain's apartment. She placed the key block next to the digital pad, and the door unlocked. There goes nothing, Pika murmured as she took a deep breath and walked into Fain's apartment. Fain's apartment was warm and homey, and as she examined it, she found that it was exactly how she imagined it. Tears made their way down her cheeks. But what had brought tears to her eyes wasn't the apartment itself. It was that the smell of Fain still lingered. Even after all this time, she could still smell him. She would never forget his scent of clean lime orange, and a hint of cedar. She wiped her tears before removing her shoes and stepping onto the living room carpet. She took her backpack off and placed it on the floor. Leaning against one of the couches, Pika picked the comfiest looking couch and went to curl up in a ball. "Why am I here, Fain?" she muttered. Before she knew it, she fell asleep on the couch, only to be woken up by a flashing red light coming from somewhere in the living room. Strangely, that nap she had just taken was one of the best periods of sleep she'd had in a while, or more precisely, since they got back from the machine territory. "What time is it?" she asked as she got halfway up and began looking for her phone. The apartment was dark, and she realized that earlier, the daylight was still coming through the shutters. She had a hard time getting around the living room, and she couldn't remember where she had left her backpack. She knew that she had left it in an obvious place. "What the heck happened to you, Pika?" she thought as she stumbled around the living room. "Wait, let me answer that for you, if you don't mind. Fain happened to you." She gave up trying to find the backpack, and instead lay back down on the couch, thinking she might as well get a full night's rest, knowing there was a possibility that she would dream of Fain brought her comfort. Maybe when she woke up, he'd be right there next to her. She knew that thinking that way would be setting herself up for more heartache, but she didn't care. Another small scar wouldn't hurt her already wounded heart. She closed her eyes, but had a hard time getting to sleep. It was that stupid red light, flashing every 20 seconds or so. Not even covering her face with a pillow seemed to help, as the red light still managed to find a way in. She got up, having had enough. "Fain Jegga," she said in an irritated voice. "You have what's got to be the most irritating answer machine in exist—" Pika interrupted herself, before finishing the sentences, realizing the reason why Fain would want her to go to his apartment in the first place. He had left a message for her. She wasn't exactly sure, but the prospect of a message for her set off an adrenaline rush. She stumbled across the living room as she hurried to where the red light was flashing. When she neared, she saw that indeed it was an answering machine, and it had exactly one unheard message. Her heart pounded in her chest, demanding to be let out. Though the message was from an unknown source, she knew that it could only be from him. She tapped on the play icon without thinking about it. "Hey, Pika." Fain's voice played from the machine. Pika took a deep breath, knowing that what followed would be one of the hardest yet most necessary moments of her life. "If you're hearing this, then I guess I didn't make it back. Please don't be mad at August. It was my decision. He tried hard to convince me otherwise, but it just wasn't happening. You know me, trying to save the world and all." He laughed nervously. "Though the real reason behind all this," a note of sadness crept into his voice, "is that I thought I could do it. I thought I could make it back. It was never meant to be a one-way mission. I thought that with the help of Kaya and by pushing myself to the limit, without having to worry about endangering the crew and most especially you, I could really make it back. That was the plan all along. Sodenia seemed to have been made just for this. I guess that I was utterly wrong." Pika couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Fain sounded as if he was right there next to her. "And if these indeed are my last words," Fain's recording continued, "I want you to know that it was you. It was always you. I had dreams about all of this being over, leaving Isaf and having a normal life next to you. Of course, if I should be so lucky, I knew that having you by my side was already pushing my luck. But it was you. Those last few days that led up to venturing into the machine territory were hard. I hope that you were busy enough not to notice how much those days sucked. And now that you aren't around, I'm in pain. I miss you dearly. I wish... He sniffled. "I wish I could call you from wherever I'm at, even if it was just to hear you breathing. One can dream, right? I don't want to make this too long or harder on you than it already is." Pika sobbed as she heard the message would be coming to an end. "So just remember me, okay? Go on and live a happy life. Please give my regards to your parents.
Let them know that I was really looking forward to meeting them. And know that no matter where I end up, or how deep into space I drift away, I will be thinking of you until my last breath. Goodbye, Pika.
Pika had half expected to be crying uncontrollably by now, but she wasn't. The last part of the message had triggered something in her mind, and the only word she kept thinking of was drifting. Then she dared to ask the question, knowing that the answer could possibly have the worst repercussions of her life. Could it be that Sodenia is drifting away somewhere in space? Pika thought. I mean, it makes sense. Maybe it's just badly damaged and can't make it back. Pika's heart throbbed at the possibility. She began to see a faint glimmer of hope. The fact that the threat of the machines was gone meant that something, at least, had gone right. Green had told Pika that the search efforts for any remains of Sodenia were ongoing, but the problem was, Pika hadn't been involved. How stupid, Pika said as she got up and stumbled once again around the living room. But this time she had the determination to either find her backpack or a light switch. She found a light switch, and then seconds later, she found her backpack. She desperately dug through it, trying to find her phone. As soon as she found it, she looked through her contacts and found Mikey's number on board the ISO. She glanced at the time. It was 03:30. Screw it, Pika said as she dialed his number. He can sleep once we find his friend again. Mikey answered 12 rings later.
Hello?
Mikey, it's Pika.
Oh, hey, Pika. What's going on? What time is it?
It's 03:30 something, Pika said. But that's not important. How are we looking for Sodenia?
Well, we're looking for the ship's signature and searching for any distress calls.
Wait, that's it? Are you kidding me? Damn it.
Well, I'm not sure what else we can do.
Write this down. Pika spent the next half hour giving Mikey a long set of codes for every energy signal that could be related to Sodenia, including Kaya's. She must have given Mikey 20 additional ways to locate Sodenia. Okay, that was the last one, Pika said.
Besides punching them into the ISO search beacons, should I send the list off to the allies? Want me to call Green or Truman? I mean, I'm sure they'll say yes, especially coming from you. But I just gotta make sure. If you can call them.
I don't think I can deal with that right now. Just make sure you send them out.
Okay, so who am I sending them to?
Everyone we know. Everyone that's willing to help us search for the ship that saved their behinds.
Okay, I'll do that now.
Thanks, Mikey.
Do you really think we can find them?
I don't see why not. Sodenia was fully packed with supplies, and there are many ways the ship can be sealed if there's any breach. If they're still out there, we will find them.
Okay, I'm on it.
Pika hung up the phone and turned the light back off. She tried to lie back down on the couch, but sleep would be impossible. That much she knew. So, she went over all the code signatures that she had given Mikey a few more times, and before she knew it, the sun was beginning to rise. Feeling her stomach growling, she decided to make herself a cup of coffee and try to find something to munch on. But as soon as she got up from the couch, her phone rang. It was Mikey. She quickly grabbed the phone and answered it. Hello?
Pika, there was a match! No, wait, I should say there were a few matches.
Pika's chest sank into her stomach, and her knees became weak. Are you sure? Pika asked, knowing that she wouldn't be able to handle the disappointment.
I'm positive. I checked it a few dozen times before I called you.
Where?
It's far away, though, near the galactic core.
Have you told Green yet?
No one knows but you.
Okay, I'll call you back. She hung up the phone and searched for Green's number. She knew that Green would agree to assemble a search and rescue fleet, and Truman would also back it up. Politicians wouldn't interfere, as they too would want Sodenia back on Earth. Fiery hope began to burn inside Pika as it dawned that there was a strong possibility that she would see Fain once again. Wait until I see you again, Fain Jegga, Pika muttered with a slight smile. You're going to be in for a whole world of trouble.